Chapter 1. Only a Nightmare. You have about 3 minutes to live if you fuck up and get your suit punctured. The old engineer fussed over a few metal toolboxes on his bench, pulling out the contents, explaining as he went. First few seconds, frostbite sets into the local puncture area. After that, the freezing temperature leaks in and overpowers the suit's rebreather, usually around the 1 minute mark. Better be holding your breath by that point. You die the moment you can't. It was hard to see what he'd been doing since the workbench was made for grown-ups. I craned my head over the lip of the table to get a better view. He pushed the toolbox away. Most adults can hold their breath for about 2 minutes while under stress. Factor that in, and that's why it's roughly 3 minutes before lights out. He brought his elbows onto the table, lowering his head so he was more at eye level with me. See why folks beat around the snow, telling you kids what's out there? You're 10. They'd rather you go be a brat and play with your friends. Leave the worrying to the adults. Everyone said it's really bad if something happened outside the heated clan bunker, and then they'd shoo me away when I asked them how bad. Anari was, as he put it, too old to care about keeping secrets. He'd tell me about whatever I asked. So, ever since I found him, I'd been sneaking past the house guards and making my way to his workstation, deep in the bowels of the colony. Anari grinned. Now, here's a challenge for you. How would you patch up the environmental suit fast enough to beat the timer? I frowned as I thought. A couple of ideas floated to my head, but none of them seemed to fit. So I did what I do best. I looked for a way to cheat and get an edge. I'm betting he'd pulled everything out for a reason. The answer was probably on his workbench. A square piece of suit fabric caught my attention. A patch? That didn't seem right. Sewing took a long time. Also, I didn't see any needles or thread anywhere on that table. A patch with a sticky surface? You're close, but there are some issues with that answer. His hand picked up that piece of fabric along with a spare knife. Imagine you're having a nice stroll outside and your suit gets a rip, like this. The tough material took him a good moment of struggling to tear through with the knife. Now, in most cases you'll be panicking and not thinking clearly. A patch needs too many steps for your groggy mind to handle. We need something faster and easier. He set down the knife and picked up a strange, fat gun off the table, flipping a switch on it. That's where this comes in. Catch. I caught the heavy gun thing with a slight fumble. Welding lines held together different parts, then string tied a circuit chip to the side. The barrel was way too fat compared to sidearms and rifles. Looks weird. Does it really shoot bullets? Nope. It has been modified to fire out superheated glue. It's a hot glue gun. He cackled as if this was the world's funniest joke. You going to glue the suit back together? I said, stunned. That's stupid. He ruffled my hair with a wide smile and took the weird gun back from my hands. Well, if it's stupid but it works, then it's not stupid. And boy, does it work. Fast on his feet, he turned on his chair and fired a snotful of glue at the rip, almost point blank. All done. He patted the cloth where the glue had sunk into the tear, and it had already hardened over. Easy. See? That'll hold off the environment for a few hours. More than enough time to limp back somewhere safe. While I poked the strangely repaired rip, Anari got out of his chair and reached for something large on the top shelf. A spare environmental helmet. It had been built oddly. A glass dome acted as the faceplate for the massive helmet. Normally, helmets were made with goggles instead, making them harder to break than a massive glass dome. I think he kept that defunct model because it looked weird. When he lifted the helmet off the shelf, the bulky thing knocked down a small avalanche of tools. Rat shit. I'll clean this later. Then he paused as if an idea crossed his mind. Actually, he said, rubbing the white whiskers of his beard like a villain might, I think I'll apply my God's-given privilege again as the only adult here and have you clean this mess for me. He chuckled darkly. Last time, the lazy adult had tricked me into cleaning up the workstation for him in exchange for lessons on welding. But I'd had a lot of time to stew in my bed and prepare. A well-designed plan was put into action. Wait! I turned and scrambled on top of a stack of crates. Once stable, I positioned my hands imperiously at my waist, my back straight and regal, like the captains of the clan did when they wanted someone to pay attention. And standing up on these boxes, let me properly lord over him. I took a deep breath and puffed out my chest. I am Keith Winterscar of House Winterscar. By the authority invested in my caste as a knight retainer, I shan't do your bidding." The engineer stopped in his tracks and gawked up at me. Yes, take a good look and tremble. House Winterscar only had a few hundred members, but we were still an entire rank above engineers and scientists. From my boxy throne, with the full authority of my venerable house behind me, I must have been a terrifying sight. Anari broke down laughing, which was absolutely nowhere in my design document. "Ha ha! But there's one flaw in your clever little plan. Who's going to enforce it?" He lifted up his hands and grabbed me off the stack of crates, slowly bringing me back down on the ground, next to the helmet he'd pulled down from the shelf. "The guards would back me up. I only need to tell them you're making me clean things up. They'll shake you down for it, old man." "And if you tell them, you'd be admitting that you snuck out to an engineering bay again. They're not going to like that, I'd be betting. Scandalous for a noble knight retainer of House Winterscar to be visiting little old me." That brought out another fit of chuckling from the old man, especially when he watched me squirm around trying to think of a counterpoint. Before I could come up with another way to escape cleanup duty, the helmet was plunked on top of my shoulders. "What's this for?" My voice echoed inside the helmet. "Well, what about other problems besides hard punctures? Like suit failures or leaks you don't know about. You'll have to deal with those too when you're out there." The glass muffled his voice. A few button presses later from him, and a banshee-like wail rang out in the helmet. The high-pitched alarm hammered frantically in my ears. The air instantly started getting chilly at the same time. "This, little man, is the emergency warning. If you ever hear of this, you need to move fast." I get it. Can you turn it off now?" I yelled at him, the siren almost drowning out my voice. It had gotten uncomfortably cold. A leak? My breath came out as a mist. "I already did." Anari frowned. "You're still hearing it?" "Yeah, and it's getting really cold, too." He glanced over at his instruments, puzzled. "Oh, can't believe I forgot about that detail." His hand loomed over the glass dome and tapped on it loudly. "You're going to have to fix this one all on your own, just like a real grown-up." I nodded back at him, a bit worried now. "Don't worry, it's easy." He smiled and drew closer to the glass. "You just need to wake up." Frost bloomed on the outside, coating the glass. The temperature continued to drop, and danger flared in my heart in response. I screamed and clawed at the straps. It didn't budge. Too heavy. The weight dragged me onto the floor, my hands still unable to pry the thing off. Everything was getting so cold. The alarm continued to ring in my ears louder than my cries. The ice expanded over the instruments, breaking system after system in bursts of shattered glass. Needles and gauges froze in place instantly. "Wake up, Keith, or you're gonna die!" Anari's features blurred from the rhyme. Now only unfocused blotches of color diffused through the ice. The helmet's protective faceplate finally started to give in, massive cracks appearing on the dome, small pieces of glass snapping off and falling onto my cheek. The cold squeezed through those cracks, reaching for me, reaching to kill me. "Wake up," Anari said. "Wake up or die, boy!" The dome shattered. Ice lunged for my throat. I woke with a gasp, and my eyes flared open, hyperventilating. I was back in my full adult-sized environmental suit, complete with intact goggles. Anari was nowhere to be seen. No glass dome helmet, no workbench. No more memories of my childhood. Cold reality again. The shrill alarm in my suit's helmet continued to beat into my ear, refusing to let me drift back to sleep. Something's wrong with the suit. I need to move fast. My chest constricted when I tried moving. The cause was easy to spot. Someone had applied glue in half a dozen places, and still my teeth clattered and shivered. My skin, ice cold. There's a leak that got missed. I'm freezing to death. It was a struggle to lift my numb arm. Somehow I got a visual on my wrist's instruments despite the shaking. The gauges were still working, the nightmare frost nowhere to be seen. The reading on the needles snapped a spike of adrenaline through my heart that finally shook me fully awake. The rebreather read as offline. No one could live without reheated air on the surface. I should be dead. How was I breathing? I shut my eyes and on a leap of faith, inhaled. No uncontrollable coughing. A dull, dry pain flashed through my throat, the cold creeping in with each breath. The air wasn't frozen enough to kill with any real speed, unless I overstayed my welcome. How long had I been out that I'd lost enough heat to trigger the alarms? Where were my heating systems? I checked for the setting on my arm and got an answer. Someone had turned off my suit's heating systems, likely to keep me from burning up. The suit would quickly overheat anyone in less extreme temperatures, so if those systems had been turned off, this couldn't be the surface. My goggles restricted my field of view, but what little I could see didn't look like the clan colony. Nothing around me looked like home. The only other place that wasn't frozen over, the one place no lone scavenger ever returns from, the underground. I was underground. No, panic later. I needed to plug the leak. I could worry about exactly where I was later. An analog switch on my arm controlled the emergency temperature, and with a flick, the backpack hummed to life. Lukewarm air flowed through the entire suit from tubing under the cloth like a second set of veins. It burned everywhere it touched. Everywhere except for my left lower rib, where the heat was being sucked away. Found you. My scavenger kit clicked open at a touch, still on the side of my belt. The field repair gun inside looked to be in working condition. It took me 3 tries and 20 wasted seconds before my frozen hand finally wrapped around the handle and lifted it out. The charge switch was large, like everything I owned, made to be used by thick gloves. It started humming in my hand the moment the switch was flipped. The leak was a 5-inch rip in the cloth, hidden away on the left side. No wonder it had been missed. Pain seared my skin as the glue sunk inside the open tear. It hardened instantly, doing its job as expected, holding fast to flesh and fabric alike. I slumped back down, too cold to care about anything else. Soon enough, the suit's basic sensors hit nominal. The warning siren promptly shut down, along with the heater. Everything was suddenly quiet again. That let me hear what I hadn't been able to before. Sounds of metal clinked softly nearby. The source of the noise came from a man sitting nearby on a concrete block, tending carefully to an old rifle, armored in plate with a single blood-red sigil on the shoulder pad. A faceless helmet turned in my direction. The last time I'd seen that armor, it had been falling down into an abyss. Father. Chapter 2. Prelude to Violence. 7 hours ago. I turned the power off. The environmental suit objected, of course, loudly. Full of opinions, effects were immediate with each breath colder than the last. The chill wrapped around my throat, tenderly squeezing it shut. Today, it was 22 breaths. 22 breaths before the cold breached the suit's system, and it was too painful to keep breathing. Yesterday was 20, a slight improvement. I flicked the power back on. The internal air reheated to tolerable levels while I held my breath. Anari had been right, of course. Just about 1 minute each time I tested it. The siren shut down soon after, sulking away. She'll have noticed my suit flatlining for a moment. All I needed to do now was wait until she came to check up on me. All scavengers, half hour until expedition departure. Wrap it up, people, we're on a clock. A voice crackled in over the wide area comms. That was a little earlier than I'd expected. It might not be enough time for my plan to get done. Around me, the white wastes stretched around, a flat surface broken up by the ruins stretching a mile around us. They say it was once supposed to be an ocean, maybe a few thousand years ago. Bundled up figures, half covered in ice, trawled around, wrapping up their last tasks before returning to the expedition rest stop. One of them was rapidly approaching me. The only identifying mark was the blood-red family sigil on her clothing's shoulders, the same one I had. My dear elder sister, ever vigilant that her younger brother wasn't up to anything stupid. Again. Black, reflecting goggles obscured her face, but if I could see Kidra's eyes through all that gear, I'd imagine they would be mildly pissed with me as usual. "You need to cut this out," she said. "Each time I see your vitals drop like that. What if it's real, and that's the day I don't come to check?" I waved away her question. I'd say I got what was coming to me and ask how much to put that on my tombstone. But since you happen to be here, lend me a hand real quick? She groaned and climbed up the rubble to reach me. Near my feet, recently cleared of snow and rubble, was an intact metal trap door. The only problem was the oversized piece of wall that had crumbled down on top. Kidra understood the conundrum instantly. Trapdoors and scavengers were a marriage made in heaven. I wanted to get in, and the wall was being a dick about it. 3 guesses about what I need your help for, I told her, waving at the obstructing rubble. And the first 2 don't count. Fine, Kidra hissed, drawing out her occult knife. I'll cut your little rock issue out of the way, but no more nonsense like this. At least for the week, please. I promise we'll discuss it. She gave her answer as a raised gesture on her free hand. This one signified a graciously accepted defeat if my hand sign language was still current. Kidra inspected the intact wall up close, planning out how she'd start the cuts. With a good starting point picked out, the edge of her expensive knife lit up in a beautiful blue glow. Then she sliced into the rock, the blade scything through the material with ease. I had a theory that it wasn't actually magic, but occult stuff felt different from tech. As far as we could tell, that dagger was just a slab of metal with electricity going through it. How it could cut things was anyone's guess. Chunks of concrete fell to the side, which I diligently grabbed and tossed away. It was slow work, since she cut chunks small enough for me to clean up, but we made steady progress. Some days I wonder if I should just sell the blade, Kidra said. That way you'll stop pestering me each time like this. Come now, dear sister. You secretly love any chance to use it. Rat crap. Kidra viciously cut out a much larger stone. Once done, she turned and waved her knife in my direction. You simply live to annoy me. I've absolutely no clue where you got that idea. That's rather bold, coming from someone within stabbing range. That knife waggled ever closer. See? You do love any chance to use it. Kidra sighed, giving up. Shouldn't you be gathering frost bloom right now? Why are you prowling around for scrap? You'll get yelled at when Father finds out. I struggled, lifting up the enormous chunk she'd cut a moment ago. You know why. When I was 13, I got my hands on a book from the Third Era. It described the start of a vast and powerful invention, a network that linked everyone together. They called it the Internet. It's all gone now, of course, but the way I saw it, humanity had done it once, then we could do it again. Don't you think it's time to give up? Kidra asked. Nope, I said, finally done with the chunk. Time is just a tiny price to pay for the potential payoff, and I've only been able to look within a few 100 miles of the habitat. This time we're going way farther. Anything could be out there. What are you searching for now? Didn't you tell me you found high-insulation cables in the clan printing library? That thing didn't age too well, I confessed sheepishly. I thought I'd been so clever with that solution. Just put down a few 100 miles of printed wires. That'll do the trick, I thought. What could possibly go wrong with that plan? Kidra caught on. It's the pirates and slavers roaming around that are the problem, isn't it? Bingo! Inari told me it had already been tried out before. Someone or another eventually would cut the cables because assholes are part of the human condition. My journal had plenty of directions scribbled out besides the wire idea, but each ended up infeasible. The best direction was long-range wireless signals, but nobody knew enough about antennas to increase their range. Our best schematics had a maximum range of a few miles. Maybe if we all worked together for once and shared knowledge instead of guarding it jealously, we could escape this rat trap of a life. The internet could jumpstart that process. Human greed would do the rest, and those that did share with one another rose past those who hadn't. Kidra pointed at my basket again. This is all very interesting, she lied, and I can't help but notice your basket hasn't increased in size yet. Why exactly are you trying to open a trapdoor? I suspect that greed of yours is whispering pretty things in your ear again. Do you ever wonder who lived here? I masterfully shifted the topic. Kidra played ball with my deflection, examining the few visible ruins in between her work with the wall. This entire site was one huge cemetery, filled with ruined structures as headstones. Thousands had lived here once. For these people, they likely lived well, until someone decided they shouldn't. Kidra shrugged, pointing at specific parts of the rubble. Do you see how the concrete's been pulverized in sections? Explosions. As you would put it, the human condition made a visit here. Hadn't even considered how they died. Just another reason I'm not supposed to be a soldier. I can't even properly think like one. I set the last chunk of sliced-off wall down, wiping the frost from it, a deep blue color timidly appearing under. Look at that, I pointed out. They even colored it. Can you imagine that, painting an entire random wall? It was a ridiculous question in the first place. Who would want to waste valuable paint on a wall, of all things? My sister didn't reply, probably waiting for me to answer. The math was simple for this problem. A quick estimation of the original dimensions multiplied by how much paint was needed for 1 square foot, and I had my answer in seconds. I'd predict you'd need around 480 vials of paint for just this one section. That can't be correct, she said, trying to count something on her hands. That should be more paint than 2 months of trading, if my mathematics is correct. I laughed, proud that she'd remembered some of my lessons. You could always come down here to the hangars and get a calculator from the local engineers. I'm sure they'd give you one if you asked nicely with your rifle. She shook her head, not as interested in engineering as I was. I can't split my focus. My duty as a night retainer is more important to upkeep. I shrugged. I've been ignoring that my entire life, and nobody's bitten my head off. She stayed silent at that, staring out into the distance. Kidra always grew quiet when thoughts of family were on her mind. I could take a guess at who she'd immediately thought of, and I was thankful she hadn't brought him up. Ahead, scavengers were slowly making their way through the rest of the ice and rubble. There weren't any standards. Everyone wore whatever they could find or afford. Weaves of brown, gray, and the occasional splash of expensive color to separate each. Hodgepodge helmets of different types and shapes, with scraps of armor pilfered over time. If it kept you from dying, it was good enough. Most undersiders think it's frostbite that kills up here. It is, after all, the first and most obvious thing to come to mind. But it's science that does the killing. After a certain temperature, water is practically all condensed into snow or ice. Air up here is far drier than the delicate membranes in your throat, nose, and lungs. A single breath is a death sentence. Even if you find shelter from the environment immediately after one breath, you will still die on a sickbed days later. They must have been quite wealthy to get all this paint, Kidra said, deflecting away from our previous topic. This could have been a center of trade once, or maybe a... The comms clicked, and a man's voice sounded from it, someone we both knew and feared. Keith, Kidra, we're on the move in 10 minutes. Do not be the last ones back. It clicked shut right after. No reply expected, only obedience. Father was like that. My sister spun on her heels, already taking steps back to camp. Hang on a moment, I shouted behind her. We're almost done with the wall. Just a few more cuts and the door's free. He will not be happy, she muttered, pausing in her steps. When is he ever happy? He'll kick the bucket before anyone catches him smiling. I wish you didn't have a point. Kidra sighed. But we should still make our way back to the convoy. I doubt there's anything worthwhile under that trapdoor. Relax, we're close enough. We'll make it on time. It's not the convoy I'm worried about. She glanced over at my mostly empty basket of frostbloom. I got unlucky, I lied. Are you trying to sell me a box of snow? You know you are the one in deep problems, right? Kidra said. Why am I the one stressing out about it? He's going to strangle you if you come back with only this. She pointed at the basket. She's right about that. It worried me. Far more than I wanted her to know. If this dig didn't pan out, I really would be deep in the rat shit. I'd made a bet that there'd be something worthwhile underground I could leverage, but she didn't need to know the payoff chances I'd guessed at. No worries, I said, instead of confessing my fears. See, I've got a clever backup plan. There's a guy I know that can sell you premium fortune cookies. That finally made her laugh. The little inside joke between us digging down as deep as I'd hoped. It could have been my imagination, but I think some of the tension finally lifted from her shoulders. Only one of us should be worried about my problems, and I intended for that to be me. Maybe it was a little in bad taste to constantly make fun of that pork trader who tried so hard to sell us those fortune cookies. But it was for a good cause. He'd understand. And then asked to be paid for it somehow, knowing him. Kidra jogged the rest of the way back up the rubble, ready to dig out some basement secrets with me. She thought this had been a trade hub, filled up with fat cats living the good life, selling fortune cookies to anyone gullible enough. But I wasn't as convinced. They hadn't been rich at all, I thought instead. They wouldn't be here on the surface if they were. My guess is that these poor souls had rediscovered rare files, or even a fully working chemical printer to create materials like paint. They'd only lacked the common sense to hide that discovery, and so, inevitably, The human condition came to collect. Maybe it missed a spot. Chapter 3. You should have left it closed, dumbass. Unlike me, Kidra had been doing as instructed and gathering her quota of frost bloom, and now she was stuffing some of her morning's work into my mostly empty basket. Appreciate the help, but you should keep it to yourself. At this point, either the trap door has loot in it or I'm already screwed, I said. I'd rather prepare for both outcomes. She transferred another handful of that weed into my basket. I have enough for 2. They say life finds a way. But this weed, Frostbloom, took that lesson and ran with it. No doubt cheated, too, given the unnatural metallic tint covering the leaves. That didn't look organic. And to be fair, I genuinely doubt anything organic could possibly survive on the surface. The trapdoor had a handle, along with a few gears on the side, likely some sort of system to assist in opening it. I grabbed the handle and gave it an experimental tug before answering back. He'll find out anyhow, I said. That helmet of his will scan the weeds. There is a chance he forgets. At least there's a possible backup plan. Changing topics, how many breaths is it today? My sister asked, deflecting the topic while I attempted to pry open the recently freed trapdoor. 22. There's an instrument called a thermometer to calculate this, brother. I can even buy one for you. Bah, it's just numbers on a gauge. 12 breaths means something more, let's say, visceral and real than some emotionless number. This trapdoor was clearly not going to open up easily. I considered asking Kidra to slice open her way through, but that came with its own issues. I'd confirmed that the door was immovable first before resorting to that. I tugged on the trapdoor handle more firmly this time. It still wouldn't give. Going to have to savagely pull with both my legs and arms here. Kidra came to my side, grabbing another part of the handle. Where do you come up with these ideas? This time, I said in between breaths. I can't take all the credit. I got it from Teed. He likes to convert Celsius into theoretical seconds of exposure needed before frostbite. When he says, today's 10 seconds, you get a much better sense of how cold it is. With a metal screech, the trapdoor finally gave in to our demands. It revealed a concrete staircase going down. Kidra and I stared down into the pitch darkness below. My dear sister, I couldn't have done this without you. I'll allow you to go down into the spooky dark basement first. Kidra scoffed, patting the rifle on her side. As if that was ever in question. Remind me again who has the rifle and who has a pistol that's cheaper than snow? That would be her, yes. The bargain price pistol would be mine. Triggering our headlights, Kidra drew the rifle in place and descended the steps, the lights piercing into the gloom. I followed behind, my pistol out and ready. The stairs led down to a metal blast door. Fortunately for us, nobody locked it on the way out. A bit of muscle, and the old door swung open on old hinges. There wasn't a rush of air from a temperature difference, so it must have been here long enough that the environment equalized through the metal. Behind the door was a single square room filled with old instruments. Dust covered every panel and keyboard. Every screen was black and dead. A few old swivel chairs gave the safe house a truly cramped feeling. Kidra stepped in slowly, rifle leveling through all the possible angles. This was the dangerous part, where possible booby traps might have been laid out. Flakes flew up with each step we took into the room, lit up brightly in our headlights. Looks like we're first, I muttered out. I find it difficult to believe so many scavengers missed this. Was it hidden away? Yep, obscured from view. I did a bit of digging on a hunch before I could even see the trapdoor. It was too odd to see the remnants of a hallway finish on a dead end. So instead of gathering frost bloom like assigned, you went searching blindly on hunches? I jabbed a thumb in my chest. In my defense, my hunch did pay off. The old seats still looked sturdy enough. I slipped into one easily. Terrible squeaking and creaking. A little awkward with the environmental suit's backpack, but good enough. What is your objective here? Kidra asked me next, headlight examining the different consoles while I got to work. Even if you do find a power cell, he's still going to yell at you for not bringing back a harvest. He technically didn't specify I had to be the one that harvested all those weeds. You planned to trade scrap you found for frost bloom. Anything to avoid work, huh? Kidra said, connecting the dots. Yep, 2-for-1 deal. Even if the tech I need isn't here, I've still got my bases covered. You know what they say. If you're working hard, you're doing it wrong. They don't say that at all.
You say that,
Kidra shot back, and I tactfully ignored her. From the console's screens and wordings I could read, I was mostly positive this was some sort of security CNC center. Would make sense to have that kind of operation deeper underground, hence why it's still completely intact, unlike everything else. Problem was that security centers wouldn't hold any of the information I've been searching for. The only files I'll find here are security logs, maybe. None of those highly coveted printing files. Sighing, I moved on to Plan B.
Do you believe there's anything of use around?
Kidra asked, still scanning the room for dangers.
They probably had a backup generator set up somewhere, if they were smart,
I replied, scanning the room for loot.
With luck, we might really find a power cell to pawn off.
If there's circuitry, then there's wiring. And if there's wiring, there's a path to follow that leads to power. In moments, I'd found my target and traced it back to a panel. Locked, of course.
I could cut that for you,
Kidra offered, as I tested how firm the metal was with a few tugs.
I have a more civilized tool for the job, you barbarian,
I said, unhooking my crowbar from my backpack. A few seconds of aggressive negotiations later, and the panel dropped on the dust-filled floor with a groan, bent and defeated. Behind were breaker switches, lots of buttons, and one large lever with a red handle. This must have been the safety release toggle. That would open up the maintenance panel where we could get to work unhooking the expensive power cell. I'd then sell it for a week's worth of Frostbloom and gloat about it. I flipped the switch. Nothing happened. It didn't work.
What was it supposed to do?
Kidra asked, rifle still up.
It's supposed to connect mechanically to a maintenance panel, but I think the gears got disconnected. There wasn't any weight when I pulled it.
Rifle shots sounded out upstairs. The local comms exploded out in my speakers, mayhem starting upstairs.
Need backup right here, right now! We're getting shot at!
It pinged only a few feet away, according to the tracker.
We're nearby and can assist. What's going on?
Kidra barked out, switching frequencies to the local area, all business now.
We were trying to disassemble a broken turret,
a woman's voice said.
But the thing turned back on just now and started shooting. We need a relic knight over here, now!
Rat shit. Kidra turned to me, switching over to private comms again.
Can you fix it? Now?
She practically hissed at me. I tried flipping the switch back up. Nothing happened, of course. Let me find out what's wrong under the hood, I replied, and wiggled the paneling under the switch with some more crowbar action. More sounds of shooting drifted down the stairs. My stomach started making knots. I don't have a single good memory related to gunfire while on the surface. Finally, I broke the covering with a heavy yank and cursed the moment I saw what was actually under the switch. This would not get fixed.
What?
Kidra asked. These people might have lacked common sense and got bombed to the ground for it, but they'd been surface dwellers like us. Of course they hadn't gone out peacefully. They rigged the panel. Kidra swore. Their plan made sense. Some raiders come by, likely the ones that bombed the place, and try to loot the booth. They go for the obvious power cell and trigger the turret unknowingly, get shot to pieces the moment they exit. Someone had been real salty about their home getting blown up, and nobody made an easily fixable trap either. My sister turned to the stairs the moment she realized I wouldn't get lucky shutting down anything from here.
Wait,
I shouted after her.
We just need to wait for a relic knight. They can take care of everything.
And how long will it take? They're all out past the perimeter. We are responsible for this, Keith. We have to step up.
Well, technically you didn't flip that switch, I did. And second, wait, come back.
Kidra stormed up the stairs. Nothing I said could convince her otherwise. She took her duty to the house and cast too seriously. Relic knights had the gear to tank turret fire. We, on the other hand, are very squishy. She wasn't dumb, no heroic charge from her. Instead, she stalked carefully up the stairs, towards the sounds of danger, covering every angle with her rifle as she advanced. I followed behind, complaining the whole way, but pistol grudgingly at the ready. The noise came from a block of concrete that could rotate on itself. Twin gun barrels sticking out, already turning around to aim at us. My sister's rifle aggressively fired before the turret could fully rotate. The bullets pinged off the concrete block, dealing absolutely no damage. It, of course, returned fire the next moment. We dove to separate sides, hiding behind loose metal ruins. Bullets ringed against the wall, loud enough to sink past all my suit layers. Instruments on my arm flared. needles pointing at the increased power draw, trying to either recycle or vent the extra heat I was generating. "The thing's too thick for rifle fire!" I shouted over to Kidra. She cocked her head, exasperated.
"Do I look blind to you?"
The turret turned, looking back for its original targets. I could see them huddled now, 2 scavengers, cowering. Hang on. They said they were working on dismantling it, right? Kidra caught on exactly what I'd been thinking.
"Perhaps they left some panels exposed?"
"Not sure, but if they did, can you land the shots?" I asked.
"Buy me the time. I'll find the panels and I will not miss."
I took a quick peek to see what I was working with and immediately dove back. How'd it spot me that fast? Little bits of death whizzed above, right where I'd been a few seconds ago. The suits could hold back the cold, but they weren't going to hold back machine gun fire. "Getting you that window might be easier said than done. That thing will take my head off if I even peek at it," I yelled back.
"Well, solve it somehow. You keep claiming you're a big boy, right?"
"Can I answer no?" She didn't reply. Instead, she threw me the worst possible curse she could think of with her free hand. This thing was almost predicting when we'd stand up, except that turrets didn't operate on intuition. The machine either knows or doesn't, and the only way it could know is if it can see through walls. There weren't a lot of ways a targeting system could do that. Occult magic doesn't mix well with tech, so it's not some strange new occult weirdness giving it sight. Warlocks are all rich anyhow, so you're not going to find any on the surface. X-ray? No. Too short range and needed a LED backdrop. Infrared camera? Yeah. That was cheap and could do the trick. I could fool that. A bit of fiddling on my arm instruments and I vented all the spare heat. A moment later, bullets from the confused turret started firing wildly at the exhausted waste air. Kidra's rifle barked out before I could even call for the shot. She got 3 rounds before the turret turned to deal with her.
"Scrap shit. I hit those panels directly. Do we have a plan B?"
Kidra said. Well, if it survived the bombings and decades of neglect, I suppose a few measly bullets wasn't going to break it now. Try again? Not my greatest idea ever, but what else could we do?
"Fine. Give me another distraction."
I could fire blindly. No need to land my shots, just spook the turret. Kidra would do the rest. "Take your shots on my mark. And mark!" I whipped the pistol over my cover. The stupid thing shot the gun out of my hands right away. Couldn't tell if it was by accident or good targeting, but my pistol was sinking like a rock into the snow somewhere. Now I was both trapped behind this wall and also disarmed. Worse, the Evo suit's alarm started up, which meant the bullet spray had nicked my hand and wrist, opening it up to the environment. I cursed wildly, my free hand turning on the built-in heater to emergency levels as quickly as I could hit the buttons. I wasn't sure if the bullets had hit my hand or not, but the air would absolutely leave me missing fingers if I didn't act fast. Training and experience moved my free hand across the buttons and knobs needed, focusing the airflow on my arm. Heated air battled against the encroaching chill, rapidly losing the fight. That's expected. It'll do as a buffer between the extreme temperature and my exposed skin for now. Had a few seconds until the heater systems failed from the strain. Deeper cuts can be sutured later in the comfort of an Evo tent with clean needles and thread. I've done it before on myself plenty of times already for smaller cuts. Frostbite's only medical resolution was far more permanent. "Did you get it?" I yelled out, clicking the latches open on the field repair kit.
"Your distraction didn't last even a second. What do you think?"
"I think that sounds like a no," I muttered, lifting my mangled hand to check what I was up against. The arm was hit all right, a lot of threads ripped apart. Pain was already starting to bunch through the adrenaline in my system. The extreme environment here had the same effect on skin as a red-hot pipe pressed into contact. I gritted my teeth against the feeling of burning needles stabbing down, took aim with the repair gun, and shot until the sealant sank into all the frayed bits. The arm started to inflate as heated air cycled through with no place to exit. Good. That meant the seal took. I flicked the emergency heater off, its work done. The pain didn't go anywhere, but I'd manage. For now, I had to focus on the turret before it hit me again. The cover I was behind wasn't going to hold up forever. "Stay out of the way," a somber voice ordered over the comms. "I'll deal with this." The cavalry had arrived, and out of all the relic knights that could come to the rescue, it had to be him. Chapter 4. Father. A burst of shots assaulted the concrete turret.
Again, the turret's thick concrete puffed out in tiny dust chunks, but no true damage. It turned to open fire on the new target, rapidly approaching it. The man made his way on a direct intercept course to the turret, dropping the rifle now that he had drawn its attention. His movements were precise, measured, and didn't betray a hint of the raw power granted by the plate. A relic knight could move, all because of that armor. Metal armor covered in ice and frost, complete with a faceless helmet. A blood-red family sigil, the only decoration the armor sported. The family sigil of House Winterscar. A full suit of metal was stupidity in most cases on the surface, but an ancient suit of power that laughed in the face of conventional physics? Well, that's an exception. And Father's history towered above other knights as the clan's greatest warrior. The turret stood no chance. It still tried, anyhow, opening fire on him full auto. He ignored the attack, the sprint increasing, arms pumping methodically in perfect sync. Bullets riddled the armor, lighting it up with hundreds of sparks. At the last second, he threw himself into a skid, sliding the last few feet under the turret. Then he seized the exposed weapon barrels with the gauntlets. Everyone coveted relic armor for a reason. For those venerable armors, ripping a turret in two was well within ability. Leveraging legs, back, and arms all together, Father lifted. Metal groaned, cracks spread across the concrete block, and even the turret's rifle tips started to bend. When a wide enough fracture formed at the base, he let go of the barrels and reached into it. With a good grip on both sides, he pulled the fissure apart. The gun turret was pried open like an oyster, inch by inch. More metal screamed inside, being slowly ripped apart from the sheer force. Halfway through, it stopped firing, probably some critical component bent too far out of shape. With one final snap of metal, the top part gave in, falling down on the snow with a heavy thud. Everything went silent. The man didn't bother checking his defeated foe. The armor's helmet sensors would have already told him all he needed to know. Instead, he turned and went off to look after the hiding scavengers. That gave me some time to go fish out my pistol from the snow and hopefully sneak away. Except the snow was too deep, and I couldn't tell where the gun had flown off to. Discussion floated over the comms, Father checking in on the wounded, getting the story from their side. And still, I couldn't find the blasted pistol. By the time I found where it had sunk, Father was already stalking back, straight towards us. He joined comms and immediately started right into me. "The next time you get disarmed, I'll have your hide for it. How many years do I need to spoon-feed you the basics, boy?"
"Father,"
Kidra said, walking up to him,
"thank you for assisting us with this."
Cordial as always, she was. Suppose that's the only way to handle him these days. He shook his head. "Those two scavengers will pay for their greed. They weren't supposed to be looking for scrap on a harvesting mission." No guessing what would happen if Father got wind that those two scavengers weren't the only ones looking for scrap instead of Frostbloom. My hand was already a ball of pain as it is. A bruised rib added to the count wasn't going to be a great plan. I glanced nervously at Kidra, already feeling panic rising in me. She didn't match my gaze. Instead, she took a deep breath.
"It wasn't their fault. I am the one that caused the issue. We were exploring an old bunker, and I triggered a trap."
Parts of me were both relieved and uneasy at the same time. She hadn't mentioned what I'd been up to, but her sense of duty hadn't let her outright omit it either. I suppose she thought the only way forward was to take the fall for me outright. Made sense. Father would only give her a slap on the wrist, since she rarely failed in anything. Me, on the other hand, I'd be lucky to keep that wrist. I'd never seen him hit her once out of anger yet. How many favors did I even owe her at this point? Kidra was a goddamn saint. He turned to her slowly. "You disobeyed the mission parameters and went scavenging?" Then his head snapped in my direction, suspicious. "Was Keith with you? Was it his idea?"
"He was, and I made my own choices."
Father grunted. "I'm disappointed that you, of all people, hunted for scrap instead of carrying out your mission. I expected better from you." He turned to me next, clearly fishing for something. "And you?" Even with the faceplate hiding every feature, it wasn't hard to guess how his glare looked. "Why, pray tell, did you miss spotting the trap?" Ah, of course he'd thrown that at me. Kidra had focused on weapons and combat, while I'd opted for a jack-of-all-roles training. Against his advice, of course, which meant I was the one most experienced in finding this sort of thing. But I hadn't been careless. This had been a particularly well-prepared trap. Even in hindsight, there wasn't anything I could have done better. They'd rigged it specifically so that it wouldn't be noted. Of course they did, fool. It's a trap. Do you think they're targeting animals out here? Stay calm. This will pass. Father stalked up closer to me, looming. You swore to me up and down that your skills learned from those low-caste engineers put you above the typical scavenger. I've yet to see a single shred of proof from you. Today just marks another failure, boy. I stared back, my heart beating fast with anger and indignation. But that wouldn't do me any good. Stay calm. The anger smoldered in my heart as I watched. Deep breaths. Don't explode. He turned to watch us both. You'll both report to those scavengers directly, explain the situation, and offer remediation.
Understood. I will do that.
Kidra nodded. Yes, Father. I followed. The man turned to me next, grabbing my basket of weeds. Explain this. He held the half-empty basket, the accusation implicit. I picked the wrong direction to scavenge, and half a basket is acceptable. It's not a bad haul, per se, just not a good haul either. Also, most of it was my sister's, which he'd find out pretty soon. And yet, you still chose to explore some bunker for scrap instead of harvesting. Dereliction of duty once again, he growled back, then turned to check over Kidra's work. The odds that two scavengers would return with exactly the same haul were slim to none. Of course, it was just like my sister to try making both baskets completely even. Not that it would have made any difference to hide that. I could see his helmet shift from basket to basket, the relic armor's sensors telling him the full story as expected. I almost laughed at the absurdity of it. Those ancient armors were utterly priceless, handed down from generation to generation. Entire houses were founded on owning even a single one. And this was what he was using it for, to scan shrubbery in a basket just to get another dig at me. Of course, if I did laugh, it wouldn't end with me laughing. The man ripped a concrete turret in half just a minute ago. Father tossed my basket down at my feet. The frost bloom intentionally scattered all over the snow. With deep breaths, I silently got to my knees to gather up the herbs. Stay calm. Don't open your trap and make this worse. The anger roiled inside, but I held it at bay, letting it sulk back down deep. You can't keep shouldering his faults each time, he said, glancing back at my sister. He needs to learn. Only the true and full consequences of his own actions can teach him. Kidra said nothing, hands tightening on the basket. Then she took a step forward, shielding me behind her.
He is a scholar at heart, Father. Training him to be a retainer is not the best use of his talents for the clan.
What talents? There are no scholars on the surface. The armored man pointed an accusing finger at me. You live as a warrior or you die as a slave. There is no middle ground for a knight retainer. No one will respect him if he stays in the bunker scribbling numbers in the dirt. That isn't his duty.
That's rather rich coming from you, when you spent years wallowing in that dirt,
she shot back, but stopped when I got up and put a hand on her shoulder.
It's fine, Kidra, I told her. It doesn't matter.
And then the rage surged through me, burning with hatred, leaping free from my tongue before my teeth could trap them shut. Guess I'll just die like a good little slave the next time a raid comes. Oh, rat shit. Father turned his head slowly at first, fixing his gaze on me, his hands clenched and unclenched rapidly at his sides, which was never a good sign. I'd hit a nerve and then dug a knife into it. I could see him taking his own deep breaths, fighting his own war. And just like me, I knew he'd lose. Look, I said, taking a few steps backward and raising my hands, placating, already reacting to what was going to happen. The expedition is more important. Too late and too little. He lunged for me, hands empowered by armor moving at speeds beyond reaction. It closed around the cuff of my neck, then yanked me off my feet and slammed me down through the snow. Not hard enough to damage my environmental suit, but enough that I could feel the ache. The recently exposed hand flared up like a sun. I braced for the follow-up slap by reflex, my unhurt hand flinching up to protect my head, ready to see stars. That hit never came, though his hand was hovering at the ready, shaking. The rage boiled through that metal armor directed at me. I'd run my mouth again and twisted the knife that shouldn't ever be touched. "You will not disparage the dead of this house. Too many have died." His voice was as cold as the ice around us. "Return with 3 baskets on the next foraging site, or I'll never allow you on a main expedition again."
3 baskets? That's
I wasn't asking, he screamed, shoving me back down into the snow. I bit down whatever argument was bubbling under the surface. It was hard, but somehow I swallowed any anger or righteous indignation. Those emotions wouldn't serve me at all right now. There was only accepting and moving on.
"Yes, Father, I understand."
Father scoffed in disgust. "You should know better than to say those things to me, boy." Neither my sister nor my father said anything else as we entered camp. Departure was in less than 15 minutes, and that was the only reason I hadn't been sent back to go gather the insane amount of baskets Father demanded. This sight cost me. I'd gotten too carried away thinking I'd just find the tech I needed at every site I visited. In retrospect, I should have stuck to my job in yanking out weeds for provisions. This place's chance had been way too tiny. Build up favors, friends, and more cards. And then play them all when a site seems likely to contain the tech I need for my dream. Chapter 5. A Knife to a Dream. The ships floated in the distance, a lazy meter off the ground. Attended by the mass of scavengers scurrying around the hulls, they tightened goods and polished off ice forming on the bows and engine intakes. The old air speeders were massive, with racks of seats on the inside and a rough, bulky superstructure. Dotted around the hull were welded metal shelves and hand grips. Evidence of repairs scarred the plates, each with its own storied history of mismatched parts. These were old. Older than the clan, I'd heard some people claim. It was amazing they still worked, a real tribute to the endurance of lost tech, if the right printing files were available to replace and repair parts. Other relic knights patrolled the camp, a wide berth given to each. They all displayed their own rich visual history of trinkets, clothing, and war keepsakes. Only the greatest warriors in each house wore these relics, or the most politically devious schemers. My house had been the poster child on that front, once. And all these clan heroes inclined nods of deference to our group of 3 walking in. For a moment, I could pretend they paid that gesture to me, and not to the armored legend walking behind. One day, I would prove that engineering and science could do more for the clan than any relic knight. And once I did that, maybe things would change for the scholar caste Father so frequently dismissed. I would have to trade and call in all my favors to make those 3 baskets at the next site, no matter what. I couldn't allow access to main expeditions to slip by. I knew the tech was out there, far beyond the habitat. Humanity had once been like gods, and we could do it again with enough knowledge. It would all start with the internet. Most of the camp had packed up, and the last-minute preparations were being completed. The air was full of electric energy. Large habitat tents were dismantled, the final residents taking a few last bites of rations and relative warmth before suiting up for the long ride. Smaller one-man speeders zipped around, acting as scouts and escorts. They raced out into the distance with loud whoops, going far ahead of the expedition. Departure must be imminent if the scouts were given leave to deploy. Pretty soon, we'd be gone from here, and the only thing left behind would be a mess of footprints on the cracked ice. I dumped the frost bloom clumps into the storage space of the nearest airspeeder. While we didn't have any assigned ships, I always aimed to get on one ship in specific. I was good friends with the, let's say, eccentric pilot. Very few reachers were allowed on expeditions, so only the best among them got that honor, and the best usually came with quirks. Plus, the ship's medical bay didn't show a lot of people using it right now. I'd get a chance to look over my hand. Climbing aboard, I made my way past the small gathering of scavengers organizing who sat where. Most were already on their way to the sides of the hull, climbing over thick bars. I took the small flight of stairs instead, deeper into the airship, toggling the airlock. Only one other scavenger joined in with me, walking with a limp. We gave each other polite nods, waiting to see if anyone else in the airspeeder were coming with. No one else behind made any motion, so my fellow hit the door seal button and began the air cycle. Heated air flooded the small compartment until the temperature matched the medical bay. Ice broke under my steps, Hit a loose bar on the way down. Scrap shit luck, my fellow said while we waited. Think I probably cut half my leg there. You? Got shot by a turret in the hand. I lifted the hand and waggled my fingers. Can still move the digits, so that's a good sign. Turret, huh? Don't know if you got lucky to survive or unlucky to run into it in the first place. Lucky to survive in this case, I said. I'm the one that turned it on in the first place. He barked out a laugh. Betrayed by your own hand, huh? I lifted the ruined glove up. Guess it paid the price up front. He gave me a good-natured pat. Experience is a brutal teacher, but can't argue she's not the best for the job. Knock on metal, you won't need to order the same lesson twice. The door beeped, green light flickering on. A beat later, it started to slide open, revealing the tiny section. This frigate had its own dedicated medbay, unlike smaller airspeeders where the cockpit would have pulled double duty. That said, it was still an old airspeeder, so the medical staff here came down to a single man in a cramped room. Part of the reason only wounded were allowed to come into this room, to make sure the medical staff had the most room to work with. My fellow and I started taking off our masks and goggles, putting them to the side, and taking a refreshing breath. The medic took one look at us and pointed a hand to my fellow scavenger. On the bed, he said, pulling a tray out with string and needles. Must have noticed the limp he had. As for me, I took a seat on a chair and brought out another medical tray. It had everything I'd need to clean and fix up most issues. My glove ended up more like a cast than a glove at this point with the amount of sealant I had to apply. I slipped off my unarmored glove using my teeth and then promptly took off the mangled one. Time to find out if I had bullet wounds to worry about or just frostbite. There were several large red sections on the hand and arm where the cold had seeped in for the first few seconds. Just frost nip damage. I'd been quick enough to keep everything from spiraling out. As for the bullet, I'd gotten lucky there too. One long red line on my forearm muscles where a bullet must have grazed through. It began to bleed the moment I ripped off the bits of sealant that had seeped through the glove and closed it up. Environmental suits all had internal plating and could resist some minor bullet fire, but only the critical parts of the body. Weight and mobility was a balancing act up here. My fellow on the bed had far worse to deal with, a nasty laceration that ran across his hamstring. Most of it was covered up by sealant. The medic looked back my way, an eyebrow up, expecting my diagnosis. Just minor sutures for me. Arm, I said, cleaning it off with gauze. He gave a nod, absent-mindedly preparing the solution that would dissolve the sealant clinging to his patient's leg. Way too much there to just rip off by hand. Do you want to handle it yourself or wait for me? No need for pride, kiddo. Sutures with one hand and teeth are going to slow you down. Knowing basic medical procedures and how to apply them to oneself was ingrained enough to be a rite of passage. Everyone had at least one scar they'd patched up themselves, or one patch of their suit they'd repaired out on the field. It was actually more of a problem because younger scavengers would go looking for the excuse to come back with a story on their body. Older scavengers, like my fellow on the bed there, they'd rather have an expert deal with it if it wasn't critical. I'll clean it off and wait, I said, disinfecting the area and applying a quick biofilm to keep it shut until the medic could do a more permanent job with sutures. It didn't take the medic too long before he started work on me next. Outside the airlock, Kidra was waiting for me. I waved a new glove at her, moving the digits. By now, most of the expedition had already boarded their speeders, and this one was no exception. The room out here was packed with chatter. We made our way to the seating section in single-file line, weaving through the mess of people to where the last seats might be unoccupied. Two scrappers saw us on approach and nudged each other. They were clearly muttering to one another, too far away for us to make out under their masks. Once we came close enough, they connected over the local comms.
"Oh, young master," the left one said. "We would be honored to give you our seats over."
"Thanks, but it's fine. We're about to go take a seat outside," I said. They looked at one another.
"We insist,"
the one on the right said, standing up. "You really don't have to. I'll be just fine sitting outside with everyone else."
"No, no. You are the children of the Winterscar Prime himself," the remaining one huffed out. "It wouldn't do for lesser branch members like us to take the good seats and have you sitting with the low-tier retainers outside. We'd rather not stir up trouble."
The rightmost man was already climbing his way out onto the hull, reaching for the metal shelving.
"Ice it all. We're not so miserable as to take pity from House Winterscar."
"We thank you for your generosity," my sister interjected, giving a nod of respect and taking the freed-up seats. She'd stopped trying to argue a long time ago. The two scrappers made their way outside, taking new seats on the metal shelvings. Hand grips and climbing straps would be the best they got to hold in place. "It's pointless," Father said, passing from behind us, going deeper into the airship. The doors shut behind him, but his voice remained on the comms channel. "They know their rank. It would bring shame to their house to overstep it. Stop running from the duty that comes with it." I sighed and sat down, strapping myself in. "I just don't feel like I deserve this or anything." "You don't, but someday you might. Begin with remediation to the ones your choices put in danger first." "Ah, right." Out here, conflicts were handled privately between parties, or at worst, brought up to the house leadership. The last thing anyone wanted was to bring the issue outside the clan houses into public ruling. Winterscar was in an odd position when it came to that. But it wouldn't sit right with me to abuse my authority and rank just to save a bit of scrap. Death was pretty common for anyone venturing outside the safety of the clan. This sort of remediation was done often enough. I'd been on the other end of a few myself, so I knew what to expect. I turned to Kidra, and we both scoured through the comms logs over the next few minutes, finding the names we needed to connect with. More and more scavengers climbed aboard, and soon the local comms channels were filled with chatter. But we'd finally traced the signal despite the distractions. Looks like our unlucky pair had climbed on another airship. A quick connection request later, and it was time to get to work.
"Ah!"
A woman's voice popped from my headset speakers.
"I reckon you're the two that tried helping us with the turret earlier. Surprised to see Winterscars? You two the real deal, or spoofing the logs as some kind of hooligan joke?" "No, ma'am. We are from House Winterscar,"
Kidra said. "How's the damage?" I asked, moving the topic to remediations.
"Grumpy,"
a man's voice answered through the comms.
"Rat shit contraption forced me to take a bad jump. Ankle's swollen up. I'll have to sit out for a few days while buggers get rich around me. Suppose that's what I deserve for getting loot fever on the job. The devil convinced me it'd be a good idea at the time."
I gulped. "So, about that,
"We are the ones that are most likely responsible for the turret, sir,"
Kidra said, joining in and explaining the whole thing. Nothing was left out, and since Father wasn't in the comms with us, that meant she could safely include who the real culprit was. There was a dark chuckle on the comms.
"So, I reckon this be a call for remediations, Winterscar?"
I had a feeling this man was grinning wide wherever he was and rubbing his gloves together.
"Roach, don't you dare bully the poor kids,"
the woman said, followed by some rustling that sounded like slapping.
"You done your share of rat shit when you were their age, and they're Winterscars for Suya's sake. Have some compassion."
"Winterscars or not, I still got limp in me boot, woman, and compassion don't buy food last I checked."
He sighed.
"But I suppose we all know this happens coming out here."
He chuckled darkly.
"Unlucky. You'll be the one looting a turret while on gathering orders. Get greedy dealing with the devil like that. Don't be surprised when it don't work out for you,"
the woman said.
"And they did try to help, dear. That should count for something."
"Sacrifice be written right in the vows already. They ain't no reachers to be coddled, they're like us. No extra points for doing the bare minimum. No, wait, don't slap!"
There was some more scuffling over the comms. His voice came back momentarily.
"All right, fine, you blasted snow witch. You Winterscar pups, bring back a cell, and I'll call the remediation done and over with."
"A power cell? Hey now, you got an ankle sprain, not maimed. I came out of it worse." Power cells were hard to come by, but they weren't an impossible goal either. A whole power cell for a wound was doorside robbery. This was the sort of price point the next of kin would be asking.
"You trying to haggle?" he laughed. "Gutsy of ya. Well, come and get some then. Let's see what you got."
Turns out I don't got. He talked me around circles and almost haggled me up. In the end, we came to the conclusion I wasn't responsible in terms of foresight and skills, as he agreed nobody could have caught that trap. But that I was responsible because I'd chosen to delve into that hole in the first place. The power cell he wanted wasn't for pulling the lever. It was payment for my original choice to explore when I'd been ordered not to. And that was logic that I had no valid arguments against, so I had to call it quits.
"See you on the other side, little pup. With some loot in your hands, of course."
I begrudgingly agreed, and the deal was set just in time to see Anka Shadowsong climb aboard. Oh, great, as if this day could get any worse. She came to a stop near the center, then gazed around the chamber, deciding which scavenger to yank off. As usual with the Shadowsong air, her two henchmen, Calum and Locke, followed behind like the good little minions they were.
You,
she pointed at some poor random bloke.
Out of that seat. And the two bugs next to him. Be gone.
I tagged into local comms, watching them quickly unstrap themselves and make their way outside. One of them got too close to Anka on the way out. She inclined her head, not bothering to verbalize her orders. The two men behind her seized the approaching scavenger and practically threw him off board. Anka strutted over and sat on the vacant seats, her two henchmen following behind. It was only a matter of time until Anka spotted my sister and the fireworks began.
Why, Kidra, what a surprise. If I'd known there'd be rats like you on this airship, I'd have avoided it like the plague.
The rest of the occupants inside remained quiet. Nobody outranked her here. Only Kidra and I were technically at the same caste tier, with our father being the Winterscar Prime, which meant nobody was going to jump into this argument. So I stepped up to the plate. I don't see anything stopping you from getting back out, princess.
Ridiculous. I've already settled in. It's insects like you that should know better.
I whistled. Well, who shoved ice up your ass this morning? The two minions bristled at that, Calum's voice patching through first. You don't have the right to address the lady, even less with the trash that comes out of your mouth. Bold coming from you, buddy. Didn't your boss pick you out of some garbage pile? Anka raised her hand before he could retort, shutting him up.
Calum, the best insults are sharpened with truth. Ignore dull barbs from an abandoned mutt like him. After all, nobody civilized was left alive to educate him.
Do you need me to teach your minion how to read and write next? Calum unhooked himself from his seat, standing up. If you're looking for a beat-down Winterscar, I'm more than happy to deliver. Or are you going to hide behind your sister again, you coward? Kidra groaned, now getting pulled into the fight.
My brother apologizes for antagonizing you three. Please sit back down.
I don't apologize, I started, but Kidra's arm yanked me to the side of the seat.
My dear brother, you owe me. I'd like some peace and quiet, and you're going to make that happen. Are we clear?
I turned to glare at the standing minion. I apologize for my rude behavior. The lackey stayed standing, glaring back at me under his goggles. There's some irony here, how neither of us wanted to surrender, but neither of us wanted to piss off our respective bosses. Anka finally waved him away, ordering him back into his seat with a flick of her head.
Impressive, Kidra. You have him on a leash now. Good for you. Must you continue with this childish behavior? Kidra said. We haven't been teenagers for a long time now. Alas, time doesn't completely remove all scars, only most of them. Such a pity. You only further prove my point.
Kidra glanced up, an exasperated breath coming out over the comms.
What do you really want? We both know you didn't come here by chance.
Anka examined her glove, rotating it in the light, ignoring Kidra. Bits of gold jewelry glinted as the light hit her bracers.
I want my knife,
she eventually said, primly, almost as if it were an afterthought.
Your knife? Curious, that's not quite how I remember it going. That knife should be mine by rights, she snapped out, furious all of a sudden. You should never have been allowed to spot in the first place. I was allowed to compete as per tradition. Your house isn't even a real house anymore. You've been wiped off the face of the surface for years now. Rules are rules. I suggest you learn to be content with second place. It'll be quite useful in your life.
The lady went quiet, composing herself again. Scheming, probably.
Fine. No matter. I already planned for this.
Well, that sounds ominous. She drew out a mess of papers from her backpack.
This cost me quite a bit of my own personal resources to track down and obtain. Perhaps you might be interested?
Anka turned so the title was on top, making it visible to me. Specifically, me. On the page, Department of Defense, ECAC Field Antenna Handbook, June 1984. Bitch! How did you know? I asked, voice low.
Finding something Kidra wants was a dead end. Nothing she cares for is difficult to acquire. You, however, my research points that you're full of desires far outside your ability to obtain.
She tapped the stack of papers.
Like this book.
Don't get excited. It might not even have what I need. For all I know, it could just be about software, instead of the mechanical know-how on long-range radio waves. But scrap shit, if it did happen to detail that. A massive web of comm buoys all over the wastes would solve issues. Have them daisy-chain information around? Pirates and thugs wouldn't be able to find and destroy them all. I was already at the limits of what engineers typically learned. Anywhere further into the third era was a fool's errand. It all got exponentially more complicated after simple circuits. The records from back then showed a different picture than today. They had hundreds of people collaborating to advance the field, instant access to every bit of information in the entire world, guides that could distill a lifetime's worth of work into a single paper report, state-of-the-art tools, and entire nation's worth of budget to work from. And it still took them years to advance. A combustion engine was easy enough to understand, but even old, outdated computers simply couldn't be reverse-engineered from nothing by one person, especially with the culture of the clan. Research was seen as a waste of time when those parts could be printed out and put to immediate use. Too much effort for something that might be outdated the very next day if a scavenger happened to return with usable printing files. Civilization had once been built on the shoulders of giants, and today there were no giants to stand on. She must have read my journal entries to know about that. This was bait. If you think I'm going to ask my sister to trade her goddamn occult knife for a book, you're out of your mind. Anka laughed, putting the collection of papers back into her storage.
Of course not. The value difference is ludicrous. No, I'm not offering a trade. I'm offering a competition.
Kidra took a look at me and then panned over to Anka.
What are the terms?
This is rat shit, I hissed, turning on my sister.
Risking your knife isn't worth it for a stack of glorified paper. The knife belongs to me, brother. I will choose to do with it as I please.
Anka cut in, voice almost gleeful.
Since the book's value is far below an occult blade, I'll allow you to select the challenge, so long as it is fair. Should you win, I'll give you the book. Should I win, you'll give me my knife.
My sister stayed silent for a moment, mulling it over.
I accept. When we arrive at the next scrap site, whoever returns with the most power cells wins. You will have to leave behind one of your teammates, however, as there are only 2 of us and 3 of you.
She pointed at the minions, who seemed to almost bristle at the idea of getting separated.
Additionally, I'll increase the stakes. Whoever loses must hand over all gathered power cells to the winner as well. I don't intend to win only a book.
That was still a gamble, but we had a heavy advantage. Most scavenging teams were large and optimized for working at such a scale. Anka would find herself with only one teammate to rely on, a position she'd never been in before. Kidra and I, on the other hand, we'd spent years learning how to maximize the efficiency of 2 people.
So be it. I accept. Locke, you will stay behind at the convoy for this.
She turned her sights on us.
I look forward to victory.
I stared at my sister, horrified, and switched over to private comms.
What have you done? There's no way that book is worth taking a gamble on your knife. The occult blade is only a tool in the end. It's expensive, yes, but it can be replaced or bought eventually. A dream is worth more.
When I untangled just what she meant, it hit like a gut punch.
She's going to cheat,
I said, sniffling and trying to keep composed against the well of emotions. I'm only sentimental because it's not every day someone puts a goddamned occult knife down on a bet for my crazy internet pipe dream. Just a small one took years of saving up. A knife like hers would take decades.
She will certainly attempt to find any advantage she can. However, it will not cross outright sabotage. Consider her position.
Kidra looked up from her rifle, staring down her rival.
Of all the options available for my knife, she deliberately chose a competition. It likely took her longer to obtain that book than to commission her own knife, and she certainly has the capital to outright purchase one.
Lords, you political schemers are complicated. Kidra nodded, showing a hand sign for smiling. She's always been like this. Her pride is far more important than a knife, even an occult one. You don't know her as well as I do. Anka sat primly and properly on her seat, almost smug even. I could hear it in her voice. I hope you've enjoyed that blade, my dear. In a few hours it will be mine, as it should have been from the start. Kidra scoffed back. Did you think I accepted this competition for charity? I fully intend to win. The antique airspeeder rumbled under us, almost annoyed like a particularly sharp stick had protruded it. The vibrations were making it through all my layers of printed fur. All crew prep for takeoff. Keep your arms and legs close, and make sure you don't forget to hook yourself up. I'm looking at you, DeGrotto, the comm system announced in a deep voice. I could hear the comment channel blow up with laughter, and one indignant voice objecting the whole way through. Complain all you want, kid. You should have paid more attention to who's next to your hook, the pilot replied with a good-natured chuckle, silencing the comms noise. The rest of the expedition is heading out now, guys and gals. Take off in 3, 2, 1. Chapter 6. The Deathless. The ship rocketed upwards a few meters with a heavy groan. Gravity squeezed me down into my chair, but the seat's padding easily handled any discomfort until the acceleration passed. The scavengers that dotted the outside hull simply had to deal with the motion, tightening hands on their handholds. Our airspeeder lazily glided into line behind the other behemoths, small turns and stops magnified by the scale of the ship, hovering above the ground only a few meters off. The lead ship kicked off into gear, with the rest of the convoy, including ours, following steadily behind. Snow and sleet billowed off the sides as the ships gathered speed, cutting through the barren land and harsh wind. The next stop would be about 7 hours from now. Kidra, as usual, was using this time to meditate on past combat or drills, as Father had trained us both to do over 8 years of angry yelling. As for me, my eyes stayed on the horizon, binoculars pressed as close to my goggles as physically possible, as if I was going to miss a moment of this trip with my eyes closed. A white sea of snow and ice covered the world. Maybe once every 2 hours or so, I'd catch glimpses of broken buildings far out in the distance. Towers, derelicts, or even fortresses, all pressed out of their tombs over the years from the underground shifting around. The deep timbre voice crackled out of my comm speakers again, this time into my private comms. He was just about a decade my senior, the current pilot of this airspeeder, and one of my good friends. Teed. Kid, how you holding up? Got shot earlier. I grinned ear to ear, even if no one could see. I already owe someone a power cell. Anka's causing problems for the knife again. Father wants me to gather an insane amount of frost bloom or I'm kicked from the expedition. And I think we officially crossed the farthest I've been from home today. All in all, a normal day for me. Sounds like you're settling into the wastes. There's so many people, Teed. I don't even know everyone's names. Not to mention I've never seen over 3 relic knights in an expedition before. And there are 20 tagging along as guards. 20. Main expeditions were a completely different beast than the tiny ones I'd been on up to now. The possible future sites we'd find farther out into the wastes and what could be found inside was making it hard to sleep each night. You'll get used to it, kid. Run enough expeditions, you see the same faces enough times to know 'em all. The roster count changes up, but all the players stay the same. None of 'em trouble, right? Other than a certain lady. The normal folks all think I'm Father's chosen right now, so they're keeping polite. Might change after they find out he hates my guts, and it's really my sister that inherited all that. Whatever my father had that let him come out of unwinnable fights time and time again, Kidra had gotten it. For the first few years after he sobered up and began training us, I thought he'd stop hating me if I could be as good as my sister. Naive on my part. I realized the moment I opened the family ledger just how little skill would have changed anything. I could have been a blade master on the level sung in stories, and he'd still have hated me to the core for what I represented. The old man's not that bad. He wouldn't have brought you along with the big boys if he really hated you, Teed said. No, I said, chuckling. He's got too much principle to ignore me like he should. Let's change the subject. This is a sore spot for me. Are we on track to make it under Urs? Of course we were. The convoy pilots were meticulous in their planning. If they messed up and missed the refuel, it could mean a slow, freezing death for all of us. Well, they'd reroute to another celestial flyby, so freezing to death might be a bit dramatic, but it was the first thing floating on my mind to talk about, and Father's reasons were a sore subject to me. There was a noticeable moment of static before he replied. I've been piloting out in these white wastes before you even learned how to sneak out of your house grounds. Been, diligently checking the charts every hour. I notice a suspicious amount of time before you confirmed direction. Just enough time to take a reading from an astrological chart. Very suspicious, yes. Well, you ain't wrong, he said, chuckling to himself. But I could find camp under one of the gods with my eyes closed. Don't need any of these charts. Much. I heard a knocking on metal over the speaker for good luck. Navigation is a lost art, kid, and I'm, let's say, an artisan explorer. Getting too big for your britches there, old man. He scoffed. Ha. Younglings don't know their place anymore these days. Talking about that, ever thought of sneaking up here to the cockpit with me? You'd make a much better reacher than you would a retainer. No offense. I wish I could. Though maybe not a pilot. I'm more of a tinker and make things type of guy. Not sure I'd be good at piloting our astrological charts or keeping track of where the gods are orbiting. Rather leave that to the priests and pilots, I answered honestly. I know learning how to navigate would be something you'd be good at, kid. Actually, let me offer a more convincing argument. There's numbers here, he said, using math as bait. I could even rustle some up right now. You like sevens, right? He was probably doing the eye waggle with that last bit. Teed was someone whose personality carried directly through the deep timbre voice of his. Kidra said his voice was more like dark chocolate. Leave it to her to compare a voice to food. Someday, I said, ignoring the bait he'd put out earlier. I wasn't that easy to hook. Problem is, I can hear him in my head already. Honor your vow and House Winterscar, something, duty and responsibility. Ugh. I've got to find a way to get away from all this rat shit. Flip him a new one. Tell him you're going to follow the Reacher vows of duty instead of the retainer one. Oath is an oath, right? He's got to respect that at least. The clan lord set that in stone. If only it were that easy to switch lives, Teed. Yeah, but who'd actually stop you? Only Winterscar's left running around last I counted was your sister, your father, and you. Knocking on metal resounded over the comms again. I don't think you could disappoint your sister, angel that she is, and I don't suspect you could disappoint your father. Well, more than he already is. Again, no offense meant, honored retainer, sir. The three gods above praise your name, etc., etc. You've got a weird way of respecting your betters. I'll start a blood feud with you if you keep showing me lip like this. Fear me. Oh, I'm shaking in my boots. His grin could be practically heard through the comms at this point. Tell your dear sister to hold me. I need reassurance for my poor plebeian soul. A glance over at Kidra showed she hadn't moved a muscle, still cradling the rifle in her hands, meditating correctly as expected of a knight retainer, unlike her gossip-monger of a brother. Alas, poor Teed, dear elder sister's one genuine lover in this world will always be that NAR-15. This romance of yours is not made to be. A simple peasant like me can dream, sir. But seriously, what is it you see in her anyhow? She's my sister, and I love her to death, of course, but she's too prim and proper about everything she sets her mind on. Not to mention she's a caste and a half above you. That's always a messy scandal when it happens. But it makes for the juiciest gossip. He sighed over the speakers. Maybe I'll tell you when you're older, kid. I've got gray hairs already, mostly from you. How much older do you want me to be? Right. And next you'll be trying to show me you got hair down there, too. I solemnly swear, it's also gray. I'd rather eat ice than ask for proof on that one. He chuckled, then interrupted me before my next breath. Hang on, Keith, got company coming up here. His demeanor and attitude changed completely. Ah, my lord, welcome. What can this humble navigator do for you? And this time the respect in his voice was genuine. This felt like eavesdropping on a more private part of Teed's life. Either he'd forgotten to turn off his comms with me, or he'd wanted me to listen in. But that guilty feeling was pushed down by my inner gossip-mongering. There's only one person in the entire clan who had the title of a lord. I'm a lord, it can be done.
Have to travel farther north for about a day to catch back up with Urs if we do this. If we divert too long, Suya's orbit is also in range, though we'll have to backtrack a few hours to reach it. A shorter moment bridged this gap. After hearing something indistinct in the background, Teed's voice picked up soon after. Of course, my lord. I'll set the new route immediately and contact the rest of the convoy with the change of plans. If I might ask for preparation reasons, why the change? I strained to hear the voice in the background talk. If my father was a living legend in the clan lord was a being straight out of myth. He wasn't just a regular clan lord, he was deathless, an immortal being more akin to a demigod than a human. They say he's lived over 400 years. To put it another way, he tags on the main expeditions to handle things that relic knights can't. Ah, I understand, my lord. Consider it done. The static in the speakers interrupted my thoughts, and all was silent once more, except for the humming of the engines. The airspeeder turned on itself now, with my side rising upwards as the whole thing tilted. Almost immediately, the rotational pull squished my chest against the straps, wanting to rip me off my seat and into the open as the speeder gracefully turned. The scavengers hanging on the outside hull nervously tightened down on their handholds, dangling feet rising upwards with the pull. It wasn't anywhere strong enough to worry about, especially since everyone should have strapped their clips in. Still, nobody wanted to be the first in years to fall off an airspeeder mid-ride. Oh, you'd survive if you tumbled correctly, assuming nothing important broke on your suit during the tumble, but the entire convoy would have to stop and turn around to fetch you, which was plenty embarrassing. God's damn it, Teed muttered a moment later. Why did he pick my ship of all the ships to spend the trip on? Right, so fess up, I demanded. You don't just drop this sort of delicious gossip right by a rumor monger like me and expect to escape. My comms on this entire time? You know it. All right, go ahead, you nosy little monster. His voice was resigned, knowing exactly what sort of person I was when offered gossip. Let's get the interrogation over already. I was happy to oblige. Where does he want the convoy to go? Teed answered with an almost verbal shrug. He said he felt something call out to him from the west. Gave me coordinates and all. What, he just had a gut feeling something was at these, perfectly specific coordinates? Gut feelings were no basis for moving an entire 400-man operation. It was more likely he hadn't felt anything, but didn't want to reveal more about the true source, if I had to guess. Then again, he was a deathless. The stories about their powers were always changing around. So what was he planning? He says, drive me there. Well, I'll do exactly that and smile the whole way, but word to the wise kid, if it's got him interested, it's way out of our league. He knocked again on the metal. Anything happens out there, you don't ask questions, you run. Fair enough. I'd heard stranger things about the Deathless. How far away is it? Coordinates are close by. Should arrive in 3 hours or so at this speed. So it's closer than our previous target. Got any ideas what's waiting for us? Not a single clue, kid. It could be a breach into the underground, a site, or maybe another reason. Or maybe the reason he brought 20 relic knights with him isn't just for security. Chapter 7. A Monument to the Gods. I'd been wrong on my assumption. Our destination had been a derelict site, an old one, which meant our competition with Anka was a go. The airspeeders banked into a clearing, snow flying off, revealing the bumpy metal ground underneath. In a moment, our expedition had touched down after a long 3-hour trip. The frantic movement of industry exploded out from all sides of the landed ships. Crates were hauled out by the dozen. Portable habitats deployed and tied down. Scavengers were already grouping up, plotting how to excavate this site. Through it all, one man stood silently watching the site, a good stretch away from the industry behind him. Unmoving, like a statue, a massive fur coat over his relic armor, his helmet cradled in his arm, and the utterly lethal air blowing mildly across his cheeks and through his hair. Relic gear was fueled by rat-shit magic that regularly gave physics the middle finger, but at least you had to wear the blasted thing before you got to bend the rules. How do you think he does that? I pointed to where the man stood. Does what? Kidra was still busy unloading her gear from the airspeeder, not looking at my prompting. That!
I said, pointing again. Maybe she had noticed how our clan leader was walking around without a goddamned helmet equipped.
He's deathless. I believe that's one thing they're known for, brother.
Kidra shrugged, turning back to continue accounting for all the gear.
I know that,
I hissed back.
I mean, how do you think it's possible?
Lord Attius was plainer than the reputation painted. He looked like a worn-out military officer at the career point where coffee had started to lose its power. A short black haircut with sharp blue eyes and a slightly unkempt gray beard. Gods, it was downright creepy to see a face with only the blue sky above. That man stood fully exposed in the sunlight, quietly pondering the ancient derelict ruins ahead. His hand rested on the pommel of his occult longsword, a blade with a more extensive chronicle behind it than multiple houses put together. Kidra helped another scavenger lift a crate out of the airship before regrouping behind me.
Perhaps the Deathless are part machine. Machines attack anyone on sight, I said. All the Imperial pilgrims and our traders say the same thing.
So either it's a massive conspiracy or it's the truth. If I had to bet, it probably isn't the fun one. Kidra didn't look like she was paying full attention to this. Maybe she wasn't as rattled or curious as I was, but I had to gossip about it. We swapped more theories until Kidra cheated the question.
It may be some form of lost tech? Do you suppose they feed off power cells?
Lost tech was a lazy catch-all term to anything that made little sense. Sort of like saying a warlock did it, but it couldn't be power cells. Too many holes in that theory, I told her. She chuckled, motioning me to turn around to inspect my suit's backpack.
I'd wager you spent a few hours actually considering that silly idea and calculating the numbers, haven't you?
I tutted, offended at the implications. I'll never disregard an idea just because it sounds improbable. I'll disregard it only when it's proven wrong or too much work. And in this case, it wasn't a lot of work. More holes in that theory than the last wall I'd used for cover. Only a handful of Deathless lived on the surface like Attius did. If they ate magical battery acid, we'd see them coming up here regularly with the pilgrims, tagging along with expeditions to charge up their favorite snack. Instead, they're all underground, locked in an eternal tug-of-war with the machines. Well, if you ever find out where they come from, I'll trade you a ration bar for it.
A random ration bar for the secret to becoming an all-powerful demigod?
Kidra scoffed.
Please, I'll only accept it if it's strawberry-flavored.
There was a slap on my back, signaling that she'd finished the checkup on the suit's systems. It was my turn to check her gear as she turned her back to me. This part shouldn't be done haphazardly. It would be the only time either of us could fix issues without pressure. Once on site, we'd have significantly fewer tools to work with and a lot more stress given the situation. With each click of my sister's gear, the reports flashed on by the green screen, showing nominal across the board. Satisfied with the system's integrity after a good moment of fussing over, I slapped her back, letting her know she was good to go. We both turned together to view our objective in the far distance. This site would be a full scavenging one. I was off the hook for the 3 baskets of frostbloom, at least until the next grove was spotted.
What do you think it is?
I asked her.
Why ask me? Last I checked, you would fare better at guessing that.
Fine. I brought out the binoculars and got to work. The site in question was about a mile away. The buildings were squat and rectangular, with broken walls on all the floors. Thin, spire-like buildings dotted the site, encased by ice and catwalks. A few massive, broken-down satellite dishes dotted the sides, so large they had entire buildings dedicated to them, which made this run at least a third-era site. Second era didn't have radio. So this place could be really old or just a replica made by a building printer with this architecture in memory. But given that the whole thing tilted just slightly on the side, and the entire structure seemed like it had sprouted from the ground, there might be a chance this was at least a genuine ancient site. Cocooned underground for centuries until the shifting ground spat it back out. A thought that was admittedly a long shot, and I might just be getting excited at the idea of it being something more. Lord Attius had commanded all scavengers to tear up the surface floors of the building. He'd be personally leading a team to dive into the lower levels. Given that order, he probably expected nothing outlandish on the upper levels of the site. Technically, this was the time we'd meet up with our house groups to plan how to scavenge the ruins. But for the past 8 years now, House Winterscar's entire scavenger team amounted to my sister and I. Despite the stakes for my sister's occult knife, our plan was pretty much unchanged. Go forward and wing it. Other families had to split the work and make sure they weren't covering the same ground, which took a few hours because of internal politicking. On that front, a team of 2 was very easy to organize, and we didn't have egos to feed. That meant we'd get first dibs for a few hours before the rest of the expedition filed in. This would not give us an edge over Anka, however. She'd specified that the terms had to be fair, so we'd both be starting at the same time. I don't know what strings Anka had pulled, but she and her minion filed out of the tents with gear ready. She hadn't grouped up with the rest of House Shadowsong, so she's likely gotten an expensive exception for today, likely paying both in political power and material bribes. Only one other group was already assembled and ready to head out, Lord Attius and his hand-picked relic knights, 5 of them, including Father. The 4 other relic knights belonged to powerful houses with multiple relic armors in their family lineages. 3, including Father, were primes, wielders of the first armors discovered by each house. And usually, only the greatest warriors or outright leaders of that house wore the prime armor. Father stood apart from them, at the clan lord's right-hand side. Even with our house being down to a puny 3 members, results were results. Father had never known defeat, and no other relic knight in the entire clan could match him. A prodigy in combat, like Kidra, so long as he was sober, and he hadn't touched a bottle since House Winterscar was cut down to just us. Lord Attius didn't care about someone's political status or history. When he organized a mission, he chose the best to come with him. Despite Father's infamous past, the rest of the knights remained at parade rest behind him. We gave that group a wide berth.
I suppose we should settle the rules for this now, Anka said over comms. Specifically at what time the hunt ends.
I shrugged. When the navigators call for the expedition to return? Kidra nodded and then added her own conditions.
No direct physical violence, no sabotaging, and no stealing already claimed power cells. This shall be a competition of scavenging techniques, not thievery.
The princess gave an insulted scoff.
Please, this isn't a canteen brawl. I accept your terms as you state them, both in spirit and wording. I will earn my blade in the name of House Shadowsong.
Kidra flashed the challenge hand sign.
You mean you will try to earn the blade? I doubt you will succeed. The terms are finalized. Let's begin.
This didn't signal some mad sprint or dash to the site. Anka and Calum both turned and began a measured, leisurely walk. Kidra and I did the same. This would not be a competition about speed, even with a time limit. Rather, this would be a marathon, taking up at least 8 to 9 hours. The real winner would be whoever could adapt to the structure first, determine the fastest path to the most likely locations, and extract the power cells.
Oi, Winterscar pup!
Roach's voice suddenly cut into my comms.
You're looking for me power cell first, right?
Oh, rat shit. Yeah, there's a situation that's popped up since...
Oh, don't like the sound of that. Smells like someone's thinking of reneging on the deal.
Relax. I'm planning on getting you a power cell, it might not be from this site.
Why? You're planning on running with the goods?
I denied that quickly. We had a run-in with the devil, and she's talked us into a competition. Was it fair to relate Anka to a devil? Unequivocally, yes, minus trying to make us sign a contract for our souls.
Read some more stories, pup. Deals with the devil are as rare as ice in those. You'd have learned 100 times by now that nobody ever deals with the devil and comes out of it hale. What stupidity did you get yourself into? And which devil?
Kidra cut in.
We have to collect more power cells than Anka Shadowsong from this site. If we succeed, we win all the power cells she's collected and a book. If we fail, then I lose my occult knife and we surrender our own captures for the day. And what does that mean for me loot? Far as I see it, you be gambling with my power cell here. Where's me interest?
Fine, you cranky old gremlin, I said. How about this? If we win, we'll give you 2 power cells. If we lose, then we'll just give you the next power cell we come by. That way he'll still get his goods, just a sight or 2 delayed down the road. We'll see him complain about that.
Well then, I be expecting some extra shiny with my name scribbled on it when you win.
Scribbling on the power cell wasn't part of the contract. I'll be charging you extra for that.
Ha! You certainly be learning from this divil right quick. Tell you what, write something down good, and I'll buy the first round of drinks if it makes me laugh.
Deal. I look forward to the most expensive drink I can find." The comms promptly clicked shut.
"I suspect you've spooked him. He might be allergic to paying for anything,"
Kidra said. "Nah, he's just being dramatic. I recognize my kind." Wait, where's Anka heading? Shadowsong and her single lackey had changed course. This wasn't much of a surprise. We weren't planning on going into the site from the same angle, but changing up not even a few minutes into the hike? Kidra figured it out before I did.
"Their target is Lord Adius's group."
"What? Why?"
"I'm not positive, and that's exactly what has me troubled. We need to follow, at least to find out what she's up to."
Our little duo also changed directions, following behind the Shadowsong team, towards the group of Relic Knights. These were the leaders of the clan itself, not people I'd want to ask about the weather. You could tell when two armors belonged to the same house, as they shared their theme, though each was still unique. Two of the armors in the group had togas wrapped around, embroidered with writings, detailing the past exploits of House Shadowsong's long lineage. The other three, including Father, were all different. Shadowsong had made it to parade rest by their side. As we closed our own distance, the clan lord turned and motioned us to join comms with his right hand. Gulping, I did as ordered. The comms request was accepted, and soon their voices patched into my headset. Atius's voice was like gravel, as if smoke had ruined his throat.
"Are these your whelps, Tennyson?"
"Yes, my lord, they are," Father replied.
"Excellent."
He turned to Anka, a bemused expression on his face.
"In the spirit of fairness, we will offer assistance to your rivals as well. Objections?"
She shook her head.
"No, my lord. This was as expected. Either the Winterscar Prime would make the argument, or Kidra herself would come when she noticed my change of plans."
Atius nodded, then turned to Kidra.
"I wonder, little Winterscar, can you make an educated guess on what your cheeky rival's been up to?"
"My lord, I suspect she's called upon the tradition and requested for the Shadowsong Prime to escort her group."
I whistled, only for a half-second before shutting up. If Kidra was right, Anka was really stretching the rules here. There was a standing tradition of scavengers asking for their family's knights to protect the first scavengers into the ruins. The knights would take out the possible problems, and then the rest of the expedition had a safer time inside. The thing was, knights always went in first. Nobody needed to request anything. The tradition was purely used in ceremonial moments.
"Correct,"
Atius laughed, a full-bodied thing that sounded like it came from deep within his stomach.
"The little Shadowsong whelp did just that. What an audacious generation you lot will grow to be. Exciting years ahead for me."
He seemed so much like a jovial grandfather I'd almost forgotten exactly what he was, until he peered again into the distance. In that frozen moment of time, he seemed as ancient as ice, as if the weight of centuries hung from his shoulders, his gaze far away and worn out. The Deathless turned back to his hand-picked guards, taking a casual breath of the lethal sub-zero air.
"It's been long since I found the time to simply walk. Years, perhaps. I suppose I can indulge myself now and then."
He nodded, almost as if trying to convince himself, then turned to Anka.
"Normally, I deny this kind of request for obvious reasons, but the current mission isn't urgent."
He pointed one armored hand at the site, his great cloak slipping to the side with the motion.
"That's been there for centuries by now. An hour or two more isn't going to change anything. We can spare it."
If any of the Relic Knights felt insulted at the thought of babysitting scavengers, they were far too professional to show it.
"After we've located a way down into the superstructure, we'll split ways with the scavenger whelps and continue to the primary objective."
He pointed over to my father.
"Winterscar, Shadowsong, keep track of the little ones and make sure they're safe. Objections?"
"No, my lord, I thank you for the opportunity," the Shadowsong Prime said.
"As he said,"
Father added, nodding to his fellow Prime.
"Good. The rest of us will fan out into the site and continue with the normal first phase of the operation. Clear dangers for the main expedition to scavenge safely. I don't want casualty reports when we return."
I fixed my eye on the horizon line as we began the march towards our destination. The site stood tall in the distance, harrowed out by the ceaseless high winds. The superstructure stripped down to its bones, trails of ice growing on the skeletal remains like mold, dead and waiting. Chapter 8. The Tomb of the Stars. Ice stalactites, oriented almost horizontally, decorated the superstructure. This place had seen very high winds, exposed as it was. The closer we got, the more detail could be made out. The spire structures had entire scaffolding dedicated to each, now used as a perching spot for snow. The satellite buildings had panels missing, exposing the skeletal underbelly. That said, all my thoughts were circling around how to beat Anka. Generally, most building architecture would consolidate power into one place, usually in the basement. They called that a transformer room. So whoever found that room first more or less won today's match. Where things might get interesting was down to the purpose of the building. A fortress would have multiple different transformer rooms, so that if one failed, another picked up the slack. A hospital would have a small generator for each wing, along with multiple backup generators, and so forth down the list of possible buildings. Still, I had no clue what the hell's this site was built for, and if I didn't know, then neither did Anka. "You look like you have a plan," Kidra said, clearly overestimating my abilities. "Getting to the basement first would be the obvious." My rivals trundled forward in the snow at a slow pace, also talking between each other. Planning, just like we were. Kalim was a brute of a person, built like a bear. The problem was that Anka had standards for her minions. Kalim wasn't just brute muscle, but also smart, too, which was the worst kind of combo to be up against. He'd probably point out the transformer room as the goalpost, so I could bank on Anka also going for the basement first. Or come up with a completely different plan, depending on if they knew more than we did. There was too much we didn't know right now. "Even if we get to the transformer room first, we can't rest easy," I wrapped up. "You think there might be more sources of power?" "I'm positive." I pointed at the buildings around the main site. "Those satellite structures must each have their own power supply, and that's just starting. Then we'd have to dig around to see where the backup generators might be located too." Backup generators were trickier beasts. They were stored in a way that preserved them indefinitely at the cost of some efficiency. Had to be very careful not to wake up a sleeping beast, as I'd helpfully demonstrated on the last site. It was not extremely dangerous, however, as most sites were too damaged. If the backup generators were triggered, few things would still be connected. This site, on the other hand, looked almost preserved. Only the outsides had been harrowed out by the environment and neglect, but the innards looked functioning. We discussed strategy over the next few minutes, tossing out different plans and narrowing down what we could and couldn't do. We'd even considered the merits of cutting our own shortcuts by using the occult knife. Finally, running out of ideas, I suggested splitting up. That did not go down well for obvious reasons. I placated Kidra by offering to take on the main building. Knowing that there were 5 relic knights prowling around inside that building and the clan lord himself, Kidra reluctantly agreed with the plan. She'd take on the surrounding satellite buildings. Once I beat Anka to the transformer room, they'd bail from the central complex and try to find power cells outside, which Kidra would have already tagged. The planning session was going rather well until a high-pitched motor started up behind me. We both turned around just in time to see a flying drone zoom past us, racing forward to the distant site, its 4 propellers looking more like blurred discs fading away in the distance. There was only one person rich enough to bring a drone on an expedition. Anka had strapped herself to their hover sled, letting her minion carry her forward. In the meantime, she was piloting the mini quadcopter. "This might complicate things," Kidra said while I cursed the gods. "No, really, you don't say." If my suspicions were correct, that was a scouting drone. Anka was probably getting detailed imagery back. Looks like they'd banked spending their hover sled's energy already in exchange for possible early recon data. Kidra didn't seem bothered. "This doesn't change the plan." "No, but it does mean they'll find the best entry point before we do. She might even sneak the drone into the building to get a head start on mapping it." "We will overcome this." "Sure we will. By the way, do you know any loan plans available for occult knives?" Asking for a friend. Kidra was unamused. It was a long half-hour walk, each minute watching Anka get more and more intel on the site. I tried bringing up the idea of using our own sled and paddling with shovels to pick up speed, but Kidra refused that one. There's no point reaching the site first if the knights weren't around to help with any danger. I could recognize what Anka's drone had been from the controller she toyed with. Early 4th-era photography drone, before hover technology like these sleds caught on. Deep in the rat shit now. Those drones would have excellent cameras and could stay up in the air for hours. It would have been great if she'd crashed the thing, but no luck. It zoomed back once we were close enough to the site.
"Found any egress points?"
Lord Attius asked her, amused at all the bickering happening.
7 so far, my lord,
Anka said, nimbly catching the loud thing and tossing it back into the hover sled.
I've already planned out a solid entryway that leads down to a lobby. If you need the swiftest entrance, I would be more than happy to share my findings.
The Shadow Song Prime took a few glances between his daughter and Attius, to which the old Deathless laughed.
"I suppose I'll take you up on that offer. I'm sure your father would be proud to see the work you've done mapping the site, young lady."
Anka's father sheepishly looked away, to which Attius slapped his shoulder heartily. On my side, things weren't so jolly. My heart had sunk like a rock. Anka had gotten her drone inside the building and was confident enough to boast about it, which meant she already had major parts of the interior mapped out. Scrap shit. For a spoiled princess, she's annoyingly competent. The team stopped a few hundred feet away from the site, taking the view in. Half of the site was sunken underground, halting all access to the first floor. Windswept ice encrusted most of the structure, making entry a little treacherous, and pack ice had grown around the sides. A beat later, some unheard timer hit, and all of us brought out the safety equipment simultaneously. Hard hats, impact-resistant plates, the works. It wasn't comfortable to walk in, but it was common sense. Always wear safety gear before diving into an unstable ancient building. Anka and her minion finished first, their gas monitors blinking green, showing active. If parts of the underground site had a lack of oxygen, those old gas sensors would kick in automatically. That was rare to see happen, as most sites were well ventilated due to collapsed walls. This site, however, might have that issue pop up. All prepared, they climbed up a snowbank that had collapsed into the second floor. Kidra and I waited for her to vanish into the superstructure with the rest of the relic knights in tow, preparing our own gear and turning on the monitor systems. "Okay, now she won't notice the plan," my sister nodded, then began to hike away from the site.
Move like the wind, brother. Suya guide your steps.
"And Urs witness your trial. Don't worry, this is only a minor setback. I'll find another way in." 15 minutes later, I was swallowing my words, and Frostbloom would have tasted better. This hadn't been a minor setback. Despite casing the perimeter looking for alternate entryways, there wasn't a single way that wasn't filled with rubble. And I wasn't a zippy little drone capable of speeding around to check a few dozen corners in minutes. Kidra had gotten inside her own target building, as she reported 10 minutes ago. The real surprise was an additional companion. Father tagged behind. No explanation offered. Was he worried I'd start some trouble in front of the clan lord? That was a fair point in hindsight. If I weren't so focused on this damn contest, finding a way to be petty would absolutely be in the books. My salvation came in the form of a ladder. It stood intact at the side of a wall, going right up to the rooftop. The only drawback was all the ice that clung on the steps. The climb would be difficult. Thankfully, the typical scavenger baggage included climbing hooks and rope for a reason. While prepping for the journey up, Father finally broke the silence. "You intend to climb here to the roof?" Yeah. The roof's superstructure will be weak from all the snow that accumulated on top. I'm sure there are sections that caved in but are still traversable. Why?" He nodded, stepped forward, and picked me up. Under my suit, people would describe me as a twig. However, the suit itself and all my tools added to a good 50 to 70 pounds. Of course, that might as well be a feather to the relic armor. "What are you doing?" Before I could finish, he jumped. The leap cleared him up a good 10 or so feet up, where his free hand snapped like a jaw against the frozen ladder steps. From there, he pulled, again throwing both of us straight up. The ladder groaned and creaked at the stress, but somehow didn't collapse. With one last leap up, he cleared the rooftop and landed down into the snow. We'd climbed 3 whole stories in a matter of seconds. It was deep here, almost to my hips. Walking was a no-go. Fortunately, there was a good way to fix that. Normally, hover sleds were brought as carrying equipment and kept light to not waste the power cell powering it. But, as Anka had demonstrated earlier, there were plenty of uses for these.
"Why help me?"
I asked while getting the equipment ready. Moving with all this snow around was a right pain, but slow and steady wins the race.
"The Shadow Song Prime is helping his daughter inside the ruins," he said.
Of course, Anka was getting the extra assistance.
"Why not help Kidra? She's your favorite, isn't she?"
"She can handle herself. I'm not so certain."
Making sure I don't eat the whiting off myself? Didn't think you cared that much.
"I'm only fulfilling my duty to keep you safe. Nothing more."
Figures. All right, let's see what other uses he could be. How much is the Shadow Song Prime helping?
"He is keeping a watch for dangers and assisting with navigation."
And I don't get any help either? Father stared back, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice.
"There wasn't any reason for me to train to scavenge, boy. I earned the Winterscar armor before I came of age to be a scavenger."
Scrambling on top of the hover sled turned out to be a little harder than expected. It slipped away, wiggling in the air. If there wasn't a rope attached, it would have been next to impossible to bring back. You know there are other ways you could help, right?
"I'm not here to do your work for you."
So why is Shadow Song getting the help and I'm not? Father crossed his arms.
"I will not enable your weakness. You'll get my help once you've earned it."
That made me snort. What a liar. And how exactly do I earn it?
"When sacrifice calls, I shall answer it,"
Father quoted. The oath of duty all knight retainers swear to. It was our caste that put themselves into harm's way for the greater good. Our caste, who ventured out onto the dangerous surface to recover scrap and tech. And that's supposed to make us somehow better than the brilliant people who stayed behind to put that tech to use.
"Tell him you're going to follow the Reacher oath of duty instead of the retainer one. Oath's an oath, right?"
A moment of adrenaline spiked through me at the thought of rebellion. All right, Teed, let's try your way then. A deep breath, and I hardened my resolve. This could end up violent. Once I prepared enough, I turned to stare back at that faceless helmet of his, my feet firm and planted. What darkness covers, I shall bring to light. His hand snapped around my collar again and lifted me up. Cold fury radiated from his voice.
"This is not what you swore as a Winterscar. You are not a Reacher. Honor your duty."
My heart pounded as my hands reflexively reached out to grab his forearms. The stitches in my right arm tightened, throwing a small wave of dull pain in the wounded skin. A part of me wanted to just fold here, to escape, but I had prepared for this. Fear didn't rule me this time. One should always respect duty, no matter the rank. Do you disagree with that? Let's see him deny the words of the clan lord himself. He held me in the air for a moment.
"So be it. Continue crawling in the mud. Leave your sister to shoulder everything while you cower from your duty."
Then he tossed me into the sled. The hover sled wobbled dangerously, dipping down and kissing the snow before springing back up and floating farther down, with me stunned on top. Deep breaths helped calm my nerves. He hadn't lashed out at me physically. Being disappointed wasn't anything new. This I could handle. I took my win and ran with it. Now, situated a few inches off the snow, it was much easier to cover ground by paddling with my hands to the side. It took a few minutes for my heart to stop racing, but the physical movements helped center me. Father followed leisurely behind as if nothing had happened. The armor simply didn't care about the hundreds of pounds of snow it was plowing through. Mind-boggling. I was used to working with a wide range of different tech levels, but there's a hard limit around the lost tech era. Everything that showed up on the surface was mostly older junk, up to the third era. Rumor had it, printers for lost tech could only be found deeper underground. My hunches about the roof had been correct, and there were a few caved-in sections of roofing. Finding one that faced the right direction, my feet carefully carried me down into the collapse. Here, the wind wasn't able to pile up snow, and the hallways looked accessible. "I'm in." I clicked the comms over to Kidra.
"About time. What's your entry point?"
The roof.
The roof. You do know where basements are located, yes? Are you still competitive for the transformer room with this setback?
Maybe. It's a really big building, you know? Now let me focus on pulling a win here. Light from the outside only dimly reached here, and once Father and I truly penetrated into the superstructure, it was up to our own headlights to show the way forward. Empty hallways and rooms of various sizes waited in the gloom. There was a feeling of walking on hallowed ground. As I'd expected, this site was far more intact on the inside than most I've been in, despite the outside appearance. My headlights spent most of the time picking clear trails to follow on the ground. People had punctures by falling on debris, and it was never a fun time. I was currently the underdog time-wise, but caution was always the priority. And the hallways were strewn with debris that had rotted away, falling from the ceilings or walls. Finding out what went on in this site would give me a better idea of where to dig for tech. I spent more time on any wall that looked like it might have had pictures or symbols. Eventually, I hit a lucky spot. A big blue arrow pointing to Data Center 2. Sites dedicated only to data storage were mentioned occasionally in books, but this would be the first time seeing one. Perhaps data storage was just a side feature?
This architecture is so strange,
Kidra said over the comms. What do you mean?
There aren't any airlocks. The walls are thin, and occasionally it looked like entire windows had a view directly outside.
Well, that doesn't sound like it's up to any building codes or common sense. The lack of an airlock could be explained. Would get very windy each time someone opened the door, but not a deal breaker to a large enough building. But thin walls? And even worse, windows to the outside? Tempered glass could withstand the temperature difference, but considering all the glass I'd seen was shattered, that theory was probably out in the snow. Small cubicle offices lined the sides of the walls, and I spent a few minutes inside one. The chair was neatly tucked into a desk, drawers and cabinets crusted over with ice. The handles on the cabinet really drew my attention. Office items don't look made for gloves.
I have noticed the same in my building. Keyboards, switches, every type of instrument. None of it was created with gloves in mind.
Outside equipment had to be large enough to work with these thick gloves. Even Kidra's occult blade had been transferred over from its original handle to one almost as large as the knife itself. Relic armor gear was the exception, since their gauntlets were normal-sized.
Chairs all seem to be reinforced. Think this place was just used by knights?
Kidra asked. Doubt office workers all wore relic armor like it was casual wear. Either this place was built underground and eventually emerged, or it was built back when the world was warmer. And it must be huge to have stumped Anka for this long, or she was keeping her discoveries quiet.
Who might have lived here then?
Kidra asked. You're not normally interested in that. What's with the questions all of a sudden?
I'm not. More idle thoughts as I'm exploring. But I suspect finding out the mystery here is all you're thinking about. And you are a chatterbox. I thought I'd offer you the courtesy of indulging.
If only other girls of our caste were as considerate. All they not so sneakily ask about is if I'm going to inherit the armor or not. A shame, really.
What do you tell them about the armor?
I'm really vague about it and let them come up with any answer for themselves. So I technically never lied to anyone. She chuckled darkly.
That's quite the evil plot, dear brother. I didn't think you had it in you.
No arguments from me, dear sister. But since all they care about is the armor, I don't feel quite so torn up about it. We continued talking gossip, while the exploration dove farther into the superstructure. More and more private offices littered the hallways. Someone was bound to have left a tablet or some information that could be recovered from these rooms. Maybe even paper could have survived if it was frozen over. Alas, Anka already had a massive head start, and distractions couldn't be afforded. The curiosity burned under me, kept in check by priorities. The main hallway, or at least what was left of the hallway at this point, opened up into a larger room. Simple metal tables filled the space, empty and desolate. The ones that weren't rimmed with frost glinted back our flashlights, as if surprised to see humans walking nearby again. A mess hall of sorts. I made a mental note of where this was in relation to the rest of the building. At some point, the kitchen would need to be pilfered. They always had a spare power cell. Anka's voice sounded on the local comms.
I've checked over the lost stairwell down. All paths underground are indeed blocked, my lord.
Oh, This was a lucky break. It's not that the place was too big, it's too much blockage. That's why she hadn't gloated about finding the transformer room yet.
Understood. We'll have to try a different building,
Attius said.
Our target isn't the site itself, but farther down underground. Any path will work.
If I may be so bold as to make a request from you, my lord, your occult long blade might be able to cut a path into the flooring for us.
Interesting proposition, Anka. It's worth an attempt. You are welcome to follow behind if it works. Your ropes are kept in good condition, I'm assuming?
Amendment. This was a short-lived lucky break. And now Anka was probably 10 minutes away from finding the transformer room first. I needed to get real clever real fast, or my sister would be paying the price. Chapter 9. Never Challenge a Winterscar. I'm pretty much fucked. As a trained scavenger, this is my professional opinion, fucked. I was 3 entire stories above the floor I was supposed to be exploring, while Anka was getting an entryway cut into the ground by the gods-damned clan lord himself. The only thing she was missing was a red carpet and some confetti sprinkled from above as she righteously descended to claim the transformer room. This wasn't the end of the world. I needed to be logical about this. The only possibility of winning left now was if that transformer room didn't exist, and that was out of my control. So here's what I was going to do. Not go looking for a transformer room. Instead, I'm going to assume it's not there at all and plan around that. If there isn't a transformer room, then where else would power be located? Data Center 2. The writings on the wall, large and blocky, important. If there were data servers, then there had to be a power supplying them. And if by some chance this building didn't have a transformer room, then the power would be close to those, if not in the very same room. I had no other option than to retrace my steps, find the wall directions, and pray to Suya that the power cells were there. And if that failed, the next plan was going to be a get-rich-quick scheme of some kind. Say, rich enough to buy a knife? Father continued stalking behind me like an ominous shadow as we sped through the hallways. Figuring out what his game was could wait until I'd secured the power cells. It took a few more minutes, but thankfully the wall signs made it clear where Data Center 2 was. The hallway opened up into a large room, not quite as big as the mess hall had been. In the center was a large dome with a railing surrounding it. Desks and tables circled the dome, while the walls held dead and cracked screens, keyboards, and other 3rd or 4th era tech. Looked like a control room of sorts. Outside, through what had once been windows, were the spire-like structures we'd seen from a distance. Faded paint showed emblems and numbers on the sides, and wire-like pipes connected the building to the main structure. Watchtowers, maybe? With all the window walls shattered, the environment had free rein into the room. The place was blanketed in a thick layer of snow on most parts, burying entire workstations. It didn't matter. This must be the data center. Somewhere under all that snow and paneling were wires, and those would lead me to treasure. I got to work with my crowbar, aiming for the panels not covered up first.
I am actually curious about one detail, brother.
What's on your mind? I asked with a grunt, as I pried open my first panel.
Do you have any theories as to why these people left?
That made me double-take for a moment. What makes you think they left and weren't just murder-looted?
Have you seen any skeletal remains on your side?
There had been no signs of cadavers yet. How would I miss something as obvious as that? This damn contest was really getting into my head.
Almost all of the rooms I've been to were cleared out or well organized,
Kidra continued.
No pictures or any personal items left anywhere. Chairs are tucked into the desks, the mark of people who had plenty of time to prepare for a scheduled departure. All damage looks to have been done by age. No bullet holes or explosive damage.
Explain why this site was so intact. It hadn't ever been sieged before. Which begged the question, where did they all go? The workstations were a dead end, so I moved to the walls next. That had some success. Sitting plump and fat were a few massive wires, clearly built to carry power. I'd have to guess where each might lead to then investigate. Panels were ripped down, wires investigated and followed, rinse and repeat until there'd be no more wires to follow. Kidra and I chatted the entire time, keeping each other company over the work. It soothed my nerves, and pretty soon I was back in my rhythm. Until Kidra got nosy again about my social life.
What about Distra?
I guess gossip-mongering was something built into all Winterscars, deep down. When I asked for more details on what she meant, she specified.
That one girl you spent a month with about a year ago?
Also after the armor, I said. But she made me almost believe I was handsome, so points for that.
Might you be too focused on finding manipulations that don't exist? The other houses don't all behave like Winterscar, you understand? Gossip I heard was that she actually did think you were handsome.
There was only one girl who hadn't run for the airlock once she'd found out the family armor wasn't on my side of the table. Though she was very strange in plenty of other ways, she'd outright asked me about it on the first date, as if she were going down a checklist of items. Great friend now, had to respect that level of blunt honesty. Although she'd throw food at me if I started talking Reacher scrap. Even if Distra wasn't completely after the armor, which I doubt, she didn't like to talk numbers. Poor woman was prepared to jump out a window if cornered by an integral sign. Please, brother, if you're looking for someone who likes numbers as much as you do, I don't think anyone in the cast would be suitable. Nonsense, I answered back. Alicia is an amazing mathematician, and we've spent hours talking about tech and the stuff she tinkers with. She's amazing. Alicia is a reacher, not a knight retainer. She's happily married and a good decade your senior. Absolutely off limits. Well, she's proof my standards exist. I just have to keep looking. I heard a sigh over the headset. Keep looking where? It sounds more like you're avoiding anyone within the retainer houses. It's not like Father would... A guilty glance confirmed Father was still present in the room, quietly watching like a hawk. Even knowing he wasn't on my private comms, I still spoke with a lower voice just in case. Look, if I caught a feral pipe weasel, slapped lipstick on it, and married the furry little monster, Father would probably congratulate me on finding my equal. Let's be serious here. You're the one who's going to inherit the armor, Kidra. I'm just a footnote. Nobody would care if I married an engineer. Who inherits the armor is still up for debate. Children complicate things for me. I swore. Not at the conversation, but because I just found out that the second-to-last power wire connected to another useless panel. Which meant the last power wire must be where the power was coming from, and that wire was going directly into the massive mound of snow I'd been avoiding. Sighing, I unpacked the collapsible shovel. I suppose some manual labor never killed me. Yet. Well, if you swore you wouldn't have kids, then what? Our house isn't in a position where I'd get to make that choice in the first place. Unless Father remarries, and he hasn't. The bastard was leaving all the unspoken issues for my sister to shoulder. I can't believe that hypocrite would yell at me for leaving things on Kidra's shoulders. The selfish prick could solve so many issues by just remarrying already and recruiting new blood from the houseless. Hundreds would be willing to outright fight each other for the right to go on scavenging expeditions, even the tiny expeditions to refuel the clan's power cells. Inviting new members was all up to the house leaders to pick and choose who joined the house. More prestigious that way. Certainly had nothing to do with bribes or any of that nepotism, no, sir. At least, Reachers didn't have politics to join their houses. They only required an intelligent head and a few tests passed. Everyone had a chance to earn it. Father hadn't even bothered to see a single applicant in the past 8 years. Not a word about arranged marriages for either of us. No attempt to look for his own. It's like he's completely avoided all subjects related to our house, leaving it to slowly rot away. The man revered honor and duty, and yet completely ignored this part of his duty. Kidra didn't continue, growing quiet instead. That was par for the course when talking family with her. She would hit a wall and then shut down. The snow shoveling was slow business in the silence, but also slowly getting somewhere. With some luck, and the 3 gods willing, there would be something somewhere under all this snow. She finally spoke up a good 10 minutes later, unexpectedly breaking the silence. When I think about having a family, I want to do better than what I had growing up, she quietly said. Relic knights are not deathless, and they deal with the same league of danger. Growing up without a mother is a hard thing for any child, and I could never wish it on my own. Well, I think I turned out just fine, thank you. Too much rat shit politics haunting this house. Look, just loan the armor out and call it a day. You You'd only be required to wear it for ceremonial occasions. Father did that for, 13 years straight? You can do it too. Minus the drinking and being generally pathetic, of course. Sure, it wasn't the honorable thing to do and was plenty scandalous, but who cared now? Plus, we'd get money to fill up the emptying house coffers. Plenty of warriors in our house wore Father's armor, at least back when everyone in the house was still alive and scheming. The family had been all too happy to abuse his sad little broken heart, buying him all the booze in the world and then taking the armor out for a spin to impress the clan lord while he was passed out. By that point, he'd already lost all his titles and fame. The whole house knew it was only a matter of time until Attius was forced to intercede, take charge of the armor, and declare Father an invalid. They were practically foaming at the mouth waiting for that. Pissed me off to think about. If you're dead set on wearing the cursed thing yourself, I'm sure you could hire a nurse for you while you're out in the field. No one left in the house to manipulate most of the servants to quit this time. I dug in a little too deeply on family history here. I was sure she wasn't going to bring the topic back up. Nor would I press her about it. Talking about the Winterscars does not bring out good memories. I could imagine the idea of giving up the relic armor to others would be anathema to Kydra's morals. But where does honor and duty leave people? At least my house had known and understood that implicitly. I continued burrowing like a pipe weasel deeper into the snow mound, anger propelling me forward, ignoring the pain rising up in my stitched forearm. Eventually, the other side scraped against my shovel. The panel read, "Caution, maintenance only." Ho-ho-ho, jackpot. Now, if power cells hid behind this, that would mean Anka could be looking around for something that didn't exist. But if there was just wiring behind this panel, then I was deep in the rat shit. Holding my breath, my crowbar slammed expertly into the side. The twist of effort pried the panel off. Behind, in 2 rows of 3, were perfectly preserved power cells. 6 in total, sitting alone and abandoned. I love it when I win. These must have been primary generators since they were all completely spent. So, if these were primary power generators, elation soared through my head, thoughts of getting both the book and gloating rights now back in reach. Anka was looking around underground for something that didn't exist. The game wasn't over yet. I'd only taken the lead. This was Data Center 2, which implied there was at least a Data Center 1 somewhere, if not more. It wasn't enough that we won. Shadowsong had to lose. To make sure she didn't even get a possible shot, I'd need to find that data center and pilfer it before my competition. Kydra and I both agreed to keep it quiet for now, after I broke the news to her. Anka was looking in the wrong place, and we weren't going to do anything to change that. Carefully, I reached into the storage compartment and unhooked the spent power cells. The hand-sized cylinders were filled with frozen water, likely compressed inside. Once a power cell was used, the leftover waste would be drinkable, in theory. This was the masterstroke of the 4th era, after which power technology never changed. Even Lost Tech was powered by these things, and that appeared centuries later with no changes if our history was accurate. One after another, these 6 treasures were lovingly lowered into my hover sled and strapped down. Kydra spoke up, after having gone silent for quite some time.
Keith, it was wrong of me to say that to you.
Say what?
What I said about Mother. That was crass of me.
Had she been brooding about that this whole time? Did she think I'd be hurt about not having a mom? I don't mind. There's no way you could remember anything about her either.
I do. A bit.
Rat shit. You were 5 when she died?
I am 7 years older than you, not 5.
Details. I barely remember Grandma, and I was 7 then too.
You were 6 when Grandmother died, not 7.
I doubt 1 year makes much of a difference. My shovel lifted up again, and work began on the opposite side of the room, digging away to more possible power cells. If one side had them, chances were the room had a mirrored setup. Treasure wasn't going to just dig itself out.
I don't remember all the details,
Kydra said.
But I do remember the feelings. A few of being held, a bath, her laughing, getting carried on shoulders, and what I think was Father smiling a few times.
Now I know you're full of bent metal, I chuckled. Maybe he'd smile in that I'm trying really hard to be polite here way. Father still remained at attention behind, hand on rifle, waiting. He was a very different person depending on what year you picked. I'd heard some stories about who he used to be before I was born, but they might as well be describing a stranger.
Say, what time did you like better? Before or after the raid happened?
I asked, more out of idle curiosity.
It would be extremely selfish to say I'm glad hundreds of people died just because my life became better for it,
Kidra said.
Yeah, but am I right?
There wasn't an answer back until the second maintenance panel was just barely in reach.
I hated them, she whispered over the comms. Every day, I'd wished they'd all just disappear.
I chuckled darkly.
Well, wish granted. Yes, wish granted. Exactly like I'd prayed for.
There was no mirth or joy at the admission.
You know, none of that was your fault, right? That raid was going to happen, no matter what you were thinking on the inside. I have made my peace with it years ago, she lied.
The shovel hit a hard surface, which hopefully meant another panel and another 6 power cells. And if Kidra found a handful more on the satellite buildings, that would be game, set, and match. The crowbar came out again, while I continued to gossip about the past.
For me, I liked it better before the raid. Sure, they were all scheming assholes, but they all mostly ignored me. And I was all too happy to ignore them back. Easy life.
And it was easier when Father simply yelled at us, puked, and passed out on the floor each night. He hadn't expected anything from me back then.
Though, I wasn't a fan of those pity looks the family would give me. I know those looks well, Kidra said. It was the hypocrisy that rankled me. They'd tell stories of Father at the banquets, like he was some long-dead hero in the family, raising toasts and politely clapping to their navel-gazing speeches.
I heard grunting and sounds of the wall being ripped over the speakers.
I wanted nothing more than to slap them and yell in their face, "He's still alive, you vapid parasites! Help him!" I felt like I was the only person who still took care of him.
Well, that's because you were.
In a way, they did help, I said instead. Not willingly, of course. No Winterscar would ever do a good deed without first attaching strings to it.
My own panel crunched open, breaking me out of that spiral, the crowbar proving the superior tool once more. Even using mostly my left hand for this, there was little a good crowbar couldn't fix. Behind lay another 6 spent power cells, just as I'd hoped. Soon, they'd be yanked out and spirited away. My hands started the work on autopilot. Cell by cell, I pilfered the whole thing into the hoversled. Since this had been a source of main power, the power cables going into the wall might lead me to the next data center. I took off in the best guess I had, into the hallways. Even if you did manage to slap them into helping, it wouldn't have worked, I told her as I walked. Vodka isn't made from ice. Someone was buying him all those bottles.
They did?
My sister blurted out, followed by realization.
Of course they did. How did you spot that when I hadn't?
Adults let slip all kinds of secrets when they don't notice who's exploring under the floorboards. You're too honest to crawl around in the mud like I did.
Please, I'm not a paragon of morality either. I also engaged in lies and deceit when I was forced to.
Perhaps my definition of lies and deceit is just slightly different to yours, my dear sister.
We can't be that different.
Have you ever, even just once, opened a door without knocking first? She laughed, voice like bells, through the comms.
Fine. I suppose I'll concede the point. But if I'd known, I could have stopped them.
And they would have come up with something more dangerous if you did. But that part, too, went unsaid. I gulped guiltily at my actions in all this. It's the armor. That's all they were after. Of course they'd want to keep the real owner out of the picture, and especially the daughter that was still trying to right the ship. You didn't miss it. They intentionally hid it from you. Deeper into the superstructure, I found a blockage. The roof had collapsed, spilling snow everywhere, but there didn't seem to be more damage. The wires were leading here, going into the piled snow. In fact, I could see multiple thick wires through the broken walls leading to this room from different directions. Something here must be important, and it was buried under snow, of course. This time I didn't have a shovel for long before it hit something hard again. Once I'd scrubbed the ice off, the letters could be made out. Emergency. The panel wasn't locked, and under it another red lever, like in the security bunker. Backup power mechanical failsafe, it read. I had 12 power cells already. Anka hadn't found the transformer room, so she likely had little to none. If something were to happen right now, like the power turning back on, we'd be evacuated. The day would be over, the contest called, and we would win by a landslide. Lifting my shovel discreetly, the reflection of Father stood grim on the trowel's blade, faceless helmet ever vigilant, the headlights in the dim light making it obvious to tell where his gaze fell. It was child's play to find the right moment he wasn't watching. Just one night would have been enough to handle any danger that this site could offer. We had 5, with the clan lord himself, all ready for action. They'd pull us out safely in under a minute. Kidra was in her own separate satellite building, and those wouldn't be connected to this building's backup generator. They'd have their own power grids instead, so any event within this complex wouldn't involve her. The risks were sound.
He'd have learned 100 times by now. Nobody ever deals with the devil and comes out of it hale.
Shadow Song should have known better than to challenge a Winterscar. Cheating was our house calling, and scheming in our lifeblood. Kidra might be above this and Father removed from it, but I'd been born and shaped into it. You're too honest to crawl around in the mud like I did. I shook hands with the devil and pulled the lever down. Chapter 10. Mysterious Sigil. Lights snapped back into life around me. The room hummed with power, alive again after centuries spent dreaming. I stood up, knocking some snow over the letterings behind me, hiding the crime. General comms lit up right after, starting with the clan lord himself.
Power was triggered in the central building. Report!
Other voices sounded off, giving their location and general findings. Father turned to me, the Winterscar armor scanning me down. I gave him an innocent shrug, lifting my hands up. He took a step forward, every motion screaming with distrust.
For now,
Attius cut in,
we'll evacuate the whelps. Winterscar, you're hovering right by your own for a possibility like this, correct?
Yes, sir, Father answered, momentum cut.
If there's an easy path out, take it. Get him out of the building. We'll regroup halfway between the expedition and the site.
Understood.
Iron sight. Kidra is in the outer buildings. Go get her. Windrunner, assist Shadow Song with his own pair. All teams, although there's a low chance anything here poses a threat to us, move on the assumption there is. It'll only cost us a pound of snow if we're wrong. Dismissed!
The general comms clicked shut once everyone sounded affirmative.
We're going,
Father ordered. I took a step back, trying to reach the hover sled. Wait, I need those power cells.
Not important.
Kidra's knife is on the line if I don't bring back those cells. That did not make him pause like I'd expected. He continued to stalk forward in my direction, hand threatening to reach out and yank me off my feet if I didn't cooperate immediately.
If need be, I will return for them myself, after you've been evacuated as ordered. We are going now.
That worked for me, so I did as asked, following behind as fast as the environmental suit could handle. There's a broken window wall by Data Center 2. We could probably reach the roof if we jumped from there.
The room with the dome and snow?
Yeah, that one. Is the armor mapping the way already? Father nodded, diverting course to backtrack. Comms lit up with more chatter on the global channel this time.
This is Lord Attius to Expedition. Be aware, the site is confirmed to have running power. Recall the scavenger teams.
Expedition Actual to Lord Attius, we copy. Night teams are being formed now, my lord. We're reinforcing our perimeter and pulling all scavengers behind the lines. Attius confirmed the orders, and the global comms clicked shut, but the local ones stayed active. Looks like he still had things to say.
Unfortunately, for you 4 whelps, this means you'll need to wait with the other scavenger teams before being allowed back in. I hope you got enough of a haul for the day, because when you come back, it'll likely be with the full scavenger wave as competition.
All according to plan. We reached the data center room and found it lit up with consoles and holographic panels. They were opening and closing rapidly. Father and I slowed to a stop, the sheer oddity captivating our attention. Then the terminal's ancient speakers lit up. The voice was heavily scratched up with an odd higher pitch, but the machine still spoke well enough to understand.
Administrator confirmation required for this action.
Another panel appeared. It had a username and a password field, a login prompt. Asterisk stars filled up both fields on their own. What? The panel was gone almost the same moment it had appeared. What was that? Father seemed just as stunned, taking cautious steps forward.
Administrator confirmation accepted. Purge protocol initiated. Error. Storage Bay 1 disconnected from system. Data successfully wiped from Storage Bay 2. Error. Storage Bay 3 unresponsive. Error. Storage Bay 4 unresponsive. Full data purge incomplete.
A flurry of holographic windows and charts appeared across the entire dome. It looked like the entire system was haunted by a ghost, running amok at speeds no human could keep up with. A three-dimensional model of the site appeared, shifting around fast. In moments, 4 large cylinders were zoomed in on and highlighted in red. They looked to be somewhere deeper underground. On second look, they were just like the spire buildings outside, only lying flat. Before I could even take a wild guess at what was happening, a glowing blue message box appeared. It floated, a 2-dimensional projection of light a few feet away from everything else, and right before my face. It resized to be 3 times larger, shifting colors to bright gold in quick succession. 3 messages appeared, strange characters of a different language, followed by readable text. Strange character. Relinquished spotted the power spike. She's breaching through the firewalls, and I can't keep her out of the system for much longer. Strange character. She can't be allowed to discover the navigation data or the station's purpose at any cost. Strange character. I'm so sorry. What is? Father muttered, but the ancient terminal cut him off.
Safety locks disabled,
it chimed.
Hydra heavy rockets IH-11, IH-24, IH-12, and IH-17 now triggered for ignition. All personnel, please prepare for takeoff procedures.
A warning siren started up almost immediately after across the entire building, and the outside, too. That was never a good sign.
Warning,
the station said.
Selected Hydra heavy rockets have not been deployed to launch sites. High chance of catastrophic system failure detected. Administrator override is required to proceed.
A password prompt popped up into existence in front of the displays, but already whatever was in control had typed in the password.
Administrator override confirmed,
the terminal said cheerfully.
Launch set T-minus 15 seconds.
No! Shut off! I yelled frantically, pushing random images and buttons. Each triggered a holographic window, which would be instantly closed before the window's purpose could be read. The ghost inside the terminal was shutting me out of the system, using the most brutal method possible.
Winterscar!
Attius's voice snapped into the comms.
We've evacuated successfully. Where are you?
An armored hand sneaked around my waist and pulled me up with no effort. We're leaving, Father said, turning and running to the open window. He leaped at it, using his free hand to vault upwards. We sailed up, falling back down on the roof with a heavy thud. No second was spared, as he instantly barreled through the waist-high snow up here, still holding me with his spare hand. Father picked up speed with every lunge. The metal groaned under us from the sheer power in his strides. In seconds, we would be clearing the rooftop, heading directly away from the site. The explosion hit first. It began with a muted roar that shook the ground. No heat wave chased us, but the entire building buckled and undulated like a wave, as if the surface had temporarily turned to liquid and behaved just like it. Father was thrown off his footing, skidding into a tumble and disappearing into the jilted snow, while the force wrenched me from his grasp into the air. Gravity reclaimed me in moments, slamming me down onto the snow-filled roof and stunning me for a moment, burying me deep. The worst hadn't even happened yet. The ground rose upwards a moment later. It was a struggle, but I wrenched myself back above to see what was going on. The entire roof had tilted, lifting high as the downward slope steepened. That gave me an unobstructed view of the cause. The ground below us had turned into a massive chasm. The connected buildings were being dragged into it. While nobody sane would want to slide down into that massive abyss, the snow that covered the surrounding roof absolutely did, because gravity was a thing. It moved like an avalanche, all going at the same rate straight to the maw. Father erupted from that snow, breaking free, instantly sprinting in a direct intercept course the moment he'd spotted where I'd landed. I reached out to him, but the snow had complete control over my motions, and even that simple action was impossible. Still, he'd made it to me in seconds, one armored glove shooting out and clamping around my helmet with a vice grip. The weight was too much, and the hard hat's chin straps started choking me. I slapped the safety release before the straps could damage my rebreather permanently. That cost me a few more feet down the slope. Turning on myself, my hands reached out to Father. He tossed the hard hat away, snapping his hand out to grab mine. The hold wasn't firm, but he didn't have time to address it. We'd drifted too far downwards, and the incline had continued steepening, soon to become almost completely vertical. I could hear the scraping of his feet on the roof, trying and failing against the weight. The edge of the roof approached, a waterfall of snow shooting out into freefall. His free hand dove into the avalanche, searching for anything to hold. Something snagged, and he instantly stopped like a rock, snow breaking off against his shoulders and spraying over him angrily. He yanked me to a stop, but only for a moment. With a lurch, I felt myself continue to move downwards. His grip had slipped. The snow carried me away. A terrifying second passed as I watched him stare after me, his outstretched hand holding nothing but air, that faceless helmet somehow showing the sheer disbelief at the current events. Father dove after me a heartbeat later, almost in fury. The armor let him catch up to my position in moments, and he grabbed with both hands this time, lifting me above the torrent. The end of the roof was upon us. He tensed, waiting for the right moment as we were swept downwards. We hit the end. He leaped. That took us clear out of the snowfall and into the air. Not enough, not by a long shot. I could tell we would be falling into the abyss at this rate. With an audible grunt, he yelled over the noise, "Keith, grab the ledge!" Then he hurled me forward with everything his relic armor could muster, which was a substantial amount. I sailed up again, propelled right at a distant collapsing spire building, ice snapping off as the catwalk deformed, hopefully still sturdy enough to hold my weight. While I flailed around in midair, I caught a glimpse of my father, far, far under. Throwing me had pushed him downwards. Time felt slow as I watched, the details burning themselves into my mind. Father didn't scream as he fell. Instead, he was motionless, almost suspended in the air, arms and legs at peace, body growing smaller as the distance stretched. Only the helmet still moved, unerringly following me until the armor had been swallowed from sight, falling into the abyss. Instinct forced me to look back up. I had to catch the railing or die to the fall. When I did look up, I was rewarded with the sight of that railing much, much closer than it had any right to be. Turns out, the spires were also falling towards the sinkhole, so naturally, the railing hadn't just been waiting around for me to land onto it. No, it had rushed to meet me with speed. I collided headfirst into it and instantly lost consciousness. Chapter 11. The First Mile. You're going to have to fix this one all on your own, just like a real grown-up. Don't worry, it's easy. You just need to wake up. Wake up or die, boy. I survived the fall. Don't ask me how, because I'm not sure myself. I'd woken up half frozen to a screaming alarm and repair glue administered everywhere on my chest, which made it hard to move around. I had just finished patching up the last tear left in my suit when Father's voice crackled into my speakers. "You're awake," he said from his seat on the concrete block, after confirming I'd been moving around. He hadn't come out of this ordeal unscathed. That might be an understatement. I'd never seen the family armor this damaged. Deep gashes lined the sides of his chest and leg plates, exposing circuitry. And under that, hints of more submetal plates with dozens of glowing blue lines etched into each. They almost looked like patterns, but too much of it was covered by the wiring to make sense.
"You survived the fall,"
I croaked out, my voice unexpectedly weak. "Yes, I am alive. Well spotted." Rolling over, I tried to stand.
"How long has it been?"
3 hours since the explosion.
Why are you here?
He stopped tinkering with the rifle and glanced up.
What does that mean?
I hit a pole, and why didn't you leave me to die?
It could have been a regrettable accident that he hadn't found me. A simple way to finally get rid of the weakling. A textbook Winterscar plan. I would be derelict in my duty had I abandoned you. I honor my vow. Something you should learn from. Rich, coming from the guy that drank himself near death every day for 13 years until reality slapped him in the face. Did a lot of honoring the oath of duty back then, eh, old man? Pain filled my legs, stabbing inside from 100 different pinpricks. But they lifted me back up onto my feet.
Where are we? Is this the underground?
It is. The way he said that had a tinge of dread to it. We are somewhere in the lower first level, deep enough to protect from the climate. It was hard to sort truth from fiction with the underground. I'd heard hundreds of stories, how it was completely different layer by layer. But how do you fit a massive forest when thousands of tons of metal and rocks lay on top, for example? Or fit underground mountains? Or have rivers and plains? Or floating rocks and castles? The underground supposedly had everything and more. No hint of green around here, though. Instead, it was all industry and blocky concrete rooms and a low ceiling above us.
Are we in an undersider city?
He shook his head. Do you see anyone? There wasn't a single person anywhere nearby. Vermin didn't populate the area either. No rats, weasels, or insects.
Gods, I couldn't hear anything besides silence. That put me on edge.
He waved his right hand over to the mess of piping snaking around. Look around you. Pipes are leading nowhere. Doorways that nobody can reach. Staircases that lead to dead ends like this one here. He pointed to the staircase that led into a wall.
Who designed this fever dream?
No one lives in these parts of the underground, Father said. The first layer is always some sort of city like this one. Architecture might change up, but it's always a city. Linked to other fake cities by tunnels and constantly changing.
Changing?
Yes, changing. Did you forget what that meant?
You just said that nobody lives here.
If you don't interrupt, I will get to that, he ground out, then shook his head. Never mind. Find out for yourself. You claim to be a scholar, right, boy? Pride yourself on that intellect of yours. Use it. Look for motion.
Fine.
I ignored the jab and did as he asked. The alleyway had looked like it went somewhere, but that dead-end staircase was the only way down. I could see dust on the ground and signs of something being dragged across it, right to where I was. The tracks came from a courtyard up ahead, surrounded by uneven platforms, and what looked to be a fountain in the center, hundreds of pipes leading to it. Vast lines of lights attached to the ceiling and random spots flooded the area, showing any detail I cared to look at. Almost hidden by those floodlights were thousands of tiny glimmering teal gems scattered across the ground. The place was as silent as a grave. Nothing moved save for the dust slowly drifting in the air.
What am I looking for?
Figure that out. It should be easy. My priority is to repair my rifle, or the next encounter will be my last. And yours as well, he said, not bothering to look up from his work. I won't waste time. Sitting down, I started looking for any signs of motion, as he'd suggested. It was about half a minute before I recognized what he meant. The teal gem glimmers. They were moving. Slowly, very slowly, but it was clear they weren't stationary at all. The better visibility with my head free was worth the discomfort of the current climate. The air was cold, but it wasn't an immediate danger. Taking off my mask and helmet, I got on my knees to get a closer look. Tiny little creatures were walking beneath my gaze. They were machines, I realized. And it wasn't a gem, but a teal light instead. Oddly bulky, like a rectangular shape with a triangle theme, carried by 6 miniature mechanical legs. 2 limbs remained folded at its front like the pictures of praying mantis, occasionally probing down on the ground. Carapace-like layers of metal plates and spikes decorated the body. They're called mites, Father said, breaking my focus. They're the reason for the unending city. Progress on his rifle had been slow, considering he stubbornly refused to use his left hand, even as far as twisting his fingers oddly to manipulate two things at a time. Did he hurt his left arm? He clicked the last piece together, locked the bar into place, and rose from his seat. Then he reached down to the boots and drew out his occult knife with his personal flourish. A small click of a switch at the sheath, and the blade's edge flared glowing blue, heat distorting the cold air around it in a small haze. He strode up and kneeled next to me. A light stab chipped the ground, close to the mite. Job finished, he turned off the knife and stowed it back in his boot with another reflexive flourish. Father never played around with his rifle like this, but the knife was something more personal to him. It seemed almost a reflex of his to twirl that blade whenever he drew or sheathed it. "Watch," he said, pointing at the chipped ground, "and don't ask foolish questions." The nearby mite quickly drifted towards the damage. Small legs held its far larger body aloft, moving haphazardly in the general direction. In a few moments, those mechanical forelimbs had gotten close enough to probe the chipped surface. It continued to fuss over the damage for a moment, before moving itself into a position it seemed to appreciate better. Then it lowered its body, almost as if to kiss the damage, and the abdomen comically lifted up. Tiny sparks of lightning flashed from where the machine's mouth would have been, striking the damaged spot. So tiny I wouldn't have seen it unless I'd been looking for it. Fortunately, I was doing just that. With each flash of miniature lightning, parts of the ground appeared from nowhere. Something was filling in the missing parts of the stone floor. In moments, it scuttled off, job finished. Nothing of the knife's attack remained on the ground, save for the chips it had cut off. They don't care what or who causes damage. They simply live to fix it, Father said. They never stop, and they never rest. Mites build without reason, as if they have some grand design in their heads they worship. I wasn't even sure what to ask about next, knowing he'd probably reproach anything obvious. I was burning with curiosity at the whole thing and had no outlet for answers. The roof was almost claustrophobically low to the ground and made me feel like we were crawling around a seedier undercity. The only thing missing were the hawkers, merchants, scoundrels, and children running amok. The silence was downright eerie. We moved through the alleyway, Father clearly searching for something. He stopped every few doorways, peering inside each for only a few moments before moving on. Some of these buildings had chairs and counters, but all were made of gray concrete. "How are we going to make it back to the surface?" I asked as we explored. "They will likely leave one airship behind as a search party," he said. "The rest of the expedition will have to depart 6 hours from now in order to reach Urs's orbital path and refuel. The next closest of the celestial gods within reach was Suya. The search party had its own deadline." "How long do they have before Suya's orbit is out of range?" "Likely 2 days." Father turned to glance at me, pausing his search. "If we don't reach the surface before then, they will be forced to leave, and we will be stranded. Survival will not be easy." He let the gravity of the situation sink into me before he continued. "We need to get close enough to contact them. They'll help us coordinate an escape within the time limit." "Will it be difficult to make it out?" He nodded. "Difficult, yes. Impossible, no. I know the way. Follow my orders, and we will live." Only relic knights could venture down here. It was clear Father had experience from previous expeditions into the underground. This wasn't a hard rule, only that anyone who explored the underground without relic armor rarely came back. Maybe it was my imagination, but there was an undertone to his voice that I hadn't heard before. "What are you searching for?" "I suffered some damage to the armor earlier. My reserve power cell has been drained. I need to finish repairs on the armor and recharge the cell. The journey out will take hours, possibly a day. We will need every drop of power." The next building caught his attention. It seemed like he'd found something there. Instead of continuing to the next building, we ventured farther into the gloom. The only light here was the thousands of teal glimmering lights, all of them mites. Father noticed I'd been staring after those. "The lights and body shape of the mites tell you what colony they're part of," he said, as he examined the interior, headlight now turning on to get a better view of the dark room. The thousands of teal lights became almost unnoticeable in the harsh light. When this teal colony leaves, another will inevitably arrive. They'll tear down everything here and rebuild something new, a different city. Now that we could see detail with the headlights, it was immediately apparent that electronics and metal completely consumed the inner walls of this room. Wiring and geometric metal lined the blocks deeper into the building. Everything seemed to have been subsumed by a machine or computer of some kind. The only thing recognizable from this weird contraption was a power cell port on the offside, on a raised pedestal. Everything else I couldn't possibly venture a guess at. It almost looked cancerous, even, if machines could have cancer. His right hand fished through the suit's leg plates, and one side slid open, revealing a standard power cell tucked into it. This one was dead and spent, empty. That could be a charging station built by mites if the gods favor us with luck. Could be? What does that mean? Father didn't answer. Instead, he unhooked the cell, then connected it to the charging station's port, waiting now for something to happen. Mites are afflicted by madness, he said as he waited. Most things mites make are just decoration, as far as we know. Replicas, half-finished constructions, or outright useless junk. I'd never seen power cells charged like this, and only now did I realize how much I'd taken the celestial flyovers for granted. Are these charging stations the way Undersiders power their power cells? Father nodded. The Undersiders don't have reliable refueling like we have on the surface. They need to find fountains like this, or kill machines and rip their hearts out. The cells themselves are not rare down here, but repowering them is more difficult. It is the exact opposite of the surface. They'll trade with us as a last resort in times of drought. It seemed convoluted and so much more effort than these celestial flyovers. Up on the surface, we'd simply put the power cells anywhere outside, and the gods would recharge them, so long as the cells were directly under their orbit as they flew by in their satellite fortresses. Father sighed, reaching for the power cell. It looks like this fountain is also junk. Something should have happened by now. Mites seemed like blind artists from what I'd seen. They were creating things, but almost in a dreamlike manner. And you said some of what they made is functional? He confirmed it. I could work with that. No matter how the mites built, the age-old wisdom still stood strong. Where there were wires, there would be power. If I could find the power line, I might find a functioning charging station. The charging station might be incomplete, shut off, or never intended to work in the first place, but it had been similar enough to the real thing that it fooled Father into trying. I could be reasonably sure the power wires would likely look the same here. My headlights illuminated the room as I explored farther behind the pedestal while he extracted his cell. It was a rat nest of wires, all connecting to metal cubes and other structures. One of the wires stood out to me. It was slightly larger and more unique than the others, with faint red markings. The difference was subtle, but I'd been an engineer all my life. This was the sort of thing I could spot. We're wasting time. Come, Father said from the side, already walking off. I caught up behind him. How are you searching for the charging stations? Instinct. The buildings that hold items within look slightly different from others. It's not a pattern I could describe in words. They're all unique, but in slightly different ways from the other buildings. We returned to the alleyway outside the room. Farther down it widened out into more of a marketplace, with large pillars supporting the expanding roof. Father continued to explore certain buildings over others, each time spending a few minutes inside before venturing back out, a failure for each. Knights had at least 2 power cells on their person, one actively used by their armor and the other as reserves. Once the armor ran out of power, it would be immovable. If he'd already run through his first power cell. How long until your current charge ends? Long enough, he replied over comms, spending time in the bowels of the current building he'd been exploring. I know the armor can calculate exactly how much time until it shuts off. It can. So how much time at this current pace? We'll find another charging station soon enough. One will eventually work. You don't need to worry about this. Did he think I was a child? I almost asked him again, but a tinge of fear gripped me, and I decided to pick my battles. If Father didn't want to tell me, he could keep his secrets. Instead, I'd be doing my part then. Fake tents and odd buildings filled the vacant marketplace. Hundreds of wires littered the grounds and walls. It took some time to spot what I'd been looking for. A wire, leading off somewhere deeper, up to a 2-story building farther in the distance. I walked in that direction, passing by dozens of houses on the way, climbing up a staircase to reach the 2nd floor. Inside, my headlights toggled on, and shining back in the darkness was another charging fountain. I got Father's attention quickly and reported to him what I'd found. "How? You haven't spent more than an hour awake down here. There's no chance you know what to look for. If this is a joke, I will not be amused," he answered back. "How about you come here and find out then?" There wasn't a reply. Instead, he left his current building and stormed over to where I waved. Father climbed up the stairs and peered inside the building I'd selected, then grunted. "Don't hold your breath. The chance this works is slim." That building he'd left didn't have any power wires leaving it, and I suspect it also had an incomplete charging station within. I'm almost sure I was correct about this. None of the other buildings had this type of wire entering them. Father delved farther into the room, unhooking the spent power cell. Then he inserted it into the charging port. Nothing happened. Father scoffed. "See? Now give—" A halo illuminated the entry port, cutting him off mid-sentence. Green, glowing liquid, flecked with bright motes of gold-swirling dust, surged into the cell. It filled just about 3/4 of the way before the terminal dimmed out and died. It looked like this fountain was now spent. The cell was withdrawn by Father's careful hand and inspected quietly, almost hesitantly even. "How exactly did you find this room?" he asked. "I noticed a wire I suspected was a power line, and I followed it here." Father shook his head. "The thicker wire, with that red marking? That's been tried before. It hasn't proved to work any better or worse than a die toss. You threw the right roll by happenstance." "You knew about the wiring?" "Do you think us stupid? Or did you think the first naive solution that comes to your mind would be something every relic knight before you had somehow missed?" A flush of shame passed through me. I didn't answer back, instead looking down to the ground. It's odd how obvious it was in hindsight, once pointed out like so. "Tame that insufferable pride, boy. It will only get you killed down here." The refueled cell's light remained strong, the liquid shining through the small observation glass of the cell. Finding a concrete chair, he settled down into a more comfortable position, carefully shifting, once again not moving his left arm an inch through the entire process. A wound he didn't want to aggravate? The power cell was opened up again, then tilted. Liquid poured in controlled amounts over the armor's damaged sections. I knew what was going to happen next. I'd seen him do just that dozens of times back home. It still fascinated me, a testament to the heights technology had been taken to. Once upon a time, there were people who understood how this worked. It was imperceivable at first, just faint metallic powder starting to stream from the furrows that lined the armor. It looked like simple dust knocked free from the armor, floating down to the earth without any other intention. However, some unnatural current of air twisted this dust cloud around, making it flow like mist just slightly above the armor. Soon it covered the armor, moving with purpose from that unseen wind. The destination became clear, as the many dust rivers started converging on the spilled power cell liquid. There had never been a printer found that could create relic armor. Each armor had been discovered in some way, abandoned at some point by their previous users, either in derelicts, taken as spoils of war, or traded from the undersiders who in turn found it deep within the depths. Here was the reason these relics could survive eons, despite nobody knowing how to even print repair parts for them. This was the very soul of the armor. Chapter 12. You don't belong here. The black dust cloud pooled on top of the spilled fuel. The liquid shimmered, light coming from within it. It was that golden light that the armor's spirit absorbed. The metallic swirl whisked away the glow from existence, one small droplet's worth, one after another. Condensation formed under the dust, the smallest droplets already freezing from the ambient temperature. Typical of a power cell, water was the waste material once it extracted the energy portion. Father held out bits of cut alloy scraps from his pack, an offering to the cloud. The armor accepted and surrounded it, nibbling away until nothing remained in his hands except for these ceramic white shards that had been originally on the scrap. The dust would swirl around the matter it consumed, then stream back down to fuss over the damaged sections. Frayed parts grew back as it consumed the scrap. In about 10 minutes, the armor had repaired its leg back to working condition. It had left only frozen condensation and rejected material behind. There were many names for this spirit, but no arguments that this wasn't the very soul of the armor. Each relic armor had its own. So long as parts of the soul were still active, it could rebuild an armor from even a fragment, though I'd never heard of anyone insane enough to put that to the test. These were too rare to experiment on. The chance to lose an armor would be terrifying. Father withdrew the moderately spent power cell, tucking it back into the suit's leg holder as reserve. It clicked shut, pulling the room back into darkness. Our headlights were the only source left. In the new obscurity, the teal-lit mites seemed to spring up everywhere, on the ceilings, walls, and ground, now noticeable again. Do they attack people? I'd always heard that the machines from the underground attacked humans. I'd just had my first encounter with one a few minutes ago, and so far, it hadn't even acknowledged my presence. Couldn't be sure if it was intelligent or not. Father stood back up, tossing aside the waste material and wiping off the accumulated sleet. So long as the superstructure isn't changed from whatever design is in their head, they ignore everything and everyone. Can I touch one, and it won't bite back? He seemed taken aback by that question. I suppose you could. Why would you want to? Curiosity propelled me, taking off the environmental suit's gloves, skin exposed in the open air. Chill instantly siphoned the warmth in my hand, but I could bear with it for a moment. There was no way I could pick up something that small with these thick gloves. Father looked on with what I think was puzzlement. The mite did not try to escape when my hand loomed over it. Neither did it deviate its course when I picked it up. Its legs continued to twitch and flail around, searching for the ground, but otherwise not any more bothered by the lack of it. The body was still tiny, almost hard to grab. Closer inspection showed that the light they'd carried was at the front, almost where the eyes would be if this were an animal. I sat the mite down on the palm of my hand and watched. It really looked like a tiny fat hybrid of a triangle and a rectangle, a metallic ant. The legs quickly gripped to my palm, and the machine crawled around, its tiny forelimbs probing my skin, almost in annoyance. Maybe because of the ice-cold air that was already numbing my hand, there wasn't any bit of a sensation. Or more likely, it truly was too small and light. Soon, it had reached the edge and made no move to slow down. I had to rotate my hand to prevent it from falling. But even so, the mite continued to single-mindedly seek the edge, no matter how I turned. What I can't understand is why you wouldn't want to see these things in more detail, Father. They're fascinating. He said nothing to that. Instead, he shook his head and continued down the empty streets, still searching for something, knocking on walls occasionally. You said they break down other mites' works. What happens when two living colonies are in the same area? Father grunted. They don't fight. They deconstruct the other's buildings while building their own, from what I've heard. They don't care where the damage comes from, even if it's from other mites. They'll simply try to fix it, whatever form that looks like. I could see what he meant. My mite hadn't stopped trying to throw itself off my hand from the very moment I'd picked it up. They truly had one-track minds. Is it even possible to walk through a section that's trapped between two colonies? Mites build randomly, but there's always a path forward that's accessible by foot. They seem to follow that rule above all others. When two colonies fight for ground, they seem to agree on a mutual main path. I let the mite walk off my hand. It tumbled down onto the ground, coming to a stop on its back. Its legs continued to seek the ground without success. Other mites stopped and made their way to their fallen brother. In moments, their forelimbs helped lift and rotate the distressed mite back onto the ground proper, so they could at least speak to one another and had some sense of teamwork. If I brought back a mite to the surface, what would happen?
It would return to its colony?
You don't know? I don't see any reason to study these. They can't be tamed. A mite speaker might know better. Father stopped in his tracks, then groaned deeply, his right hand palming his head as if he'd made a mistake. They're undersiders who claim to communicate with the mites. Mite speaker. It's in the name.
Claim to?
Nobody knows anything about the mites or what built them. All I'm certain of is that the underground looks the way it does because of them. Anyone who tells you they know more is double-dealing and trying to fleece you of something. You're a Winterscar. Spotting this should be intuitive.
Now that their fellow mite brother had been rescued from its orientation issues, the mites left with disinterest, searching for anything that did not fit the blueprint they'd designed. My gloves neatly slipped back on my hands as I followed behind. This place felt like a city, but only in how a painter would draw a city from memory. There were missing structures and city planning that just weren't present. More like a lucid dream, a simulation of a city. Will the colony always make this exact city? I could tell I was treading some dangerous ground here with Father. All these questions weren't something he enjoyed hearing from me. To him, it was all scholar scrap shit, and I was sounding more and more like a Reacher cast by the minute. But this wasn't information I'd be able to guess on my own, and as far as I understood his methods and rules, he'd only get angry at things I could have figured out. I don't know if they create the same city over and over. Again, those questions are for the undersiders who live down here. And you've never asked them?
Most of the undersiders all stay within the safety of the cities, and as surface dwellers, we're unwelcome in their cities. We're seen as surface scum, desperate thieves at best, a deserved reputation at worst. Now end it with all these questions. We're not safe or out of the snow yet.
We continued exploring blindly for the next hour while I processed all I'd learned so far. Occasionally, we'd take breaks to eat rations and drink. We never stopped for long, and he always remained tense, as if expecting the worst to happen. In the clan, everyone loved to gossip about how danger-filled the underground was, making it seem inhospitable to anyone who didn't have relic armor. The first time any of this became reality to me was when Father stopped in his tracks and forced us to hide inside a room several streets away from where he'd noticed the danger. There, we stood in the dark, headlights turned off. Comms off, quiet, he signaled with his hand. Acknowledged, I signaled back. Status? Enemy. Possible. Nearby. He moved his hand quietly, shaping each so that they were clear in the gloom. I heard nothing nearby. The city was as quiet as it had always been for the past few hours. Something had seriously spooked Father, however. Machine? Yes, he answered. Draw weapons. I nodded and slowly took out my scavenger pistol, safety clicking off, muffled under my thick gloves. He brought out his own rifle and aimed with one hand out through the doorway. For 20 minutes we stood still, ready for action. It was the longest 20 minutes of my life. Father's weapon dropped back down from its ready position, and he stood up, breaking the silence. They've moved past us. How did you spot them? I had seen nothing, nor heard anything. It seemed like he just randomly decided to hunker down. Father stood back up, grabbing my own outstretched arm and pulling me to my feet. I didn't spot them, but the signs were there. Machines are predictable. I had a suspicion we'd walked into a patrol path of theirs. Had we? Outside, the world looked the same as we'd left it, but Father still nodded. I had the armor amplify sound. Heard them pass by a few streets away from here. We're behind their patrol right now. Need to make ourselves scarce, and soon. That's exactly what we did, picking a path completely perpendicular to where we'd had our close call. I hadn't heard or seen anything, but this pattern of stopping to hide repeated 3 times over. Each time, Father would notice some evidence of machine patrol and have us hide in a room or building, waiting until they passed by. He'd point out how certain sections of the city had more debris than others, signs of machines lumbering by and damaging the roads. The mites would fix the holes, but the bits that were knocked off would remain, cluttering the place slightly more. The longest it took was a half hour. Each time I never saw a hint of the enemy. That didn't make any of it any less tense. Here was something that genuinely worried Father of all people. Whenever the underground felt out of reach, the clan would complain about how it wasn't worth the price to live down there, how dangers like this were too much to pay for the benefits of living free from the climate. But any time a glimmer of hope came up, like a house announcing they'd recovered a new relic armor, everyone would be suddenly filled with stories of how wonderful it would be to finally travel back down to where we all deserved to live, finding some meadow, forest, or even a metal fortress. Anything was better than the cold. There was so much more to the underground than I had ever known, and Father clearly knew about it the whole time. "Why didn't you tell me of this?" I asked him, while we hiked through this stillborn city. "You never asked." "Oh, great, semantics. Don't you think it's important?" "Why would it be important?" "It's the underground. Of course it'll be important," I said. "All of civilization lives down here, and eventually the clan will migrate here too." Father stopped and turned, faceless helmet holding my gaze. "When?" This felt like a trap, like another one of his lessons. But it was the ultimate goal of all the surface clans, to gather enough relic armors such that we could claim and hold land against the machines on a lower level. "Compared to the other surface clans, we're well on our way so far," I diplomatically answered. He shook his head slowly. "No, not in our lifetime, or your children's lifetime. Lord Attius will see that day, but none of us will." "What? Why?" "Numbers. Even the smallest city has at least 100 armors. We've barely collected over 50, and they say the clan is a little over 300 years old. Even the poorest undersider lives like a king compared to us." He continued down, periodically knocking on the walls as he went. 100 relic armors? For a small city? Something was off about this, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. It felt like he wasn't telling the full truth, but the right questions slipped through my mind like sand. We turned the corner and ran into another dead end. Instead of backtracking, Father tapped on the wall here as well. It sounded hollow. "If I had told you about the underground, you'd eventually wind up finding a way in through some chasm while seeking it out." He took a few steps back in my direction. "I'm not blind to your curiosity, boy. There are pathways and tunnels everywhere leading down into the underground, all of them miles away from safety. You'd die within the hour from the first encounter with the automaton." Before I could press him for more answers, he crouched into a runner's stance and then exploded into a dead sprint forward. The wall ahead stood absolutely no chance. It crumbled into pieces as he tackled through it. "What are you doing?" I shouted. Where the mites had been wandering mindlessly, now they moved to the wall with purpose, swarming towards it. Already, the nearest had begun the tiny repairs. Father's voice echoed past the ruined walls. "I'm searching for a way out. Get in before the mites seal the way. They work quicker than you might suspect." I wasn't sure if this was such a great idea, but it was clear the mites would not attack us, as he'd said before. They'd already grouped on the edge of the broken wall, their numbers making it look like a glowing teal line. If I hadn't seen them up close, I could have easily confused it with the occult. They seemed to have a monopoly on glowing lines. Peering past the wall revealed it was only another empty building interior. A countertop lined the side of the room. It vaguely resembled a barkeeper's shop. I turned on my own headlights for additional illumination. Father's form stood back up in the pulverized concrete dust, his figure obscured by the light beams lighting the particles. I sulked in my head and considered what he'd said before, that withholding information from me was for my safety. It didn't escape notice that I'd done the same to Kidra for similar reasons, choosing not to tell her what the house had been doing to encourage Father's addiction. Turning his words around in my head, I hunted for a counterpoint and failed to find any. Father's reasoning was sound. I just assumed it wasn't from the start, searching instead for a way to validate my initial feelings, which hadn't been based on any logic now that I examined the thought in isolation. Rat shit. That was a textbook sign of self-deception.
Tame that insufferable pride, boy. It will only get you killed down here.
I'd become more impulsive on this expedition, too single-minded on my goal for that missing tech, looking for it in places I should have known had little to no chance for a discovery, taking risks that even my status as part of the nobility wouldn't protect me from, if they'd ever found out about it. It burned to admit, but Father was correct on this point. If he'd told me more about the underground, I would have almost certainly found myself slipping through those cracks, thinking I could survive down here, convincing myself into a stupid death. Keith, the three gods left the world to protect us. They struggle and suffer each day against the oblivion beyond Earth. What do you think would happen if the gods left their post in the heavens, if they rested instead of upholding their duty? It was just like him to pull up faith when he wanted to explain something more complicated. All right, I'll play his game. The three gods circling the world, Urs, Suya, and Talon, floating in orbit around the world deep in the heart of their flying fortresses, each protecting the world with one hand to the darkness of space and the other stretched out to their people, to recharge our power cells when they flew above. Those power cells fueled our heaters, ships, environmental suits, everything really. I thought about the gods simply not being up there. No more celestial flyovers. No way to recharge power cells. We'd all be dead within the week. The gods did not choose lightly, Keith. They are not returning, not now, not ever. They knew the cost of leaving, and they paid that price, 100-fold. The surface is not where they belong anymore, and the underground is not where you belong either. I got the message. This place wanted us dead. Father took my silence for what it was and continued farther into the gloomy room. Come, this should hold our target. Inside, the walls once more became less concrete and more metal and electronics. At the center of this room wasn't a fountain, but a pillar of metal with a screen and keyboard oddly held by metal arms at the side. "What's that?" I asked, pointing. Father walked up to it, hand reaching out. With any luck, our guide. Chapter 13. A Test of Might and Might. He examined the Might creation, tapping the sides and buttons experimentally with his hand. Activate. Nothing happened. Start. Wake up. Download. On he went, going through a generic list of trigger words, frustration leaking out with each failed attempt. The keyboard did nothing, and the screen had no buttons to press. The terminal remained unconvinced throughout the interrogation. No signs of power. Father didn't seem to mind as I sat down and inspected the weird object myself. Maybe it had an on-off switch somewhere on a panel? This was assuming the mites had even built one. There was nothing that looked like switches or buttons besides that keyboard. Instead, only wires and geometric statues that looked like decorations at the base. They led out of the terminal, moving off farther into the city. Is this terminal junk? I asked. That's uncertain. I won't be able to tell if this is functional or junk until I've exhausted all the possible ways to turn it on. That was the conundrum. It was not always obvious when something couldn't work. These mites, what strange little buggers they were. They seemed to build in all kinds of quality, from artistic to functional. And I thought I'd seen this kind of behavior before. A theory bubbled up in my mind, something that I fortunately could test. If I was right about this, it could at least let us know if this terminal was worth spending time on or not. Is it safe to explore around? Father grunted in reply. We're far from the last patrol path, but stay nearby. Close enough that you can get to me in a few seconds. What are you planning? I'm getting myself a pet mite. That left him quite confused. Once I was outside the room, I made my way across the alley to another building. Here, there were just concrete walls and an empty windowsill. The room was desolate, except for one thing, teal lights all over the walls. Taking off my gloves for dexterity, I snatched one of those mites up. It reacted like the previous mites had, trying to walk off my hand. Each time I turned direction, the mite would also unerringly change its own, almost like a handheld compass. I headed back to the dead terminal with my captive in tow, watching how it reacted the whole way. My conclusion on this micro-test? The mite had a location in mind where it belonged, and it would keep trying to get there. "What are you planning, boy?" Father didn't seem amused by my antics as he watched me toy around with the mite in hand. "Science! Mind if I use your knife real quick? No guarantees, but there might be a way to figure out if the terminal's functional or not without spending too much time. I want to gather proof to confirm it for myself first." He stared for a moment, then kneeled to bring out the knife with his usual flourish. He presented it hilt first to me. "You're oddly cooperative," I noted. "So long as your experiment is quick," he replied. "On the off chance your hunch is correct, I'd be a fool to have blocked your path." His helmet took a quick scan around the room, contemplating. "Mites often like to hide things or play tricks of that nature. These terminals aren't easy to find, so I need to be absolutely sure it's unworkable rather than a power source being hidden here. You have until I'm finished. Talon be with us, boy." I grabbed the knife from his extended hand. Father nodded and turned back to the terminal, searching for hidden compartments, occasionally muttering things into his helmet. Occult weapons are oddly light, even though density-wise they really have no business being this weight. Not quite light as a feather, but light enough. A small switch at the side of the hilt let me turn the weapon on. It flared to life in hand. Now for my next hat trick. I kneeled to test my next theory, excitement burning about the possibilities. I let go of the mite in hand at the terminal's base panel, right by what looked like an abstract statue. I savagely stabbed that decoration immediately after. Okay, maybe not savagely, but enough that someone's granddad would have yelled at me for it. Mite-built metal or not, the occult weapon carved into it without issue. The damage this thing could do was several leagues above vandalism, and the mites reacted accordingly. Instantly, every single teal light in the room marched as one to go handle the damage. All except for a single rebel teal light. The mite eyed pilfered. Despite the proximity, it simply ignored the problem and walked back to the empty room I'd spirited it away from. I followed the little rebel, then stabbed the concrete ground lightly right in front of it. This time, the lazy mite went to help fix the city substructure with its fellows. Once done, it promptly continued on its single-minded warpath home. There had indeed been something I'd recognized in the mites, more of a behavior, really. If I considered the mites more like human tinkerers, I could map a sort of culture in my mind. "The mites are craftsmen," I said. "They're what?" Father asked, not quite understanding what I meant. "The mites might not be one super hive mind. They look more divided into subgroups, and each of those groups has land staked out to do what they want in it. Some mites might have been more motivated to create, and others might just be doing the bare minimum to get by. And some others, like the mite I'd pilfered from the empty room, hadn't worked on anything at all. They all pitched in to fix the superstructure, the city itself, but individual creations were up to the subgroups that squatted in those parts." "Bizarre theory. And you learned that from playing around with a mite? What's your proof?" I pointed at the renegade, who'd been happily walking against the flow of traffic. "That one." I swiped it from another room, a room where nothing was built inside besides the city's superstructure. "See how it's not helping? This isn't the room it's assigned to." Father nodded, shrugged, then turned his attention back to the terminal. "The mites are not human. Don't forget to factor that in as well." Was I personifying these machines too much? They might think and feel in ways humans absolutely couldn't, and I was only seeing the surface of it all. There were bigger things to care about down here. The mites might have ranked too low for the relic knights traversing down here. Those mite speakers might have already discovered all this, but Father clearly hadn't talked to one since this was all news to him. "There's one more test I need to do. How much time do we have?" "Half an hour. Not a moment more." "That's all the time we can spare?" "That's all the time I gave myself to find the power source. Each hour increases the chance machines find us. Their patrols can change, or I could miss the signs. It's only a matter of time until that happens." "Can you carry me to speed me up, then?" Environmental suits were absolutely not designed for running around or sprinting in mind. It'd be a bit hard to work around his arm problem, but the family armor should be able to carry me easily with one hand. He'd done it before. and he'd caught up to a moving airspeeder while ferrying both me and my sister. I was smaller back then, but my sister hadn't grown that much taller since. "No," he said flatly. "If the armor runs out of energy, we're dead. We need to ration what we have. Marshal your strength. Half an hour. Then we continue forward, and you won't slow us down for experiments next time. Do we have a deal, boy?"
"Fine. And if it does work, you'll trust me for that next time then. Fair?"
"Don't make terms with me. I'm already giving you the benefit of the doubt." But he didn't make a move to stop me. Instead, he turned back to the terminal to continue messing with the controls. It was going to be a struggle to run, but I had food and drink to recoup that energy. Power cells were the bottleneck resources right now. Couldn't be helped. I grit my teeth and bolted out into the alleyway now that I was on the clock, looking for rooms with structures inside them. It didn't take long to find what I'd been looking for, thankfully, the last piece of the puzzle for my test. Its screen was halfway completed. Metal plating was missing or forgotten about. Its circuit boards didn't have correct endings, nor were they even connected to the hole. I had no idea what the structure was supposed to mimic, but it was clearly defective. Into the room I went. Father's knife hummed again in my hands as I sliced off a piece of the mite tech, specifically a circuit board from the wall, and then I watched as this room's mites went to fix the board. It took them 3 minutes. During that time, the resulting board looked similar to the one I had cut. Similar, but not exact. There were additions in odd places and outright missing parts. There were far fewer ways to create something that works compared to a near infinite number of ways to make something that doesn't. No need to guess this wasn't a working piece. I raced back to the terminal. The mites were already finishing up their touches to the sliced statue. Hilt first, I returned Father's knife to his hand. "Look at how the sliced-off piece is an exact replica of the piece they're rebuilding." I picked up the sliced-off, identical decoration, but quickly dropped it right back. Metal is cold. I got busy putting my gloves back on. "I'm almost positive it'll work. It's simply not powered on. What are the chances that the power source is inside the room?" "Moderate," he said. "I suspect the wires are where the power would come from. It's only unknown how far away the source is. We could travel a half an hour or more before reaching it." Father stared at the terminal with contemplation. "They could also end nowhere at any time." "In my mind," I said, "any engineer proud of his work wouldn't leave it with no way to turn on. I don't know if the mites would think like that, but my hunch says they wouldn't have made something like this in a spot of land where power wasn't accessible. The wires are for something. We should track them." Father nodded at that and shrugged. "That seems in character with the city's possible rules. You're on a time limit. Are you sure you want to follow these wires?" I thought for a moment, then nodded. I was sure. Father stood without another word and began a quick march outside. I trailed behind, both nervous and hopeful. We passed by plenty of mite structures along the path, some of them just blocks with flashing lights. Others were multiple screens, all rotated at different angles, and all of them black and unpowered. But the wires were all there. They just weren't always connected, except for ours, which was systematically unbroken. Each minute, my confidence grew. It had to lead somewhere. We left the building entirely, following the wires across the alleyway in a quick jog. They looped and traveled wildly around the path, grouping together and splitting apart at different times. Eventually, over the course of 10 minutes, it led us to a massive building. This had been filled with hundreds of wires, entering the site from all directions. All of it converged indoors on a massive switchboard filled with lights. A podium near the center had all sorts of buttons, levers, and valves that surrounded the small space. It was quite obvious that the switchboard was connected in some way to all those controls. "Have you seen this before?" I asked Father, hesitantly. He nodded. "Mites leave puzzles like this occasionally. A team I was on a few years ago ran into a building like this one. Those switches control the lights." He pointed, then casually flipped a switch by the podium controls. A few lights blinked on, while others turned off. Our theory was that this controlled power in a block of the city, but the mites had built it in such a way to be difficult, if not impossible, to turn something on intentionally. It ended up being a waste of time, unfortunately. I quickly saw what he meant. Each press of a button and pull of a lever showed predictable pattern changes in lights, just like a puzzle. Some switches would only change a few lights, and other switches would change dozens at the same time. That was all well and good, but this had at least 30 possible controls. Do you know what I'm supposed to do with all this? I waved at the switchboard. Father shook his head. We spent only a few minutes before deciding it wasn't worth investigating further. How much time do I have? 12 minutes. No surprise, the relic armor probably had a timer counting down on the heads-up display inside his helmet. I decided I was going to make all the lights turn on to start with. The patterns melded into my thoughts, and with each button press, I could see how the whole would work. It took a few minutes to categorize all the commands possible, but there was a pattern to this as well, and a few tricks. A good number of these controls had duplicate effects once you lined it up in your head, even if the controls looked physically different. I felt at home with this little brain teaser. I'd always been good with numbers. My mind flicked through the permutations until I'd found a path to light them all up. After a minute of rapid switch turning, a wrench in the works hit. Turning on too many lights would cause the entire board to switch off. That lasted a few seconds before the switchboard would turn on again and reset back to its original configuration. The mites showed no change in their behavior. They really didn't care about anything besides fixing what was broken. Father, on the other hand, looked almost as nervous as if he'd seen something he hadn't expected. Were you clicking things at random? No, there's a pattern to it. Like you said, I can see how I can get the results I want. It's impossible you could have learned how to do that this fast, he said, but there was uncertainty in his tone. Fine then. Pause the timer and pick out any light. I'll have it turned on in 30 seconds. 30 seconds only, and this one. He rose to my challenge, pointing out a small light in a line near the end of the switchboard. I calculated in my head, saw the path forward, and pressed 5 switches rapidly, one after the other. On the final switch flick, the light he'd pointed at lit up brightly. A surge of pride bubbled up in me. That had to be luck, he said. Want to try another? I could do this all day. The helmet obviously obscured any expression from him, but his silence told me everything. No, I stand by my word. Continue. I played with the puzzle again, this time looking beyond the switchboard to see the actions each flip and twist would cause. It was all well and good to turn on lights, but I had to know what those lights meant. The obvious conclusion made me almost groan at the wasted time. Wires leading off also had lights built in. When the switches were pulled, some of these wires would have their lights also turned on, and one of these wires would lead back to the terminal, which I was willing to bet had no lights switched on. The problem with all this? There were hundreds of wires. I'd forgotten which one was my terminal wire. Rat shit. We're going to need to go back to the terminal, I sighed, pointing out what I'd found out about the wires to him. It had taken us 10 minutes to get here in the first place. By the time we arrived back at the terminal, that half hour of experimentation time would be gone. Father reached out and grabbed my shoulder. I thought I'd done something off until he patted my shoulder awkwardly. I'll end the timer. I nodded back, unsure how to answer. Was he saying that he believed I had a working solution? Father turned and continued to walk, and I followed behind. We didn't say anything to each other, but a warm feeling was left in my stomach. Halfway through our return, he came to an abrupt stop. Danger was signaled out, along with a stop-all-motion order. His helmet scanned around, looking in different directions as if trying to hear or spot something through the alleyways. There was only silence as far as I could tell. He burst into action a second later, picking me straight up without a word of warning and bolting away. A wailing scream sounded in the city, shrill and chilling. It was joined by others, almost like wolves who'd found prey. Feelings of panic deep inside started stirring. Wait, what's that, slavers? I half-whispered, trying to keep as quiet as I could over the comms. Does that sound anything like a human to you? Father hissed back. Machines. I'd always thought they would be silent killers, mechanical and precise, without emotion. In my imagination, they'd swarm without a sound, only grim intent following a program of some sort. Reality was clearly different. The machines sounded outright primal, more feral than even animals could be. They howled and screamed, the voices coming closer despite Father's speed. We couldn't see them yet, but it was clear they were closing in. In minutes, we had made our way through the alleyways. He let go of me, shouting to keep running on my own into the clearing up ahead. Father reached into his belt with his free hand and dropped one of his 2 grenades on the floor mid-run. He didn't bother to align it more in the center of the pathway. It bounced after him, rolling to a stop as we sprinted far past it. It hadn't been primed, instead left alone and inert in the hallway. Father spoke out over the screechers, easily catching up behind me. They're called screamers. Close-range rank and file that bank on shock and awe. They'll cut you to pieces if they get in range. Can we outrun them? My short breath was already an answer to that. Even sprinting for a few moments had already winded me. The environmental suit and gear I carried were too heavy for this kind of effort. They've already pinged us. Running was never an option. We'll need to fight, win quickly, and run before more come. We stopped at the center of the clearing. This was where Father decided we'd make our stand. The corridor we'd just come from would funnel the enemy, and the plaza would give him room to fight. As good as it gets to tilt the odds. "Make sure your gun is loaded," he said, speaking fast. "Find a building to hide in and let me handle this. My armor can take hits. Your environmental suit can't." He turned to stare at me and grasped my shoulder with his hand again. "Keith, listen to me closely. They will kill you if they get the chance. Don't expose yourself. Don't be stupid. And don't try any heroics. Are we clear?" I nodded, and that was all the confirmation he needed. He made his way to the best position he could find in the clearing, the wall sides of the alleyway. There he drew out his rifle and held it as steady as he could with a single working arm, using the edge of the wall as a makeshift grip. If there was any time to use his other hand, even if he aggravated the wound, it would be now. Still, that arm remained limp at his side. I could hear more screeching down the alley as I made my own way to cover. They overlapped one another, bloodthirst filling each terrifying howl. Fear gnawed at my stomach. I tried to stamp it out with logic. Father had his relic armor. Machines were no match for him from what I'd heard. It took many working together to take down a relic wearer. That sounded too good to be true all of a sudden. The clan gossip could have easily embellished the truth to make us all feel better. No, we'll be fine. Everything will work out. I desperately wanted to believe that. The massive screams closing in promised a different faith. Chapter 14. The Face of Death. They came into view, trailing right behind where we'd come from. I counted 7 of them racing towards us. From this distance, they seemed small, but I recognized just how tall the alleyway had been when we'd run through it, and their heads cleared windowsills I couldn't have grabbed with my hand. They were nightmares made manifest. Elongated legs and arms far too thin and long to be human proportions, but just close enough to be uncanny. White plates of armor lined their bodies, and their hands ended in claws with rust or dried blood. Exposed pseudo-rib cages, stark white, covering black wiring mimicking where innards should have been if the creatures had been alive. All of it juxtaposed to the bone-white carapace-like armor. They must have been 7 or 8 feet tall while hunched over. The faces were the worst part, like human skulls with far too many teeth and no jaw. Deep, glowing violet eyes that seemed tiny compared to the larger eye sockets, the violet motif also outlining the skeletal frame. The spines jutted out, blade-like, and they ran at us like starving predators that had finally spotted food. Hunched over, occasionally using their arms as legs in those loping strides. There was hardly any rhythm to their motions. They simply propelled themselves forward however they could. I'd heard stories. Pilgrims from the Undersiders' cities who reached the surface would tell us tales of the machines they would find down here. They always seemed different, but the one unifying theme had been bone-white and terrifying. I understood now what they had meant. Father braced the rifle against his shoulder. Nothing but the wall edge gripped the gun's stock, his left hand still hanging limply at his side. Even a broken arm could be moved in emergency situations. Did he think he could avoid using that arm for the entire fight, or was he truly physically incapable of moving it? He watched as the enemy descended towards us, no flicker of movement in his form, waiting for the moment the enemy would be in effective range. He didn't need to wait long, given their speed.
"So you guide me to victory,"
he prayed under his breath, then pulled the trigger. A 3-round burst of bullets rocketed out from the rifle, striking directly into the first rushing automaton, ripping its head backward and shattering pieces across the floor. The body collapsed on the ground, sliding to a stop across the concrete, lights winking out instantly. He shifted focus to the dropped grenade next, just as the feral group ran across. A single bullet flew true, and the world shook with fire. The explosion tore up 2 more automatons, but the rest surged through the dying flames without pause. It looked like they'd been spared the worst of the makeshift mine. Father refocused on the next closest automaton and fired another round of bullets. He tried to dodge, but he tracked the movements and matched the direction with 3 more bursts of rifle shots. It wasn't a perfect takedown. Still, the creature stumbled downwards, arms flailing to hold its weight as the skull-like head cracked hard onto the ground. The violet eyes flickered across the monster, struggling to remain active. The creature blessedly couldn't get back up. The next target gracefully dodged the hail of bullets sent its way, moving in a pattern that maximized Father's broken arm. The relic armor compensated for recoil. His bursts were short and contained, but only so much could be done with one hand and the corner of a wall to work with. The machines might not have respect for the fallen, but they clearly hadn't been blind either, and had already analyzed how to avoid the gunfire. Father's gun clicked empty a moment later. He hadn't downed his 3rd target. 4 down, 3 still left to go. He tossed the rifle and ammunition belt in my direction. "Reload this, now!" he barked out, then kneeled and pulled out the boot knife with his customary panache. The blade spun around in his palm, lit by a halo of blue as the weapon ignited mid-flourish. Father assumed the best stance he could muster, trying to balance the limp arm, taking a few steps back into the open to maximize mobility. The rifle skidded to a halt nearby, and I scrambled out to grab it. Despite the losses they'd taken, the machines continued their charge without hesitation. The first automaton barreled into knife range. This close, I could see how massive they were as they overshadowed us. Almost 3 heads taller, even while hunched. They must tower over humans if they bothered to stand straight. Those arms were far longer than I had thought possible. The opening attack was a bloodthirsty grab for his throat, but he'd clearly been prepared. With a quick duck and a head tilt to the right, he narrowly avoided the grasping hands by what looked to be sheer luck. Sparks flew as the metal claws scraped past his helmet. He lunged forward in the same instant, knife seeking the automaton's throat now that he'd made it past the arms. The creature hadn't failed to notice and replicated Father's own movement, tilting its own head to the side to avoid the knife. Given the lanky arms, that might have been the best thing it could have done. It wasn't quick enough to completely escape, and the knife cut through parts of the wiring exposed under where the jaw should have been. The automaton jerked and twitched in response, but didn't collapse. Knife still in hand, Father spun the dagger on his palm into an undergrip and stabbed backward with a roar. It sunk into the back of the automaton's head, down to the hilt, where Father's weight and power shoved the towering monster into the ground. He let go of the hilt, making use of his freed-up hand to pull out the last grenade on his belt. It flew directly at the racing enemies, an expert toss. No blinking lights. He hadn't primed the explosion. The 2 targets instantly aborted their charge and leapt to the sides, recognizing the incoming device without realizing it was harmless. With the free time, Father extracted his knife with a jerk, standing up on top of his victim's death throes. The last 2 automatons twitched as they took stock of the situation, chittering to each other, realizing the deception he'd used had killed their charge. Father raised his knife in wordless challenge. They stopped chittering and hissed, moving farther apart, aiming to surround their single opponent next. They still didn't get close to the grenade, keeping it far away. It looked like they weren't going to take chances with that. I ducked my attention back to the rifle, frantically trying to hit the release switch. They built the weapon for relic users, compact and made for armored hands with far more dexterity than my clumsy gloves could manage. The fat fur that protected me well against the cold was actively stopping me from telling if I'd hit the small snag or not. Panic and frustration bloomed inside me, further slowing down my progress. The automatons glanced at each other, contemplating, while Father took a step over the dead thing at his feet, using the body as leverage for high ground. As one, the machines turned and focused their sight on the body. Their violet eyes strobed, a signal being sent. The corpse Father stood on exploded. The blast knocked him up, but his armor could handle that sort of weak, indirect damage. The real danger was the loss of position and stance. As soon as their ploy succeeded, the two automatons surged forward together, each trying to maximize their momentary advantage. It worked. The long reach of the automatons lashed out, unerring, as Father landed hard on the ground. He only had enough time to recover his footing, dodging a swipe of a claw, but was then struck backward by the other strikes. The relic armor's shields flared to life with a blaze of blue light, absorbing the blows. He scrambled out of the way, backpedaling on the defensive. One of the automaton's claws gripped his ankle, tripping him on his back. He yanked his leg forward, the relic armor strong enough to overcome the automaton's pull. The knife flashed in his hand, neatly cutting the invader's wrist. Immediately, he rolled on the floor to the side, avoiding the follow-up attacks before lunging blindly up with the knife. The automatons backed off, avoiding the obvious hit. It didn't buy him enough time to fully recover as they leaped back moments later. Relentless strikes flew at him, unyielding. Forced onto the defensive, he twisted, blocked, and stumbled through the onslaught, each time surviving with slimmer and slimmer margins. His armor took the brunt of the damage, blue shield flaring over fatal hits but conserving itself during non-critical strikes. Those the armor let through. The machine assault racked and gouged lines into the family armor. In desperation, Father managed a few hits in the frantic melee, slicing off fingers or tearing out parts of the machine arm plates. The fight reached a tense stalemate, the machines unable to batter past his one-handed defense, yet never losing an inch of ground. They could have continued to fight him into exhaustion until they spotted a better way. Switching tactics, the machines began focusing their strikes, corralling him towards the nearest wall and abusing the lack of defense from the left arm they'd clearly noticed. I hadn't been idle, but neither had I been efficient. The empty magazine had finally been released from the rifle, but a bullet had gotten free and lodged into the system when I'd incorrectly loaded a fresh clip. I frantically tried to reach into the mechanism with these fat gloves, wedging fingers into the magazine chamber to knock the bullet out. That only jammed the loose metal further into the rifle, the gloves too thick to get a grip. Despair sank in my stomach like lead. My rush and inability to think through stress was costing me. Almost like an afterthought, and far too late to help me anymore, was the realization that I could have taken off my God's-damned gloves in the first place. The environment down here was only cold. This wasn't the surface. Years of being a scavenger had made working with gloves almost unnoticeable, and now those reflexes had betrayed me. Still, I ripped my right glove off and tried to fish out the stuck bullet with newfound dexterity. There might be hope. Father had finally been forced up against a wall, and the automatons sensed their moment had come, one of them getting too impatient and diving in for the kill. It had made one fatal mistake in its own haste. The attack had been the same one the first automaton had opened with, a lunge for the throat. With reflexes forged in war, Father moved. He ducked to the side, tilting his head, and using the helmet to deflect the claw with perfect precision. The same steps as before, every action a work of art. A flash of recognition caused the automaton to abort its attack, clearly aware of the technique that had ended its sibling. This time, it leaped backward in an attempt to avoid the following knife slice to its jugular. The gambit worked. Father's knife scythed through empty air, a clear miss. But now he had room to move. He followed through on the momentum, twirling on himself and transferring the energy of a full rotation directly into his knife. It flew fast from his hand and viciously caught the automaton mid-air, sinking slightly under the right eye down to the hilt. The machine jerked as the impact carried through, then collapsed as it landed, limp. All the lights died out on its shell a breath later. 6 down, one single machine left to go. The last automaton struck out, scything through the air but missing as Father ducked down to a knee. He launched himself up at it, barreling hard into the creature's chassis with a heavy crunch, using his limp shoulder almost like a battering ram. The creature skidded backward, gouging the ground with its feet. It held, coming to a stop. That was just the distraction. Father threw out an uppercut with his right hand, directly at the thing's missing jaw. Sparks lit up the relic armor's gauntlet as the blue shield flared to life to protect his fingers. The machine's head reeled up, cracks forming in the ceramic material of its skull. It hadn't been enough to take it out of the fight. Father drew back his hand and drove it through the rib cage, searching for something. The creature attacked simultaneously with a haymaker punch. Father's left arm twitched at the shoulder, a reflexive attempt to block the attack running through. The shoulder lifted up. The hand and arm didn't, leaving his head completely exposed. The relic armor's shield flared to life once more, but broke before the skeletal fist. The blow carried into his helmet, cracking his neck sideways and launching him into the air. With a sickening crunch, he crashed to the ground and slid to a stop seconds later. His body twitched horribly, the right hand extended up in a lingering reflex. A few horrifying seconds passed while I watched, frozen in place. Bile rose in my throat, but fear and panic rooted me in place. The automaton straightened up, almost pleased at the outcome. Then it lumbered forward, analyzing the changed situation. Father remained prone on the ground. The twitching that had racked his body faded, and the arm gradually dropped back down. The machine chuckled darkly, victorious. Chapter 15. Fight like you live. The machine took an almost lazy glance at me as it passed by, stopping right within reach. They say all animals have a flight or fight response. There's a third one that's not as catchy: freeze. Everything in me came to a complete stop from terror as I stared up at the monstrosity that loomed over. It could casually end my life if it so much as bothered to. A single swing of that arm would rip my jaw and head clean off my neck. That white skull-like faceplate, with those horrifying violet-lit camera eyes, alternated between me and Father's body a few times, contemplating a decision with no rush. It made a choice, turned, and shambled towards its broken opponent in a slow, confident trot. If Father was still alive, that machine was clearly going to make absolutely sure that wasn't the case. I had been judged and found a non-threat. Out of time. I was out of time. Nothing was working. The jammed rifle dropped from my hands. I stuffed my free hand back into my glove and drew out my pistol. 10 shots were loaded inside, standard for scavengers. The oversized handle had been made for thick gloves. It wasn't made to be used by a terrified wielder. The pistol shook wildly in my hand as I lifted it into position. The tremors in my arm enough to ruin my accuracy. I couldn't take the shot like this. I also knew in the very core of my being, the moment I started firing, if I didn't destroy the thing within the first shot, it would turn and kill me. I had to make this hit count. No missing. I had to stop my goddamn shaking. The machine lumbered forward step by step, unhurried. I took more breaths, trying to steady my arm. Just this one tiny thing needed to be done right. Aim and shoot. That's it. The gun still shook in my hands. My heart continued to beat like a mouse, and the chill of adrenaline was overwhelming my system. The creature bent over the motionless body of Father, hand reaching out and delicately wrapping around his helmet, a massive palm obscuring the faceplate. Once it had a solid hold over the helmet, I heard metal groan as that hand started to squeeze. But the family armor held its shape. Either the armor was more durable than the creature had expected, or it was taking its time to slowly crush the relic armor. Father's body remained prone and limp the whole time. The pistol still shook wildly in my hands, and nothing I could do was slowing that down. The gods flashed through my addled head. Suya was the goddess of tenacity, the paragon of resisting any opposition. Talon was of resolve, the willpower to commit to and stay any course. But Urs was the aspect of resilience, to overcome limitations from within, to overcome things of the living like fear. It was his name that blazed through my mind and cut like fire through my scattered thoughts. I whispered a prayer between my hyperventilating breaths, desperate for anything to steady my aim. Here was something I could focus on that didn't feel like the weight of the world was behind it. Just a few words under my breath. The shaking slowed. The weapon steadied in my hands. Father's helmet groaned and began to dent inwards where the thing's fingers were grasping, the creature's strength now exceeding the ancient metal. There was no time to wait for my hand to be fully still, no other choice. I wasn't ready, but there was no such thing as ready, only ready enough. I pressed the trigger and prayed the shot would land. The cheap weapon barked in my hands, the sound piercing through the air. The bullet whizzed forward, tracer round showing its curving trajectory. It clipped the monster's chassis, dealing negligible damage and missing the back of its neck by a few inches. I fired again. The second shot hit a part of its arm and chipped off a ceramic chunk. The monster dodged the third shot as it twisted with an inhuman screech and sprinted towards me. The fourth shot went wild as panic ripped control from my senses with my own scream. I'd been trained hundreds of times on how to readjust my aim after missing. My sister could have managed this, but I wasn't my sister. I was just a worthless pretend scholar who had nothing to offer my clan other than scribbling numbers in the dirt. And now I'd die for it. There wasn't a fifth shot, as the machine was already on top of me. It's odd how quickly the flip between fight, flight, and freeze could be turned. I dove out of the way, scrambling to my feet and bolting. My target was one of the machine corpses, the one with Father's knife still embedded into its skull. If I could get that dagger, I might have a second chance against this thing. The machine clearly realized this. It chased behind, leaping above me and landing directly ahead, blocking the way forward. The massive hand swiped for me, catching me directly in the chest, knocking the breath out of my lungs and throwing me outright off my feet. Sensation and orientation vanished as I found myself rolling on the floor. Only halfway through standing up, my ankle twisted in pain as I was yanked up into the air, suspended upside down for a half second before being thrown. A wall stopped me, and it wasn't gentle about it. The warning alarm triggered from my speakers, screaming, adding even more confusion to my shaken and addled mind. The suit's backpack had taken the blunt damage. These systems were hardy, but they hadn't been made to resist being slammed into a wall like that. The padding inside my clothing had saved me both times, softening the blow just enough to not break bones, but the outside gear I wore didn't have any of that protection. I couldn't run from this thing. With those massive long legs, it could catch up to me within a few strides. That left only one option: to fight back. It trotted towards me leisurely, violet glowing eyes locked on my own, watching as I steadied myself back up. The machine had been strong enough to rip armor plates, lift me wholesale with one hand, and crush relic armor helmets. It's playing with me. It was clear it could rip my head off my neck at any time it wanted to, so maybe this was more like a cat playing with a mouse. I tried to aim and shoot the thing with my pistol again, only to realize that I'd dropped the weapon at some point after I'd been hit. My mind flashed through possible weapons I could use, the warning alarm still ringing in my helmet. The only plan of action that came to mind was going to have to come with a miracle. I tore off the hood, earpiece, and rebreather, getting free of the obnoxious alarm in the most physical way possible. The air was cold, but the adrenaline damped everything now. The increased vision probably wouldn't do me any favors, but it certainly wouldn't reduce my chances. The machine stopped, watching as I fumbled to rid myself of gear. Its hands idly ripped gashes into the concrete floor, almost as if impatient for me to finish. I didn't need to be told twice, and I moved as quickly as I could to take advantage of the spare time. I disconnected the heavy backpack, unhooked the pipes, and cast them off. Dropping the things on the ground freed up a lot of weight, and also gave me a first view of the damages. Instantly, I could tell getting back to the surface was going to require a spare system. Mine had been crushed beyond fixing. Thoughts for later, gods above. If I could survive to worry about what comes after, I'd consider myself extremely lucky already. There were only a few tools that had survived through all of this. What I really needed was Father's knife, but the corpse into which it was embedded laid beyond the machine, out of reach. The only other weapon left in my arsenal was almost fitting, really. I lifted my crowbar once again. The machine nodded, pleased I would give it at least some kind of fight. The weight and heft of my weapon calmed me. A glimmer of a chance came to light. The power of a crowbar wasn't something to mess with. If I could bash the head in before it could swipe my head off my shoulders, I might just make it. Father's rifle had killed these with a 3-round burst directly into that ceramic skull. They might not be as durable as they looked. I just needed something to even the odds so I'd get that chance. It wouldn't be a surprise if wildly swinging at the monster's head would not work. I'd need a backup plan for when it didn't. The creature clicked its claws in challenge and then charged forward. It howled for blood. I dropped my crowbar, then grabbed my detached backpack by the top handle. Inside were the broken-down environmental suit's systems, junk metal now, but all I needed it for was its weight. I spun around, letting the centripetal force lift the backpack up. After one spin, I let it fly right into the approaching automaton. Instead of watching to see if it worked or not, I grabbed my discarded crowbar and charged behind my improvised throw. It hadn't gone perfectly straight at the thing's head, but it flew well enough to hinder the creature. The charge hadn't been paused. Instead, the machine reached out with one hand and shoved the flying object out of the way with a slap. The backpack struck the ground again. If there had been any doubt that the system could have been repaired, the sound it made upon smashing into the ground confirmed it was dead and gone. I hadn't expected the throw to do much damage in the first place, so this was still going according to plan. The point was to make it pay attention to the sack of useless metal while I tried to get the first strike in. I lifted my crowbar and made a lunging attack the moment that skull-like head came into range. It snapped its attention away from the backpack and right back to me. Realization passed through those mechanical eyes. I hadn't stayed put like good little terrified prey should. Dodge this. My crowbar swung down through the air and struck an outstretched arm guard that had been hastily pulled up into place. Chips of ceramic armor broke off from the attack. It glared at me, safe from the crowbar by quick reflex. There wasn't time for a second attempt at distracting it. Its free hand shot out and slugged me directly in the gut. Vomit and bile came up as I tumbled on the ground this time. It had hit harder, knowing the padding protected me last time. The blow drowned me, my lungs unable to draw breath back in. Pain finally cut through my adrenaline haze, and blackness dragged my mind back and forth. Every bit of me was focused on getting air back into my lungs, coughing, wheezing. When my senses came back, I'd found myself sprawled on the floor, still trying to get more than a few whispers of breath. The crowbar had slipped from my hands at some point. Getting up was impossible. The best I could do was roll on all fours. Father's voice echoed in my mind when he'd explained how to spot their patrol paths. Machines are predictable. That swiping attack had been a mirror of the first attack it had thrown at me, only harder. Could I make use of that? I tried to buy myself more time, half crawling on the ground forward. If I knew the thing would swipe again the same way, was there a chance to... Its hand seized my ankle and reeled me backward before I could finish thinking. My head smashed against ground, hard. The world instantly tilted and swayed, stars spinning across my vision. When I recovered, I'd been flipped over on my back. The thing looked down at me almost curiously, head tilted to the side as it dragged me closer. The crowbar had landed only a few feet away, but far out of range now. I couldn't even see where my pistol had ended up, probably somewhere behind the creature, too. Dreadfully long fingers reached down to my face. Before my groggy brain could come up with anything, those fingers had wrapped around my throat like a noose. I could feel the ice-cold metal pressed against my exposed skin. The hand constricted. Breathing gradually became a struggle as it squeezed little by little. It had me pinned down, holding me by the ankle and neck. I wasn't even strong enough to crawl away correctly, let alone fight back. 3 gods above, I hadn't even gotten a full breath back after that hit to the gut, and now I was being strangled. Had I any shred of sanity left at that point, I might have laughed at just how terribly I'd messed up every single part of this. Everything would have gone differently if I'd had the simple presence of mind to take my fucking gloves off before reloading that rifle. It wouldn't have gotten jammed, and I'd have been able to shoot the thing dead. This was it. I was going to die from one single mistake. Like an animal, desperation took control of my hands as I tried to pry the metal fingers off my throat. The machine's claw was utterly unyielding, and my strength was like a toddler's in comparison. I could hear ragged breaths, my own, noisy, and filled with panic. The vice grip tightened, slowly. Soon breathing stopped altogether, and I couldn't draw even a fraction more. 3 weeks without food, 3 days without water, and 3 minutes without air. That was how long the average human could stay alive. My life was now measured in painful minutes at the mercy of this thing. Instinct and terror suffused every single cell in my body. I kicked wildly without thought, but only one leg was free while the other was still held down by the creature's other hand. That did nothing to it, of course. I beat at the arm, clawed, and tried to pry it off again. My body twisted and twisted with wild abandon. The metal was laughably stronger than me. It could have crushed my throat, then ripped my whole head clear off. It hadn't done that. It could have squeezed my arteries shut and had me pass out in seconds. It hadn't done that either. What it had done was cut off my breathing without cutting off the jugular veins. That could only have been intentionally done. The skull-like faceplate inched closer and closer to me, as if fascinated by my struggles. I could see the small, glowing violet cameras deep inside the bony eye sockets staring me down. It felt like something was watching me through those lifeless eyes. It was watching me die, as if I was a bug it had skewered, utterly enchanted. Something heavy landed on top of its spine with a thud. The creature's head spun around in surprise, only to collide against the barrel end of my lost pistol. Father stood on the monster's back, holding that weapon. He squeezed the trigger, point blank. Chapter 16. Pyrrhic Victory. The first point-blank shot ripped through the thing's head. The second shot ripped another hole as the creature shook. The third shot went wild as he slipped off the creature's chassis. While jumping off, 3 more shots rang out in quick succession, peppering the already battered head with expert precision. The gun clicked empty. Lights flickering to darkness, the machine slumped to the ground, finally dead. Father's feet landed back on the ground, the only one in the room, still left standing somehow. He instantly rushed to my side. The machine's hand on my ankle had slipped in the final blows, but it had locked the one around my throat in a dead man's hold, still preventing me from drawing a breath. Father was at my side, prying off the dead thing's fingers, one at a time with whatever strength was left in his relic armor. He worked without stopping, finding ways to pry the fingers with one hand. Darkness ebbed at the edge of my vision, until enough fingers had been ripped off that I could draw a single ragged breath. Soon, hacking and coughing, I found myself somehow still alive.
"Stabilize yourself," Father rasped out.
He didn't wait to see if I had. Instead, he stalked on an unsteady path to the body of the second automaton he'd partially destroyed earlier. One of the 2 he'd taken out with his rifle. The thing was still twitching, trying to get back up. I couldn't stop looking at it, violet eyes flickering at the side while it struggled. Father paused on his way and turned to glance at me, then spoke out.
"Listen to me, boy. Do you still have your kit?"
he asked while struggling to reload the pistol with one hand. I looked at my belt and fished out a metal container at the side. It had a dent on the side, but otherwise looked intact. I confirmed it to him.
"You are in shock," he said. "You have a few hours before trauma settles permanently in your brain. Pick out the propranolol V7 and set it for 1/4 vials worth. It will block stress neurotransmitters on the amygdala. Do this right now."
I glanced down at the pack, then hit the release tab and opened it without issue. A few different drugs and first aid kits were snugly bundled together next to the field repair gun. The padding had done its job, and the contents were all still in one piece despite the hits I'd taken. The appropriate marked vial was removed, twisted for a 1/4 dose, and then primed. I'd read about what this thing did. They weren't to be used lightly. These kinds of drugs were the most expensive part of my entire Evo suit. Undersiders didn't trade those for cheap. I'd had this metal vial for years now, sitting unused in the kit since the day I'd gotten them.
"Keith, look around and describe every object in the room to yourself. Take a deep breath at each object. I don't care what you damn see, just whatever you do, don't let your mind free until the propranolol hits your system."
There was an urgency to his voice in this. I numbly put the syringe to my throat, then clicked the release. There was a prick, but the adrenaline was still going strong in my system, and it muted any pain. The vial beeped, signaling it had delivered the payload. The movements were mechanical on my end. It seemed, now that everything was over, the training I'd done with my sister was finally kicking in. Shots rang out in the room, and I looked up in time to see Father making sure that one automaton from the start of the fight had been completely destroyed. Job done, he holstered the gun and walked over unsteadily to the dead automaton his knife had ended up in. "You don't have time to waste," he growled out in anger. "Do as I ordered, or you'll be seeing this day again and again years from now, boy." I nodded, then took a deep breath of the ice-cold air. I could see the vapor leave my mouth, heat fading out. I took a breath. Father wrestled his knife out of the thing's head, then moved to the automaton's chest, cutting into it with the recovered weapon. I took a breath. The walls here were half metallic and half concrete, and the gaps between both were stark and had no pattern that I could spot. It looked like a metallic cancer with a geometric style. I took a breath. I could feel stickiness on my right arm, where the stitches had been, likely ripped a few now, and the wound was no doubt making a mess. Father sheathed the knife back in his boots with that usual flourish. The knife slipped his grasp halfway and clinked to the floor. He stared at it for a moment before reaching down and sheathing it plainly this time. His hand now free, he reached into the thing's metallic guts, rifling through until he drew out a power cell. It was connected by a mass of black wires. I took a breath. The wires grew taut between the dead automaton and the heart he was pulling out. In moments they snapped away, releasing the power cell with a jolt. Father pocketed it, moving to the next automaton to repeat the process, picking up his unspent grenade as he passed by it. We'd have a small stockpile of power cells after this. I took a breath. There were lights on the walls, with some closer inspection, tiny and without any pattern. Teal. The mites were still here, fixing up any damage that was caused by the fight, and almost pointedly ignoring everything else. I continued with the exercise, hyper-focusing on something, anything, and taking a deep breath in between. My mind grew fuzzy and then almost detached from the world, as if I was existing outside it but still controlling a fleshy avatar. It felt like such an odd thing to inhabit, so filled with chemicals and noise. Was this what I was? The sum of all my parts, just flesh and chemicals in the end? It felt like I was something that existed separate from my body, only inhabiting it temporarily. I think it's kicked in. I feel disconnected, I said, instead of pondering further. The dissociation will pass in a few more seconds. The neurotransmitters will remain blocked for a day or two, depending on your system. You'll remember details from today, but they will feel abstract, as if they were someone else's memories. That's normal. And you? I'm moving forward on the assumption that I'll live through today. Frustration radiated from him, as if too many things were going wrong and he couldn't do anything about it. Your left arm, I said, almost in a daze. It's not just injured, is it? Yes, he said after a moment of silence. The muscles were cut. He reached for his own kit and drew out a syringe of his own. It didn't look like the same thing I'd taken earlier. The fluid inside was a pale blue, and a warning sign was etched on the silver metal sides. This wasn't part of the normal kit, something only relic wielders were allowed to use. What does that do? I asked him. He paused, glancing over at me. It will trick my body into letting me move as if nothing was wrong with it and cut pain completely. If we make it back to the expedition in under a day, I'll be fine. I didn't ask what would happen if we didn't make it in time. I wasn't that stupid. The syringe primed. He stared at it, contemplating. Then he raised it to his neck and took a breath. His hand shook, holding the syringe at the ready. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Talon, guide me, he whispered, and with a jerk he slammed the syringe against his suit until it beeped satisfactorily. Then he threw it aside, almost as if disgusted by the thing. It clinked hard on the ground, bouncing off and rolling away to join the rest of the detritus. Get up, he hissed. I wasn't sure if he was talking to me or himself at this point. We need to get moving before more arrive. These things move in packs and quickly swarm any area that resists. The armor even groaned as he stood, and crackling sounds of electric failure lit up inside as the inner servos strained to move. But Father pushed past and up, limping to his rifle. I could see more clearly those glowing lines under the plate. It reminded me of an occult knife glow, except it was clear these lines weren't for cutting. I'd heard there were a lot more occult items than just knives. Could these armors also have part of the occult inside?
That terminal, are you positive it will work if powered? Father said, cutting through my wandering mind.
Terminal? The Might terminal. Before we'd been ambushed. My mind felt fuzzy, but the details flowed back. I needed to make it back to that terminal, trace the power line to the switchboard, and then turn it on, and pray it would work. I'm not sure. I only think it does. It could go any direction. He grunted.
We don't have another option. They're coming for us. We can't stumble around for another chance. It either works and we have a chance to live, or it doesn't and we die.
He walked over to my cracked backpack and slung it over his shoulder, placing the pilfered power cells into it.
Power cells are not our limiting resource now. Time is, he said. Get on my back. The suit can carry us both faster around the city.
He walked over and lifted me up with his free hand. I wrapped my arms around his neck to hold myself still on his back. My environmental suit's broken, I said. Even if we make it out, I can't go back top level. I'll freeze to death. He shook his head.
There is still one way to get you to the surface. We can deal with that later, once we're out of danger. Terminal first.
He began a brisk jog that would have been more of a sprint for my speed. The steps were unsteady, and his direction didn't follow a straight line. A few times he stumbled, but continued forward. Soon we came back to where the dead terminal had been. The mites had already repaired my earlier slices. No trace of damage was left. How much time do we have until they come back?
He grunted. Half hour at best. They're already on our trail at worst. The armor would notify me if it had been pinged. We haven't been yet.
There was still some time to escape. What's our plan?
If the terminal works, we'll make use of it. After that, I'll carry you out. At my speed, we'll be able to avoid patrols and slip out of their search radius.
A moment later, we had made it back to the switchboard, now knowing which one of the wires was ours from the hundreds that connected here. By then, I was feeling a lot more lucid. I felt more like myself now. Everything before seemed like I had read it from one of my books rather than lived it. Gods above, it felt like everything had happened months ago even. Father's footsteps had also visibly improved, the stride returning to normal, and no more stumbles. Whatever drug he took was doing its work. I was dropped off within the structure. Despite my mind feeling free of this whole ordeal, my body clearly reminded me it had all happened minutes ago. Father held my shoulder, and we both limped to the switchboard. Turning on that light was almost trivial. Oddly enough, the example light Father had asked earlier, before the fight, had been harder to turn on. The whole process took 3 switches on different sides of the board and a quarter-turned valve. The terminal wire lit up as predicted within seconds of me touching the whole contraption. I waited for a moment, thinking something inside this room would change or a hidden door would open. Nothing of the like happened. The solution had been anticlimactic, but what had I really expected? The only way forward was to trust what I'd done so far and check at the terminal itself. Again, he carried me back to the terminal, Father's relic armor reducing the time taken to mere minutes. When it came into sight, a crushing wave of utter defeat followed behind. The thing was still black and lifeless, even with the wire clearly powered on. All that for nothing, I chuckled. I guessed wrong.
No,
Father said, dropping me down and walking to the terminal. Then he tapped on the black screen.
Look.
There, on the bottom right of the black screen, was a small line of white text, complete with a text line divider, slowly blinking. Chapter 17. The Way Home. Node 7029/users/guest:"text prompt. The terminal was clearly expecting some sort of input. That explained why this piece of tech had a keyboard oddly attached to the side. I typed out, "Hello?" and pressed send. An answer came back immediately. "Hello is not recognized as an internal or external command. Operable program on batch file." I'd seen terminals like this during my time hanging around the engineers of House Insight, usually from Third Era tech. Fourth Era had smarter systems. Odd to see it in what I would have thought was lost tech built by mad mites.
You were correct on the power issue, Father said at my side. Regrettably, this is a dead end. I've seen terminals with text twice so far, and it ended up being more might madness.
Wait, let me try some more with it.
I could tell that annoyed him. We don't have time for this, boy.
If it doesn't work, we're already dead anyhow. Might as well examine it to the end.
Father stared at me as if judging my worth.
So be it.
He sighed, taking the time to reload his weapon, preparing already for the next fight.
What are we looking to get from this? I asked.
The terminal should contain a map. We need to find a way to download it into my armor. That's the objective.
All right. If this was a command terminal, then help was a typical command that could let me figure out some more of this.
I typed that out and pressed send. A massive list of possible commands was spat out onto the terminal screen in answer. Jackpot. Father studied the terminal over my shoulder.
How did you do that?
Do what?
Have it reply like that instead of the error message.
You need to ask it the right way. What were you doing before?
We tried to type out our orders, but it never seemed to understand past the first word we wrote.
It doesn't speak English. The words might look English, but think of it more like another language that borrows English words. I've seen things like this before. It's a learned skill.
He nodded.
See about that map.
There was a note of hope in his voice, or I could have imagined that. The real search began for those commands that might get us that map. It felt straightforward to me so far. The syntax was different, but with enough experimentation, I could figure out how to word the right requests.
I'll keep watch, Father said as I worked.
If they find us, give up on the terminal, start running immediately, and don't look back. I'll follow behind soon after. Are we clear?
Crystal clear.
I gulped. There had been a mention of map and download in the list of commands and variables accessible,
but I couldn't string them together without a syntax error.
And there were a lot of those, of course. 12 times, in fact. But that was the normal process for any engineer worth their salt. Just had to keep trying again and again until I stumbled on the right way forward. Anari had equated it to slamming your head on a wall until the wall gave up. It was a lot of educated guesses, following hunches, and playing around with the basic help commands. A part deep inside me really wanted to play with the other commands on the terminal, to see what else this might terminal could do. There were so many odd commands and functions in the list, and a lot had no description whatsoever, which only made them more tantalizing. I'd need hours alone with this thing to really test everything out, hours I didn't have. And then I hit a snag. The terminal froze when I executed my latest attempt. Button clicks no longer triggered. The whole thing didn't blink or move anymore. I must have hit a lockout, or there were only a certain number of commands that could be used. Okay, we're fucked. Father had noticed as well, the dented helmet glancing up at the exact same time the terminal froze. "Accept download request," he said, but he hadn't been talking to me. The terminal unfroze the moment he'd finished voicing the command, and a progress bar now rapidly filled up on the screen. It worked! The might construct beeped happily, the progress bar showing complete. Father lifted his right hand palm up. A three-dimensional map appeared above, with a red triangle at the center. I gawked. "Good work," he said, with a pitch to it I'd rarely heard before. "We have a way home now." Was that map from the console? It looked like so much more than a map. It was filled with lines and text, but it clearly correlated with our current location, with the red triangle and a scaled-down mirror of the room we were in. The scale of it alone felt massive. How large is this city? "Miles in every direction," Father said. "Each layer underground is a world on its own." No kidding. Rumor had it that there were 12 entire layers, each layer a mile high. Although nobody had gone deeper than 6 layers, so there could be more layers than the stories mentioned. Why the underground went a total of 12 miles below was anyone's guess, assuming it really was 12 levels. Father wiggled his fingers, but the floating map on his palm did nothing in response. His helmet focused on it, owlish, muttering. Again his fingers moved, and again nothing happened above the map. He tried to slide his hand from side to side, but the entire projection moved with it. Frustration built up with every attempt. "Keith, I need your help." "You need me to use my hand, don't you?" It was pretty clear that one hand was supposed to hold the map while the other controlled it. Father only had one hand to work with, his left remaining limp at his side. "We're looking for the outskirts of this city," he said. "Controlling the map shouldn't be difficult. I'll help if you need it." Within a certain distance, the map instantly seemed to connect to my fingertips and began to do things based on their position. Opening my palms and moving them up seemed to zoom in on the map, while closing it into a fist would disconnect the hand from the map. Panning my hand did exactly as I'd expected, and panned the map. There was a limit to how far the projection could be drawn out, and the city was clearly larger than that limit. No help was needed at all from Father in the end. The controls were instantly intuitive. Eerily intuitive, in fact. It seemed as if the map was outright guessing my intentions. Some of my motions were clumsy and inaccurate, but the effect I was looking for still happened. A pointed finger could do more than one action, and always seemed to do the one I'd been going for. An accidental swipe didn't wipe out my progress. A pinch did something different than the last time I'd pinched. Other small things started to add up. I only realized when I started focusing on those discrepancies. There had to be another intelligence of some kind helping out, like a silent kitchen partner, handing me food ingredients and utensils without any prompting. Was this the relic armor's spirit? Some knights claimed the armor wasn't alive, that it ran on a complex but standard program. It spoke only to give reports or acknowledge commands, according to them. A more popular rumor had it that these armors housed the soul of the strongest warrior that died wielding them, trapped inside, bound to eternal servitude. It was a chilling thought. But the occult was the only thing that could remotely be connected to something ethereal like a soul, and the warlock guilds kept their secrets tightly sealed. I think it's nonsense myself. If the warlock guilds had the keys to creating armor, they would have been doing that already. Instead, we're only getting trinkets from them. "There," Father said. "Up north, to the right side. Do you see that tunnel?" I zoomed on the area, and it led to the very edge of the map. It doesn't show where it leads. That's out of this colony's territory, and they're the ones that made this map. It's to be expected they wouldn't have mapped it out. The edge of the cities lead to tunnels going to either the surface or a lower level. We'll be able to escape from there. The distance between the red triangle, I assumed to be us, and the tunnel was massive. "Plot chart," Father said. A line began to snake around the city, connecting our location to the tunnel. 7 miles as the airspeeder flies, but accounting for the turns in elevation, we'll need to traverse a total of 12 miles to make it. That should take us an hour to reach if I carried you the whole way. He snapped the map shut. "We're on a time limit. Let's get moving." The scale of the city didn't really dawn on me until the moment we left the underbelly and entered the open space. Walking up a last set of stairs into a massive plaza, the sight caught me dumbfounded. The ceiling stretched for what absolutely looked to be a mile above, one massive dome hanging over the entire city. It shouldn't be possible to hold that much weight from the surface without any pillars of support, but somehow the roof of the world stayed firm. It was when we traveled over the building rooftops that I got my first true view of the actual city itself. The place was a sprawling, multi-leveled mess of buildings, nestled in what looked like a valley of mountains, which finally connected back to the surface. We were in a very lopsided crater, with that massive roof covering us where the surface would be. Sunlight leaked through thousands of cracks, illuminating the city under, even though it really shouldn't have to this degree. The city was massive, sprawling, and it made little sense, as I'd come to figure out. It never seemed to end, always winding in every direction. We'd sometimes have to crawl under pipes or find the road to lead from rooftop to rooftop, climbing up and down stairs to find a better level of access. Mites held very little to be sacred, except for a path forward in some form. At one point we even passed by the rooftop of a high 5-story building. That let me spot where we'd come from. The rubble of the frozen site was a massive distance away already, But parts of the site were still somewhat recognizable, jutting out in its disrepair against the clean walls and concrete of the city. A hole in the ceiling dome showed where the site had been on the surface. I don't understand how I survived that fall without any broken bones. It seemed completely impossible. I didn't get an answer either, at least none that I could think of. Father had grown stronger over the time since the fight. Whatever drug was in his system, he moved as if he'd had no issue. His left arm still couldn't, only gravity yanking it around, but everything else flowed like a well-oiled machine. How did you know how to fight them? The machines, I mean, I asked. For a few seconds he contemplated as if he was picking the right words.
When you fight a man, you can't know what to expect. Everyone fights differently, even though we are all human.
Another leap, another landing, another sprint forward. Father still talked despite the speed he was pushing himself to.
If you fight off a dog once, you know how all dogs fight. Animals don't learn how to fight in nature. It's ingrained in their species. The machines are like that, only smarter. All screamers will try to charge first and lunge for the throat the exact same way. They'll all try to strangle their targets if they can and disembowel if they can't. They fixate on a target and pursue past the point of reason, and 100 other small quirks that they seem blind to. They'll adapt over the course of the fight, almost immediately, but only after observing first. They never predict, they only react.
Just how many of these have you fought?
Enough to learn. All automatons have patterns, only not always obvious. Remember this, if you ever get caught, there's always a weakness to leverage, Keith.
Chapter 18. A Harsh Lesson to Learn. I remember the last time I was carried in arm by the family armor. The clan had grown too cramped for our current habitat, but the scouts had discovered an empty fortress a few hundred miles away, far across the permafrost expanse. Maybe a month or two's worth of travel in the airspeeders, an expensive journey for the clan. Sometimes fortresses and habitats appeared, pushed from the underground. Sites that seemed almost tailor-made to withhold against the air and protect a population from the surface. Empty relic armors and weapons might even be found on the inside, assuming others hadn't stumbled upon it first. Our scouts had spotted one such fortress. This fortress had signs of having been lived in, perhaps another clan at some point. Brick buildings on the inside to separate halls, writing etched in walls, and other signs of a different people. That was the nature of things up here. We lived like hermit crabs, something the Undersiders were quick to use as insults. Each time a clan grew too big, it would either find another home or fragment into smaller allied tribes. But splitting into smaller tribes came with dangers, and no one wanted to split if they could help it. That's why we'd be willing to live packed in tiny places that were made only to house hundreds, not thousands. But we could only stretch the infrastructure so far. Eventually, it was simple math that drove us out of our homes. Finding a new and larger fortress was a blessing from the gods, especially one that could hold thousands. This was a massive fortress habitat, and whichever clan had occupied it previously must have surely grown strong enough for a migration into the underground next, becoming a seedling city. They might have done so more than a decade ago. The clan spent a year preparing for our own migration to this new habitat. Most of the focus was on stocking food supplies for the long journey and getting to know the local meccas, neighbors, and political situation that awaited us there. A small detachment of retainers to stake and hold our claim and reachers to slowly repair the construction back to its former glory was needed. Years of neglect had allowed the frost to slowly infiltrate through the cracks and broken pipes. The engineers did not have an easy task ahead of them. The repair work for that alone was said to have been a brutal affair, costing the lives of several who'd hit on unlucky accidents while outside. Eventually, step by step, the fortress was brought back to life, and the clan was ready for migration. All the alliances and new trade routes secured, we packed the non-combatants and other civilians into one massive expedition led by Lord Attius, and left our old habitat fortress for good, leaving it ready for the next clan to occupy, however many decades that could take. The journey was treacherous. Airspeeders would often break down after such extended uses, and salvage expeditions were sent out to recover the necessary scrap and materials to keep the convoy alive. You'd think it'd be during one of those small foraging expeditions that the raiders would attack, but they were after softer targets. Scrappers were hardy folk who didn't make good slaves. No, the real target was the civilians, the tradesmen, and the children, the cooks, the servants, and the engineers, the people who couldn't fight back. And the only place to find those were among the main convoy, which would not make for an easy target. But months of travel was a long time, and they only needed a few minutes of weakness. The slavers must have been stalking quietly behind us for weeks, waiting for that inevitable chink in the armor. House Winterscar, House Eventide, and a smaller part of House Salvos had been trailing on the back of the convoy that day when the chink in the armor appeared. A blizzard wall hit. Visibility went down to nothing, while the airspeeders all continued somberly through the storm. Hours into the numbing blindness, the raiders picked their moment. The last few trailing airspeeders stalled and collapsed into the permafrost, their mass shoving away snow as they each skidded to a stop. The comms had gone down at the same time, mere seconds after our last check-in. The rest of the convoy continued forward, oblivious to the loss of comms. The storm covered the crime, and the conspirators within our midst covered the rest of the sabotage. They'd known House Salvo's 2 relic knights were in the airspeeder just slightly ahead, the airspeeder that conveniently hadn't been disabled and continued forward, oblivious to the danger that had swallowed everyone behind. House Eventide was a Reacher cast house, filled with engineers and civilians. They wouldn't offer up any resistance, and so the only danger to the raiders would come from House Winterscar. The plan had been calculated down to the details. Father could handle a fight against 2 other relic users at the same time, even drunk as he was that day. But the slavers had planned for that. They'd brought 4 relic armors among their numbers. I remember everyone frantically reaching for weapons, preparing for the fight. I was 13 back then, with a rifle shoved into my hands. A 10-year-old next to me was given a pistol. Whatever happened next, the raiders were not getting away without being bloodied. The airspeeder doors opened wide, and men charged out, improvised metal sheets as shields. They set up a quick trench line up ahead, digging the sheets of metal into the snow. The rest of us would file out once the bulwark was set up. Children too young or elderly would hunker down deeper into the airspeeder. Father staggered into our airspeeder a moment later, before Kidra and I were due to charge out, drunk and tipsy as usual, but still lucid enough to function. The rest of the crew cried out for him to save them, begging in between the rifle shots and screaming in the background. He ignored all of them, shoving through like a sledgehammer against concrete. Someone's jaw was broken as he swept people away. His armored boot stomped over a terrified boy's leg and crushed it. I could see the suit tear open, the blood instantly freezing. Then his hand reached for both my sister and me, lifting us out of the airspeeder. And then he ran right past the disabled airspeeders of House Eventide, which we were sworn to protect. He ran away as the rest of the infamous Winterscars stood their ground to protect the Reachers. He ran away with just my sister and me clutched to his sides. He didn't say a word, only the sounds of his straining breaths in our comms. The family armor made his sprint something utterly inhuman. In seconds, the howling snow was all we could see as the blizzard wall hit everything. Father still ran, completely blind. Whatever he'd drunk threatened to trip him multiple times. He held on. Airspeeders were quick, but the speed was still set deliberately slow. A lot of Reachers had calculated exactly what the optimal speed-to-fuel-to-food ratio could be used. The result was a fast airspeeder, just not quite as fast as a harrowed-out relic knight with a purpose. Father made it to House Salvo's functioning airspeeder, appearing out of the blizzard like a ghost. It had been about 15 minutes at his full sprint. The scavengers that dotted the ship's hull all glanced at the sudden appearance of a relic user from the wall of the snowstorm. Then they frantically pointed at him once they realized this shouldn't be happening at all. The speeder immediately slowed to a stop as Father leapt into the open interior compartment, dropping both of us inside. "What's the meaning of this, Winterscar? Run out of booze?" A voice came from within as one of the relic knights from House Salvos walked into view. Father told them. Only one single word, but instantly the entire convoy took action. Slavers. In seconds, the airspeeder had turned and shot off at full breakneck speed. Some of House Salvos' scavengers on the hull seats would have been thrown off the ship if the comms-wide warning hadn't sounded off. The pilot's rage could be felt through her voice with such clarity, even I reflexively clutched anything in range, though I was safe on the interior. The rest of the convoy was close on our heels following the comms chatter, including a furious Deathless. The raiders had brought 4 relic wielders to counter Father, but they'd stand absolutely no chance against the powers Lord Attius wielded. In mere minutes, the speeder crossed the distance Father had sprinted through, a fraction of the time it took him. It hadn't been enough. What we found wasn't a fight, but the end of one. Only a few members of House Salvos were left shooting from their downed airspeeder, while the raiders had completely emptied the 4 others that dotted the landscape. Behind them, a huddle of Reachers from Eventide had managed to run out of their doomed speeders to safety. House Winterscar was gone, save for the bodies that were quickly getting buried in snow, their airspeeders among the claimed ground. They'd all been either taken or killed while buying those Reachers time to fall back. Ironic that at the very end, in the face of death, the House Winterscar had honored their oaths. They'd heard the call and stood their ground. All except for Father. The raiders were mere minutes away from claiming the last airspeeder and seizing the whole of House Eventide until they saw the incoming cavalry. They instantly turned and ran. A few unlucky raiders were gunned down from a distance, but most managed to flee into the underground cracks, executing or dragging down whatever prey was left in arm's reach. Soon, we were left with nothing but dead bodies and the snow. The airspeeders had been damaged in the fight. It would take hours to repair them. Our entire route and plan had to be recalculated from scratch. But the clan would continue forward, 1 house less. We couldn't chase them underground. We hadn't prepared for an expedition of that scale. There was no other choice but to leave. Lord Attius executed 3 men that week after sniffing out the treachery. When he led a team to the base of operations he'd extracted from the traders, he only found an empty staging ground. The slavers were long gone. Everyone said Father had made the only logical choice. To fight off 4 relic knights was to guarantee death, and worse, his armor would absolutely be stolen. They'd kill Father, carry his dead body away, and be glad to trade any amount of potential slaves for it. If he'd not warned the convoy, they'd never have returned in the first place until the snowstorm ended. I'm not sure that's what had gone through his mind at all. What I am sure of is that he never touched another bottle after that day. The entire migration, he spent the rest of it on a sickbed. A month of fevers, shaking, and delirium followed as he refused anything besides water. And once he paid off his dues to his former addiction, he stepped out of that bed and started training the 2 of us night and day like there was a deadline to keep. It was miserable, grueling, and filled with blood and bruises. 9 goddamn years of that. Father was a savant when it came to combat. Only Kidra seemed to intuitively understand his lessons. Each lesson would start like training and eventually devolve to a beatdown as he grew frustrated at being unable to teach me as quickly as my sister. Broken bones, black eyes, screaming. It felt like he was so desperate to make sure I knew at least something about how to fight at his level, and now I understood why. But I wouldn't ever be as good as my sister. She was favored by Suya, and I simply wasn't good at fighting. I thought back on the automaton, how I'd still failed every lesson, every drill, all those years of training. I still froze up like a coward when the moment came to make use of it all. I'd been prepared to fight against other humans, or any of the typical dangers above on the surface. Somehow, that single automaton scared me more than any raider ever could. Why was I saved from that raid if this was how it was going to end up? I'd asked myself that question time and time again, but this time it really struck home. There were so many others he could have picked up and carried to safety, men and women of amazing talent, but only my sister and I were picked. She was worthy of it, at least. I absolutely wasn't. And now he carried me once again, this time deep underground. He should just drop me and leave. It would be easy. There were hundreds of excuses. Say I'd been killed by an automaton, or that the fall snapped my neck. Father remained silent, giving no answer to my unasked questions. We were swiftly approaching the next rooftop, and he'd need to jump soon. The old armor flexed under his control, alive in a way I hadn't been able to appreciate back when I was 13. But gripping on his back, I'd gotten a much closer look at that armor in the last hour than I'd had in the last few years put together. It was amazing how it showed no hint of the combat damage sustained an hour before. The spirit of the armor had fixed it all. The only cost was time, 2 power cells, and the leftovers of my environmental suit system, cannibalized for the greater good. With our haul of power cells, Father's body was the weak link that would give out first. There was no point in hoarding the suit's energy. The legs bent, power thrumming through, and he sailed forward through the air, landing with a heavy crack across the gap. The first few times had terrified me, but I'd gotten the hang of it by now. Maybe having nothing to do other than hold onto his back had given me some introspective time to sort out what had happened. I still had the bruises on my throat as a reminder, and the shame. Mostly the shame. At our speed, we were approaching the end of the Mite's map, and would reach the outskirts within 10 minutes or less. We'd have to figure out where to go from there. I was hoping our luck would hold when it came to the machines, but of course that wasn't going to be the case. "We've been spotted," Father said over comms. "One of their patrol paths?" "No, they've sent another hunter after me. It's caught up." It appeared at the corner of my eye at first. A single violet-white machine. It looked very different from the previous ones. A long, segmented snake-like body, 4 legs, and massive spine blades jutting across the links, like a skeletal lizard. It jumped over roofs like we were, barreling down with single-minded intent. The clan habitat had its own micro-ecosystem of creatures, one of which was a predatory lizard that hunted down insects and roaches that lurked inside the pipe system. Those tiny lizards had crushing jaws and faster strikes. The maw of this thing looked like a giant cousin of those pipe lizards, filled with artificial teeth that I could see in detail even from this distance. And like the previous automaton, it had violet eyes and white ceramic armor with a skull-like face. An inhuman elongated skull this time. I'd watched unsuspecting insects get chased down in a flash and swallowed up, attacked from the dark reaches those insects had thought safe. Now, we were the insects. Chapter 19. Maw of the Drake. Father, of course, was aware of the danger. He'd simply glanced back at the incoming threat, then changed course slightly. I thought we'd be able to outrun it, but Father had clearly calculated that wasn't the case. It was gaining on us from what I could tell. The creature moving was faster than even relic armor was capable of. He said machines all had weaknesses, but that also implied they had strong points, too. "Hold tight. I'll need to dodge for this. Don't get in my way," Father said in between breaths. His hands stopped supporting my weight, getting ready. The creature opened its mouth, and a violet glow lined the jaws. Father didn't wait for confirmation, instead making one low leap on reaching the end of a roof. He hooked his hand to the railing, killing his forward momentum and swinging violently down into the alleyways below. The move almost threw me off by sheer centrifugal force, but I'd held through somehow. Above us, a bright violet beam shot through the air where we'd been a moment ago. The laser was blinding, remaining like a yellow-gold ghost across my vision, even after I looked away. Father landed with a thud, then sprinted down a few blocks. "What was that?" I yelled out, struggling to hold on. "A drake. They're stronger than screamers, but they avoid close combat if they can. Those beams can cut anything for them, even shielded relic armor, so they rely on that first. They have powerful long-distance sight to pair with the beam, but that advantage cuts both ways. It's most vulnerable for a counterattack after it fires." The next instant, he leapt to the side into an empty pseudo-house. Dust filled the inside, along with a table and chair set, all made of concrete. Table, chair, and all. "Get behind something and stay still as a grave, boy. Don't draw your weapon. Stay still and trust me." A table and chairs didn't make for the best hiding spots, but beggars can't be choosers. I scrambled over and ducked, finding a good enough spot that covered most of me in the shadow. Father hugged the wall by the door, flipping his knife out and leaving it off. He remained completely frozen, waiting. I heard a resounding thud as something heavy dropped into the same alleyway we'd ended up in. The automaton had followed us, now to see which direction it would go. I heard footsteps outside, slow and meticulous, hunting. Slow minutes crawled by as it continued to rifle through the nearby houses. It must have turned and examined a house farther from us. Maybe it was all in my head, but I thought I could hear voices, or one single deeper voice, all too far away to really tell if I was jumping at shadows. It had picked the wrong direction to go down from the sounds. Hope was quickly crushed underfoot by Father himself. He turned the knife on, sliced off a small chunk of the doorway, and kicked it outside. It hit a wall loudly. The blue glow in our room winked out of view as he turned the knife off. Heavy footfalls grew in our direction almost immediately after. I shot him a horrified glance, quickly signaling confusion. He tried to return a signal, but with a knife in hand, he couldn't articulate the fingers well enough to communicate anything. So he shook his head silently instead and returned to position. The heavy footsteps came closer. Soon I caught glimpses of the creature's body through the empty window frame of our hiding spot. It walked on 4 legs, head shaking from right to left with each step. I curled further down, hoping it hadn't seen me in the brief moment I'd seen it. Then I heard it.
"Come, little human."
It was a heavy, low rumble that seemed to rattle in my head even after the words left.
There, lurking under your skin, is an infestation. It beats in your heart, spreading disease with every gasp. I want to clean you of it.
Insanity left its mouth with each word floating through the cold air. It spoke like nothing I had ever known. The words individually made sense, but the whole just seemed too alien. Like these words were never meant to be put together in such an order. Its pitch and timbre felt like coals raking through my mind. It drew closer to our house. Father stayed where he was, flat against the wall.
Such a pristine violation of flesh, whispering lies in your head from 1,000 tongues. I'll bring you salvation from that rot, from that grotesque tumor cradled in soft tissue and bone, lying deep within.
I couldn't help but take glances through the window as it moved across the street from us. The size of its body was massive. It couldn't possibly fit through any of these doorways, and it didn't. Instead, it slithered its head into each, searching for us. Its pace was slow and measured, no caution in the steps, only conviction.
Come out, little human. You poor, suffering child. Let me touch the marrow inside your bones. Let me take you away. I'll be your refuge, your shelter from suffering. I'll clean your soul and skull of torment and depravity.
The massive head trotted outside our doorway. It paused, then slowly turned to peek inside, the violet eyes scanning through the building I hid in. Dried blood speckled the almost pristine white fangs of the creature. The jaw seemed to be stretched in a perpetual smile. I broke my gaze and hid further under the table, but somehow I knew deep inside that the thing had spotted me. I took a panicked look up again, only to catch its eyes staring right back. It leaned closer to the house.
I see you, cowering in the darkness, so afraid of the light. Venerate this moment. She has sent me to free you of this agony you live in.
It spoke, its head snaking slowly into the house, filling up the doorway and passing by it inch by inch. Thoughts raced through my head, lucid and unobstructed. This close I could possibly shoot the thing without missing. My fingers twitched to grab my pistol, but Father's warning rang through my head. to trust him, to not draw a weapon. There wasn't much time to say anything else. My instincts warred with my logic. Father remained unmoving at the doorway as the machine head crept by mere inches away. The drake didn't seem to spot him. Its eyes focused intently on me. How had it not seen Father? They have powerful long-distance sight to pair with the beam, but that advantage cuts both ways. Field of view. It hadn't missed Father by accident. It hadn't been able to see him at that angle, the vision too narrow. Then my part in all this was to be bait. That's why he didn't want me to move or fight back. I'd lure the thing into believing it had already won. I closed my eyes and focused on remaining still. My world turned to blackness with only sounds left to paint the world with. Yes, yes. Close your eyes. I bring you what you've been searching for. The silence you so desperately crave. A sound of something humming, electricity charging up, the snap hiss of Father's dagger being turned on, impact and metal melting, energy and lightning screaming past me, heat that I could feel at the side of my exposed cheeks. I ripped my eyes open again. The table in front of me had a hole melted into it. The beam that had caused the damage narrowly missed me, cutting into the wall behind. It must have tried to fire at me and missed. Father stood resolute, his knife embedded deep into the automaton's head. Superheated drafts blurred the frozen air, a massive haze steaming from the maw. It struggled to turn, but the movements were overpowered by the ancient gauntlet holding that knife. The drake hadn't missed by accident. It had been forced to miss. The thing seemed almost shocked at being caught flat-handed like this. Father cut the weapon down and twisted the knife violently in a fluid motion. The head fell limp onto the ground, critical metal muscles and tendons severed off. The body behind followed suit, slumping with a heavy thud, dust spilling into the air as it collapsed. Only the eyes moved, turning to focus on its killer, the camera iris narrowing with hate. It spoke as Father regripped his knife to execute a different cut. You... Enough, Father said, and cut down. The knife glided across its neck with ease, splitting through the rest of the cables with expert direction. The violet lights turned off, and there was only silence again. Chapter 20. They can talk? They can talk? I asked, picking myself off the floor. The left side of my environmental suit was blackened slightly. The shoulder's blood-red insignia of House Winterscar still legible, however, barely. I'd have worried about weave integrity from something like that, except I had bigger icicles to worry about, a lot bigger. Father's hand whipped the knife back out of the creature's neck, shutting it off and flicking it back into his boot with his usual flourish. A fool can talk. That doesn't mean he says anything. But can we actually communicate with the automatons? I asked. Maybe we can find out why they hate us so much, or where they come from in the first place. He shrugged in response, walking to the empty window frame. The songs of faith imply that the machines came from oblivion, deep in the space beyond the world. The gods are holding the worst of them from reaching Earth, but the ones already here, that is our duty to keep in check. I know what the songs say, but those come from our clerics. I mean, what do the automatons themselves say? No one knows. Again, he shrugged, climbing out the open windowsill. Not all of them talk, either. There isn't a single person that tried to capture one? That seemed odd. Was there a technical issue in the way? Maybe some have. If they learned anything important, they kept it to themselves. I couldn't have been the first person to ask this question, so why hadn't a word about this made it up to the surface? The only way this made sense to me was if they somehow evaded capture, which was impossible in the long run. There had been a war with these machines for centuries. Unless... Do they explode if they're captured or shut themselves down? Father didn't give an answer, waiting for me to pass over the barrier. He had used the open window, so I followed suit. Without the bulky suit heating systems, I was light on my feet. Pulling myself through was easy enough. We've never tried to capture one of these things while down here, Father said. If they explode or turn themselves off during capture, I couldn't answer you. I've never seen the small ones explode before either. They're usually killed off quickly at range. Considering it took only a well-placed round of bullets in their skulls to take them down, I could understand what Father explained. They seemed more specialized at hunting down lone or separated targets. Surely machines could create more optimized weapons. It seemed like terrifying people was their primary objective over being competent at killing. The thing had toyed with me, even. Outside, I could really see the scale of the Drake. It was massive. Even dead on the street, it towered over me. To think it had been killed in a matter of seconds by a crippled man, no less. What makes these things tick? It said someone had sent it. Who?
Keith, enough. Those questions don't have any answers. We need to leave. Now.
He motioned me to climb on his back. Seemed like we were ignoring the possible salvage opportunity from the Drake. Understandable, since other machines would be coming here soon. A part of me balked at that. It certainly felt like a waste to at least not nick something from all this. But I could recognize we had enough power cells in my pack, and time was more premium than another one. He picked back up at a breakneck pace, jumping back onto the roofs to get a clear line of sight to our goal.
Can math theories be disproved? He asked a few minutes into the journey.
I immediately knew that question was bait. It couldn't have been more obvious bait than if it had been a steel trap with a ration bar waiting over it. But bait wasn't bait unless it was tempting. I bit. Yes? Where are you going with this?
Can you disprove that 2 and 2 make 4?
No. I wasn't quite sure what else to say about that. It's not likely that sort of basic building block could get disproved any time soon.
Automatons are the same, he said. They're programmed to kill us. Anything they say might as well have no correlation to their actions.
Well, that doesn't mean it can't ever be disproved in the future. People in the Third Era thought magic didn't exist. I pointed at his knife. And look, today we have the deathless and the occult arts. Someone must have discovered it by asking questions on things everyone else assumed was fact. He groaned in frustration, audible even over his running steps.
I'm trying to talk to you in a way you might understand, boy. These things, they can't be reasoned with. They simply can't. You'll only give them an easier time killing you.
I decided not to press the issue. I didn't agree with him, but I could understand his point of view. The first sign we had that we'd come near the end of the city was the lack of teal glimmering lights. The mites simply didn't appear anymore. It gave the surrounding environment an eerie, lonely feeling. There were no people, no voices, no sounds, besides that of Father's tireless sprint forward. The buildings here soon showed signs of disuse and destruction. Gouges on the sides of the walls remained unrepaired. Roofs collapsed. Walls broke down, and even the city lights were occasionally swallowed up by darkness. The only thing that remained undamaged was the light from above. It flowed from the surface, through the cracks in the impossibly huge roof of this city. We'd reached the mountain base. Buildings became sparser, and rocky, uneven ground started to come into view. Chasms leading farther down into the underground appeared, but if they truly led to the level under us or just a dead end, I'd never know. It was really something to realize maybe a few dozen meters under our feet was the ceiling to a whole other world, the second layer down. How any of it didn't collapse was probably something only the gods would know. We weren't halfway up before I heard distant shrieking. Father instantly bolted behind a rock, grabbed me off his shoulder, and dumped me into one of the crevices. It was a tight fit, but I was completely obscured from view at least.
"Stay out of sight," he hissed,
staying up on the surface.
"A pack of screamers in the distance, likely searching around the machine I killed. They have poor, long-distance eyesight, unlike Drake's. We should be able to hide from their patrol."
The automatons in the distance howled, moaned, and screamed fury. I couldn't tell if they were getting closer or farther. Father brought out his rifle, muttering under his helmet. I brought out my own pistol, freshly reloaded and ready. This time I swore to myself I would do better than the first time we'd had to fight screamers. Minutes passed by in the tense silence. The sounds faded away, replaced by relief.
"We're clear,"
Father confirmed, breathing out a held breath.
They didn't catch sight of us. I breathed out slowly myself, muttering and climbing back out.
How does anyone manage to live down here? They'd be attacked day and night at this rate.
The Undersiders would have all gone extinct a long time ago if they had to constantly keep vigil against all sides. Even with their armors, no. They have some kind of repellent shield to protect their cities, Father said, lifting me the rest of the way out.
Some kind of new lost tech?
I've never learned the details on what they use to protect their cities. They never let us, surface dwellers, anywhere deeper into their cities. Only the trade market zones allowed us entry.
Right. Of course they wouldn't let savages like us learn how to live underground.
I sighed. It's not a perfect solution. It doesn't work forever. They need to fight off waves of attacks during the times their shields go down.
He stretched out his hand, making the hand sign for thirst. Have reserve water. A check in my suit showed I still had a good amount left. I took a big sip for myself and then unhooked the flask from the inside of my suit and passed it over. He sat down and leaned back against the rock with a groan, unclipping his armor's water flask. He transferred over my flask's contents to his own. Neither relic wielders nor scavengers could take our headwear off to drink on the surface for obvious reasons. So it was integrated into the suit, closer to our bodies in order to remain unfrozen. Normally, I'd be drinking from a straw if I still had any of my headgear. When he handed back the canteen, it was half empty but still had some reserves left. Should we keep moving? I asked. We need to verify they're all gone, stragglers included. Eat in the meantime. I brought out my rations, dried frost bloom wrapped around flash-frozen printed meat, with a few sweet spices and salt to mask most of the bitter taste frost bloom was notorious for. One stick could be a full meal. Not the tastiest, but easy enough to eat. Couldn't argue with the results. That little miracle weed had everything needed by a human diet. Designed by the gods, some say, since it seemed extremely unlikely that anything could survive on the surface, and also conveniently be able to sustain the human population indefinitely. Someone was looking out for us. I had no idea when I'd be able to eat another meal, so, good or bad, I was filling up. We'd been down here for just about half a day now, maybe a few hours more, and this would let me keep going for another day. Father crossed his legs and fell into meditation, likely reviewing the past fights in his mind to see what could be learned. I did the same, but instead, I considered the automatons and what people believed they'd originated from. There were hundreds of sub-religions, each having their own unique take on that question, but none were as popular as the big three. The Imperials believed the machines had been created by the Violet Goddess from deep in the heart of the world to be her foot soldiers. At some point in the distant future, some massive apocalyptic war would break out, and that evil goddess was preparing for it. The Imperials saw it as their duty to prepare their own army, so that when their sun goddess appeared to lead the fight, they would join ranks with her, which made them the only religion with a heavily organized military structure. I'd never met Puritans, but I'd read about them. They believed that the world had been one giant metallic mind that got split into fragments. The good fragments of the mind found a way to cast away all metal and become living beings. The automatons, naturally, were all the evil parts that chose to stay tainted with metal. So to them, we were even related on some level. As for the Exodites, the songs weren't exactly subtle in their messaging about outer space. The problem was that all three possible explanations were completely different from one another. Exodites believed the automatons came from the darkness between the stars, and more of them could appear if our gods in their orbiting fortresses weren't holding them back. Imperials believed automatons had been created here, in the heart of the world, by a malignant force that wanted us all dead. And Puritans believed we were all part of the same mind at one point, and machines were all of our evil castaway thoughts cranked up to 11. So technically, we created the machines. Which one was right? I really wanted to hear something more evidence-based, to hear from the automatons themselves. But for all I knew, they might have conflicting religions of their own, if machines even worshipped gods in the first place. That Drake had said someone had sent it. So who had enough pull to command machines? An Imperial would instantly say it was the Violet Goddess, but it really could be anything, or just noise like Father suggested. So far, the Imperials seemed like they had something right, with the machines having a violet coloring. If those drakes were repeating the same lines to anyone they attacked, it would make sense this sort of conclusion could slowly coalesce into a religion. I mulled over what I knew, but there was nothing else I could squeeze. Having exhausted that possible source of information, I turned to the other side of the coin. If there wasn't anything else to learn about the machines, perhaps there could be something to learn about their ancient enemies. And there was someone who might know more. "Can you tell me more about the Deathless?" Father glanced at me, breaking out of his meditation. "No doubt you guessed by now that the conflicting rumors are intentional. Why should I share clan secrets with you?" I'd expected this. "Not everything about them is going to be kept a secret. We know they can live forever and stand on the surface of the world, for example. Is there anything else that you can tell me about them that isn't an operational secret? We're underground already. If you wanted me to be in the dark about this part of the world, the snow's already in the suit." Father remained silent, likely picking out how to answer. "Everyone tunnel visions on their powers, but not on the patterns around them. There are generations of Deathless. Different powers, different ways they've appeared, different drawbacks they have. Each generation seems to build on the previous successful iteration. Lord Attius is among the older generation." I've heard a lot of conflicting rumors, but this one was new. Generations of Deathless? Iterations? I can see how that contributes to all the confusion about them. He nodded. "Something they've leaned into. The Deathless themselves know very little about their own origins. One of the unifying factors across all the generations is that they've all lost their memory." I'd heard that rumor too, though I hadn't put a lot of stock into it. They lose their memories every 100 years? No. As far as Lord Attius knows, only one generation loses their memories each century. The rest lost memories the day they gained their powers. How much do they lose? All of it. There are no Deathless that remember who they were before they gained their title and powers. Some sort of experiment happening underground? And the Deathless are the experiment's subjects, tossed out into the wild or something? You have such a strange imagination, boy. That's the first thing that goes through your mind? He shook his head. No. The earliest memory Lord Attius had was opening his eyes into an empty room with a written note in his handwriting asking him to save a village. No lab or experiment. He suspects he'd stumbled on something while he had been human. There's more to it, but that's all I would expect the public could know about, and all I can tell you. That was a lot to unpack. If Attius's previous self had the time to both write that note and direct it, that meant he'd known what was coming. It could have been a choice to become a Deathless. If he'd been forced into it, he might have mentioned that in the letter. And if it had caught him by surprise, there wouldn't have been a message in the first place. I'm guessing he succeeded in protecting that village? For about 100 years he did, but it grew too dangerous, so he led that city up to the surface. Oh, the clan. He nodded. That is part of the clan history. He doesn't go out of his way to point out he'd lost his memory, although he won't hide the fact either. Consider it an open secret. All right. So the Deathless have generations, each building on the previous ones, similar to evolution? Makes a lot more sense now why there are so many different stories about the lot. Memory played some kind of factor that couldn't be avoided for any of them. Though there was one generation that had it worse in that regard. Why is Attius not down here, fighting off the machines? At that, Father shrugged. That is one question I do not have an answer for. I suppose he is up here because he wishes to be. Perhaps the gods did not only choose the greatest warriors to become Deathless, but they've also seen fit to choose wise leaders as well. I was starting to see a macro pattern here. The surface clans had a renewable source of energy from the celestial flyovers, renewable food from Frostbloom, structures that appeared pushed up from the underground built to protect a population, and empowered immortal heroes picked from the best humanity had to offer to lead the clans. All added together, it pointed that someone powerful had a vested interest in keeping the surface dwellers alive. The obvious answer was the gods. Only they could have such a reach. I wondered what gifts they bestowed on those who lived underground. No one knows why all deathless seem compelled to fight the machines or protect humanity, not even themselves, Father said. Lord Attius has a theory that only a paragon would choose to give up all memory in exchange for power. Such a trade is akin to death, or to surrender your body to another soul. He believes that the person's nature remains, even if their memories do not. Well, I said, chewing on my ration, if I were a god in charge of picking people that would stay around for eternity, I'd pick the best humanity had to offer, that's for sure. Like people who arrive on time. People like Kidra would have been who'd I'd elevate to deathless status, were it me picking. Arriving too late to anything might physically hurt her. Stay serious, boy. It won't remain like this forever, Father said, a note of trouble in his voice. What do you mean by that? I doubt we will run into any, however. You need to know what to expect, and it's only a matter of time until you learn about it. He nodded, almost as if trying to convince himself. The new generation appearing, as of a year ago, seemed to be unstable, unhinged. Gods above, unhinged deathless? Machines were already an impossible feat to overcome completely, but immortal demigods with paranormal abilities turning against humanity? By unhinged, what exactly do you mean? Are they attacking the Undersiders? They're still hostile to the machines and fight any they meet, but they have also been known to attack civilians. They fight among each other mostly, for weapons, armor, trophies, or simply the thrill of it. Lord Attius and all the previous deathless don't understand these new ones. We do not have a clear picture of the situation down here. Only fragments and whispers are gathered with each mission we undertake. Deathless are rare. It was common knowledge that each year perhaps 5 more appeared in the whole world. 5 unhinged demigods could be contained by the other deathless working together. However, you make it sound like there are hundreds of them running around. Not in the hundreds, Father said. In the 100,000s. I froze. An entire army of them stomping around the world? He continued the strange news. Already, more deathless of this generation have appeared than all the previous ones put together. Twice over, perhaps. All in this single year. How are the Undersiders handling it? Not well. Before, deathless were heroes who were welcome with open arms by their very nature. Now, cities keep a closer watch on them than they would a passing surface dweller like myself. That must be a lot of scrutiny. The Undersiders hated the surface clans. The only ones who had friendly relationships with us were the more recent clans who'd settled back down and hadn't yet lost their surface culture, and the Imperial Pilgrims, which made sense since Imperials worshipped the sun goddess, and the sun was visible only in one place. It was tradition for Imperials to attempt a journey to the surface at least once in their life. We quite treasured the Pilgrims when they did come up. They'd offer us food and tech, and in exchange we would supply them with the best gear, guides, and protection they needed to successfully go out into the surface. I might be underselling just how much pilgrims are treasured in our culture. Entire blood feuds between clans or great houses were put on hold any time the pilgrims were around. Wait, talking about the pilgrims, how are the Imperials handling it? An army of deathless appearing would be alarm bells for the great war of theirs. Not well again, he sighed. Many see this as the sign of the end times, as you'd expect. Most don't know what to think about this new iteration. They used to be seen as the messengers of the sun goddess. Now, nobody knows what the future holds. The world is changing, that much is certain. He stood up, signaling the break was coming to an end. Lord Attius had ordered information about this be kept secret. He wanted to see how events would play out first. However, he knew it was only a matter of time before the next pilgrims arrived up and shared the news. He would have found out soon enough. Rifle left hanging on his strap, he motioned me over.
That's enough time spent. We need to be moving.
I settled in position on his back, and he took off again up the slope. We'd soon arrive at the tunnels and leave this endless, multi-layered city. I prayed it would be safer in these caves. I prayed these new Deathless were still friends with humanity in general. But most of all, I prayed the gods were watching over us right now. Chapter 21. The Meadow Underground. The caverns were lit with sunlight, which was not what was expected for a tunnel system half a mile into the ground. But then again, when did anything that involved mites make complete sense? In this case, it was a simulation of sunlight, which made traversing through these caves feel more like climbing through a dim chasm instead. There were many ways into these caverns, and hiking up the mountain, we naturally slipped into the first passage large enough to squeeze into. Father didn't seem picky about which. Any would work. Warm, wide floodlights were scattered across the ceiling, looking like glowing beams of sunlight through the dusty air. Walls took on the shape of geometric cubes intermixed with broken-down rocks. Green lights shone through these, not from mites, but actual circuitry inside the rocks. Wherever there were cracks, the interior revealed some sort of electronics. I couldn't see any buttons or any way to access whatever these cubes had inside. It all just seemed like pure circuitry. More mite creations, though this was the first I'd seen that was both active and yet missing the mites. The tunnel quickly became cramped, and I was forced to get off and walk on my own, crawling on my own for some parts.
The Undersiders had a name for a network of tunnels like this. They call it the Underpassage,
Father said beside me, ducking under a rocky overhang.
Caverns like these appear on all levels, or at least the ones I've been to.
His helmet turned to me, watching as I brushed my hands over the walls.
And no, before you ask, I don't know what any of the cubes and electronics on the walls do. As far as I can tell, it is only more mite madness.
Okay, but where are the mites? This all looked like mite madness for sure, and it was clearly powered, too, considering all the lights, but I still could not see a single mite. All these lights were from circuits. Any trick to navigating here? I asked. Seems a little too easy to take a wrong turn and never find the right one again.
There are a few tricks, as you would call them, to navigate through the Underpassage.
Father pointed out to those lights on the walls.
Green lights inside the rock cracks signify a tunnel leading up a level. Blue lights mean the tunnels will stay at this level.
And the tunnels with red lights? I asked, pointing in one direction we'd passed by. It led to a rock bridge over a chasm, and the tunnel at the end held only dim red darkness.
Those will lead you down a level. Obviously, we won't be going down that direction.
I was rather glad to hear that. The red passageways did not look inviting. Not inviting in the least. We continued making our way into the darker green-lit caverns, two lost souls, one carrying the other whenever it was spacious enough. He wasn't sprinting like he had in the city, but our pace was still quick and efficient whenever he had a chance to push it. The hike was long and deep into the mountains. Most of the time, it wasn't just some closed-up one-way tunnel, but rather filled out into larger pockets, with wide cave ceilings, where we'd have to search the walls for the next tunnel out. The city-building mites had been more like craftsmen, trying to build a massive multi-layered something that, when looked at from afar, could pass as a city, and inside they'd filled the buildings and pipes with their own constructions. The cave mites were clearly a different breed. These felt more like true artists with a unified vision. The tunnels and caverns were absolutely breathtaking. Light shafts almost perfectly lined up with the rock platforms, each chipped in just the right way to both balance circuitry and stone. Waterfalls and stepping stones were carefully placed across the streams. No matter where I stood, the view felt like some kind of painting. It gave a feeling that these underground tunnels and rooms had been deliberately built to look undeliberate but artistic at the same time. They even had perfect little niches to restock our water supplies, the water clear and fresh, with easy access by a convenient stone, not quite boardwalk, but obviously made to be used like one. During a section of walking, I got curious about knowing whether we were walking in the right direction or not. There's always one lit-up arrow somewhere in sight at all points, though usually more hidden. So long as you follow the arrow, you'll follow the color's intent. He pointed up at the ceiling. There, about as wide as a hand, was a glowing arrow, pointing the direction we'd been walking. Mites always follow rules, and having an arrow somewhere at all times is one of them. They are not always easy to find, however. So if we're walking down a green path against the arrow, we're walking down a level instead of up one? The entire system screamed of a far more intelligent design, like somehow the mites had gone the extra mile to make them traversable specifically for humans. We were never lost for long, although some ways upwards were more hidden than others, as Father had warned, requiring us to climb up to correctly follow the direction. Some he could outright jump over with me in tow. Others would need me to use some grappling gear to climb up. The air here was gradually warmer and more humid. Still cold, to be sure, but no longer cold enough to freeze running streams of water. The ground under felt and smelled like the dirt we'd find on the lower levels of the clan bunker, the dirt we'd use to grow gardens, and where there was fertile soil and warmer temperatures, there was life. Unlike the empty mite city, here life had found purchase. Green leafy plants littered the sides and center of caves, clumping together around anywhere the cavern lights shined brightest. Smaller, fuzzier creatures would make these shrubs their homes, while mold and fungus called the wet sides of the walls theirs. Insects were everywhere, buzzing around or otherwise seeking out decay anywhere it could be found, and tiny pipe bats swooped around in rippling swarms to feed on those. They stayed clear of us, flying around. Anywhere my light flashed over, there was something to see. Color swirled around me, one mossy pigment at a time. The ground was littered with clues of life, anywhere from animal droppings to outright hoof prints and other tracks. All clan bunkers had an ecosystem of some kind living in the lower levels, even in abandoned bunkers. That's because they all had leaks leading down into the underground. They'd get patched up and walled off as soon as a new clan settled in. Superstition said if any paths into the underground were left open in the clan bunker, machines would eventually stumble upon it and destroy the clan from the inside out. But small things always found a way to sneak past any barriers. "Are any of the wildlife dangerous?" I asked, when I spotted bigger tracks on the ground. The wildlife in the clan domains only ever grew as large as a hand. Lizards and rats were among the apex predators. Down here it might be a different story. Father shrugged at my question. "No one travels underground without weapons, so animals have long learned not to get in the way." He turned his headlights toward the walls, illuminating the colorful moss. "Fungus and mold can still kill if you eat the wrong ones. Stick with frostbloom if you need food. As for animals, the largest you find down in the tunnels are mountain goats. Predators exist, but they're far more skittish than the goats." He patted the rifle on its strap. "Humans are not their preferred dinner." "Goats?" "You're the one who asked what animals were down here. Goats. They can climb better and faster than you can." I'd never seen a goat in real life before, but I had seen them in video archives. Entertainment from the Third Era was generally a luxury, but it was among the cheaper luxuries. Merchants didn't care much if those wares were duplicated. Books and files containing knowledge were far more controlled in comparison. Maybe if I was lucky, I might actually see a goat. That would be neat. "I'm guessing the big door leads somewhere else that we're not interested in?" I asked, pointing at my discovery. A massive slab of metal shut tight and still. Father had climbed right past it without bothering to investigate. "They lead roughly the same way that the tunnels do, but mites may fill these with different things. Treasure chests that mites have made, I suppose you would call them. And a different breed of automaton lurks there, too. No guide arrows, either, once you enter the side passages. The main chambers are mostly safe, so we'll stick to these." He lowered the rope down to me, which I grabbed, and used my legs to rappel upwards as Father pulled the rope. "What sort of stuff?" "Once we found a relic armor exploring one of these, not far from a chest, but off a corpse deeper inside. It had been named Resolution by its owner. an Imperial Crusader that died a century or two ago. The armor was brought back and sold to House Resolution as their first armor.
That's why they renamed their house? I thought they made a big speech about dreams they all had and the will of gods as the reason.
It was tradition to rename the first armor a house owns after their house name. Father was quite literally wearing Winterscar itself. Subsequent armors were up to whoever owned them first. But superstition ran deep in our culture. Father agreed with my conclusion. They couldn't reconcile the renaming tradition for their first armor with the terrible omen of renaming an armor owned by an Imperial. The whole speech was a cover, but everyone knew the real reason for the name change. He grabbed my hand once I was close enough and lifted me outright past the rock bridge. Once on solid ground, I folded up the rope to stuff back into my backpack. Without the environmental systems inside, the thing was quite a bit lighter and more spacious. It was the only relic armor we ever found in the tunnels in our decades of expeditions. Other things we found in those chests usually ended up being small trinkets or items that the Undersiders needed. Levels further down have more powerful treasures. I was itching with the need to examine the door, to see how it worked. But that had been tampered down greatly since coming down here. Constant life-or-death struggles did that to a person. Go figure. Instead, I settled for appeasing some other bits of curiosity that wouldn't cost us time.
Can you tell me anything about the lower levels? Stories or things that happened down there?
The tunnel entrance ahead was lit with green, and a tiny arrow glinted slightly off the bottom left side, hiding behind a tall rock. He climbed over a particularly large rock, then grabbed my collar and lifted me up. When I was in a better state of mind, there were some sights I remember well. We traveled down to a meadow once, on the second level, an escort mission to keep a few of our traders safe until they could arrive at the next Undersider hold. One moment we're walking through metal and steel alleyways, and the next, this vast plain, almost like the surface wastes, except all green and breathable. Grass grew everywhere, with the occasional trees scattered around.
Grass?
Odd plant. Completely worthless for food, so it only existed in books and videos. Nobody in their right mind would waste space and soil to grow grass.
The Undersiders had an entire field of it?
What weird folks. But I suppose if they're living in a massive plain, then space wasn't a luxury. I'd only seen pictures of grass on records when I was a boy. I enjoyed the ocean and forest pictures, too. However, meadows always seemed something more to me. I thought it was how the gods had wanted the surface to look, how it was supposed to have been. A massive plain of green stretching in every direction, where you could walk the ground on bare feet even. Instead, something went wrong in their plans, and now it's all ice and snow. Plains, forests, oceans, deserts, beaches. All of that was right mystical stuff that you couldn't really believe existed. I'd read about these in old stories at first, and just assumed they were fantasy tropes for a long time. It threw me for a loop once I'd seen real video footage. Father shook his head. I didn't have many other chances at leisure. There was training to do. Winterscar's last owner had disowned his sons and offered the armor up in challenge to anyone in the house. You remember your grandmother? She made a bid for the armor, through me. Yes, I remembered her, a sociopath who saw everyone as tools to be used for her own purposes. A highly clever political creature that one had been. She'd thrown away Father, her own son, the moment Mother died and he fell into the bottles. She took charge of me, thinking I could be molded into her next proxy pawn, playing the long game. She tried with Kidra, but cut her losses within the month. My sister was outright immune to the crazy old bat. So Grandmother decided a newborn would be a cleaner slate, even if it did take years before I could speak. I was glad she bit the ice early enough, though I was worried some of her lessons might have sunk deeper inside than I'd thought. She certainly knew how to groom someone into a weapon, from how Father had ended up. To me, Father had always been someone you avoided whenever he arrived back home, until he passed out and it was safe again. Or else you'd end up with bruises, less of a person and more a force of nature like a storm that blew into the house each night. Kidra and I had gotten used to him in our own ways. She still remembered who he had been before the bottle, and I'd simply never known him as anyone other. I hadn't thought much about what his own life must have been like growing up with a parent like that. Grandmother clearly hadn't missed where his potential was, and it sounded like she cut out anything that didn't maximize her goals. You asked what I remembered the most about the underground. That would be it, Father said, ever walking forward. There were battles and people I had met and befriended as well, if they still consider me their friend after I... He paused for a moment. After I stopped serving as a relic knight. Did you go back there every now and then, to the meadow, while you were still active? No. We only went there once. The hold refused to let us inside. That sounds like Undersiders, all right. I mean, I understood. Scavengers had a reputation as thieves, and I supposed we somewhat deserved it. We did pick the bones of the dead on the surface. They didn't want anything our traders could offer, even if it was useful, Father said, smolder in his voice. Ugly, scrapping thing, their city. Black castle towers, rock walls and all. It looked like a blight on the land. There was a heaviness in his voice as he talked. Seeing that town, how it sat so strangely in the middle of that meadow, I could almost understand how the machines might view us. He shook his head, pushing the thought away. I've seen hundreds of different biomes, Keith, some teeming with far more life, but I never traveled into something as simple and as beautiful as that. Chapter 22. The Goat. It was about half an hour into the trek that one of those large sealed doors did something Father hadn't ever seen before. We were traveling through another open pocket when the random door ahead suddenly turned bright gold instead of the usual lighting that doors had. And then it flashed, on and off, as if trying to catch our attention. Father drew out his rifle, considering for a moment, and then decided to just ignore the doorway and continue our path, guns still at the ready. The blinking increased frantically, but soon we were too far into the chamber, and other rocks obscured our sight. They didn't stop winking. Each room we reached had one door glow bright gold and begin winking. The pattern and frequency sometimes changed, and each and every time Father stubbornly ignored the call. I'll not take chances, he said when I asked about the blinks. Apparently he'd never seen that happen before. The fewer encounters with the machines, the better our chance of survival is. There's no need to add more unknowns. We're not here to explore. I, of course, wanted to see what was behind those doors all the more. Was it a good idea? No, absolutely not. I'd rather take a shower under the sun. Father had sound reasoning. Still, that part of me that wanted to touch everything was trying to convince me about pulling something. A friendly reminder to myself. Everything happening right now was the direct result of the last time I pulled something. More time into the climb, the air started to feel drier and colder. Discomfort built up in my ears, and I'd have to move my jaw to clear out the air in my ear. We were making our way closer to the surface now. Artificial sunlight seemed to be more and more sparse, as if power was beginning to be disconnected the farther up we went. Our headlights soon became one of the few sources of light guiding our path up, mine still strapped on the right side of my chest, just under my neck. Moss stopped growing, and the rustle in the bushes also became a distant memory. It was getting colder now. I even started to notice the occasional clump of frost bloom appearing wherever the cavern light still worked. Frost bloom was notoriously weak to the competition of other plants from what we'd found in the bunkers. If they were starting to appear here, we might be running too close to the surface. And that would be my dead end, so long as I didn't have a spare rebreather. I wasn't sure what the plan was once we got closer to the surface. Maybe he'd go ahead and make contact first, then have the rescue team return with a spare rebreather for me. That's how I'd go about it, were I in his shoes. The issue was that I'd have to be left alone for a few hours, and those screamers were clearly designed to hunt down solo targets. Machines could have looked like anything, yet they seemed to have been built from the ground up to terrify first. Still, if it had to be done, it had to be done. Screamers didn't have specialized eyesight like he'd mentioned before. I might be able to find a crevice and hide inside out of sight. It was in one of these murky, more empty chambers that Father raised his hand to signal enemy contact. They're not usually in the main chambers like this, he muttered to himself, then shook his head and slowly backpedaled.
Machines?
He nodded gravely. Up ahead, on the ceilings. Don't make too much noise.
They didn't spot us?
No, these are dormant in their nests. They wait for prey to walk under them. You'll just search for another way up and sidestep them completely. Plan in motion, we turned and backtracked. As much as I was sure the machines would love our company,
I was good for one lifetime.
I got to see a goat, eventually. The large animal was chomping down on shrubs with a few others of its flock. They looked way bigger than I'd expected, filled with hair and creepy eyes. They watched us warily, preferring to turn and go down another tunnel rather than stay and risk the pair of strangers. Watching how they effortlessly hopped around on the rocky shelves, finding any small perch, I could see why they'd done well down here. Plenty of plant life to eat, too big for the swarms of pipe bats, and no issues with mobility. Supposedly, there must have been predators down here, too, that hunted them, though, like Father had said, they clearly stayed out of our sight. But besides the goats, we'd found no other way around after 2 hours of walking. It looked like the nest of machines had picked this part of the cave system specifically, since it was the only path within several miles, a cross point of sorts. Everything else had been either a blue tunnel, the wrong direction, a cave-in, or red and dark. Machines aren't stupid, clearly. And so we found ourselves back where we'd started from. If I were more superstitious, I'd say somebody had jinxed me. Keith, you need to listen to me very carefully now, Father said. He pointed to the ceiling, where white spike-like shapes bloomed over everywhere. No matter where his helmet headlights pointed, there would almost always be another white flower-like spine. Those are all machines. 3 different kinds make up these nests. They have next to invisible lines of string layered around the chamber. You won't be able to see them, but the relic armor can. I'll tell you how to navigate, and you need to make sure you replicate all of my motions exactly.
There's so many of them. Maybe 2 or 3 dozen shapes. Rat shit, I could see why he called it a nest. Do we have a plan if there's a mess-up?
I asked. No, he answered curtly. This breed fights with far more coordination than previous ones you've seen. It takes a full team to hold off even a smaller nest like this. Alone, we can't even reliably run. Their only weakness is that they sleep until something triggers their trap, and they're greedy.
Greedy?
They don't like to share their targets. They get especially sloppy when victory seems assured. I nodded, understanding the gravity of it.
Like fighting 2 lost humans.
Exactly. But there's very few ways to make use of that in our situation. The best and only plan forward is to not wake them in the first place. We'll take our time and move through this room as slowly as we need to. There's no time limit. No time limit except for the drugs inside his body. We still had to get him to the surface before a day went by.
What about explosives?
I asked, glancing down at his utility belt. There was 1 unspent grenade he'd wisely saved during that first fight. He knew they'd avoid any explosion after they learned from the first one, and so he hadn't bothered wasting it. The ones that can be killed by an explosive stay far up on the ceilings. The ones that come down, well, they'll survive an explosive like this one. It'll be a waste. No, assuming we make it past this room, the grenade needs to be saved for later. The room was large, filled with different nooks and crannies, some wide enough to easily walk, and others too thin that even my slimmed-down environmental suit would get caught on. I wasn't worried about rips in the weave anymore. I had bigger issues with this suit than that. There was a stark and absolutely clear difference between this cave compared to the others. The entire place was littered with steel spikes as long as my arm, bedded into the rock, all at different angles. It reminded me of a ring of swords, the traditional dueling grounds of surface clans. A massive empty circle of dirt with a ring of cheaply printed metal swords embedded everywhere at the edge. Occult weapons could cut through armor and permanently cripple a knight. Anything less powerful than an occult weapon would bend and break with the sheer force behind a swing in armor. So duels were fought with simple and cheap metal swords. Part of the skill was to reach the edge of the arena and pull out another sword when the one in use broke. But the Ring of Swords was far more organized and densely packed. This landscape was simply chaos incarnate. The metal spikes were everywhere, with no rhyme or rhythm, but they were sporadic enough I could traverse through them. They had no relation to the tripwires, as I quickly found out. I suppose that would have been too obvious. Plants and moss still grew haphazardly around in the dim light, but there wasn't a single rustle of shrubs or any frantic rats running around. The chamber was as silent as a grave, save for the water leaking through on its way down. I had a feeling machines hunted more than just humans. As planned, we moved methodically through. Occasionally, Father would crawl forward, and I'd have to repeat the same, each time praying under my breath nothing would trigger. Sometimes we'd have to turn back and retrace our steps as Father got sight of what was around the corner. I got a feeling he was picking the easiest possible route, even if it came at a cost of time. A few tracts of land were clear of traps, so that gave us a moment to collect ourselves and bypass quickly. Things were progressing well enough until we heard the panicked sound of a goat far behind us. Father froze, then swore under his breath. I turned to look at the source of the noise to see a lost youngling. Red stained its wool, and it staggered around, hooves clomping on the solid rock with feeble purchase. It looked exhausted, as if it had been chased up here. "It's going to trigger the room," Father hissed, drawing his rifle up. It would be a hard target at this range, and an even harder shot without another hand to stabilize the weapon. The goat continued to move, baying and approaching where we'd started. Had it followed us here? Or more probably, whatever was chasing it knew better than to come into this room. Father took a deep breath and held the rifle, aiming down the sights as best he could with one hand. No shot came. I could tell he was second-guessing himself, and he couldn't afford to miss the shot here. He lowered the rifle a moment later and scanned around, then ran over to a large rock. There he took a kneeling stance, using the rock to stabilize the rifle, replacing his useless left hand. Like this, he had a much better chance of hitting the target. He'd have to pull off an expert shot at this distance. I raced through my mind for possible ideas or ways to even the odds. Maybe we can hit somewhere in front of the goat to spook it away. That would be a lot easier to hit. Father shook his head. Can't take that chance. It could run the wrong way and trigger a trap at the side of the cave. Can we make a run for it? No. If they wake up, they'll chase us down. Winterscar is a powerful armor compared to the other armors, but even it can't outrun this foe. He breathed in, held it, and aimed down sights. The crack of the rifle resounded in the chamber, a 3-burst shot that flashed through my vision. The bullets hit the rock just behind the goat, making a loud crack echo back. It was too far away for me to see how far he'd missed by, but I had a hunch it was a really close thing. Father swore and aimed again, taking another shot immediately after. The goat, on the other hand, didn't know it was being attacked, but it knew dangerous sounds were not to be trusted, so the stupid thing bolted straight forward, just as the next round of bullets fatally caught its flank. Flashes of light illuminated the ghostly wiring leading right up the ceiling as the goat tripped on them, baying and screaming in panic, not quite understanding just how doomed it truly was now. Dozens of violet robotic eyes flared to life and peered down with glee. Chapter 23. Things of Metal and Pride. Father instantly bailed on the idea of subtlety. He tossed the rifle out of his hands, trusting the strap would hold, and spun around. Hand now free, he reached out and yanked me off my feet, sprinting through the obstacle course with no regard for any trap. Lights shone as he tripped countless wires. I had a miserable full view of what happened to that sorry goat in the meanwhile. 4 white disc-like bodies landed farther away from the dying animal. They struck the ground, dropping from the ceiling on 6 long legs, each limb ending in thin, pointed spikes. Their body was like that of an armored crab, but they had the agility and dexterity of a spider with those long legs. But the real danger to the goat was what stayed on the ceiling. A pale blue light shot from the cavern roof at the doomed goat before it could collapse, illuminating the rock in a blue hue. This glow surrounded the goat, lifting it off its feet with a lurch into the air. There the animal floated, slowly rotating on itself, hooves flailing around with panic. I could even see the clumps of blood floating around in ball-like orbs, merging together, spinning around aimlessly. The spider automatons moved across the terrain like water streams over rocks, legs a blur, rushing at impressive speed to reach the goat given their size, and likely to skewer the almost dead victim with those sharp limbs. I hadn't seen any other weapons they could have used. Those spiders didn't get the chance. A loud whistle came from the ceiling, caused by a steel spike shooting through the air. It skewered into the goat before any of the spiders could have their slice. If it hadn't died from that spike, it certainly did after 3 more shots hit it. These came from different directions, catching the trapped animal all across its body. It spun with every hit, its hooves limp. We were next. Father leapt to the side as a spike impaled the area he'd been sprinting through. More landfalls of the spider-like automatons happened behind us. The full nest was rousing now. I knew what was going to happen next the moment that haze of blue appeared around us, and so did Father. As fast as a reflex, he tossed me out of the beam. "Run!" he yelled, turning on himself and drawing out his rifle to aim upwards as his feet lifted off the ground. I hit the ground and rolled right as a spike impaled itself by my feet and burrowed into the rock a good inch. Message received as intended. I scrambled to my feet, bolting for the tunnel and trying my best to be unpredictable. Whistling spikes fought against the rifle's barking burst of fire for dominance. Whatever was happening, Father was taking hits. I could hear the frizz of the Winterscar armor shields deflecting hits. A lot of hits. Something big cracked on the ceiling, followed by a shattering crunch on the ground. I couldn't tell what was going on, my head fixed straight to the tunnel. As I was starting to think I'd get impaled any moment now, a winking of gold caught my eyes. Under a rockway, a smaller metal door flashed at me, closer to me than the tunnels were. Footfalls were everywhere. Something behind me was catching up. I made a snap choice and changed course for the small door frame. Something shoved my foot down, and a moment later, I realized I couldn't tug my foot away. A glance down showed the reason. A spike had punched through my calf muscles and skewered me to the ground. There wasn't any pain or shock. I grabbed the metal spike and pulled up, but found it firmly impaled into the ground. A metal gauntlet wrapped itself over the spike and pulled the entire thing out of the ground in one fluid motion. Father had made it to me. He hadn't pulled the spike out of my calf, just freed me from the ground. Without a second wasted, he grabbed my collar and lifted me up. I swear I could feel the throw before it even happened. Again, he launched me forward like a toy. Sailing straight, I flew to the glowing gold doors, which were now open. They must have opened while I'd been fumbling against the spike. I skidded to a quick stop inside the tunnel on the smooth ground. A glance behind me showed Father hadn't been able to follow, held up fighting off one of those spider-like automatons instead. The thing towered above him, its body several times his mass, while its legs were almost twice as tall as he was. I hadn't noticed details from a distance, but now that it was close I could. First, it didn't have 2 eyes. Instead, it had eyes all around the edges of its dome shell, almost like shellfish would. It looked like a fat frisbee, with 6 legs, but far, far more terrifying, agile like nothing I'd seen before. The machine danced around, striking at Father like a surgeon. Each hit was planned out to isolate him away from the door. All its legs moved interchangeably, some to hold it up and others to attack with. It clearly could move those limbs for anything in a pinch, and it moved with twitchy movements that shouldn't be possible for its size. I wasn't going to make the same mistake twice over. Fear didn't control me this time. Experience or the stimulants had dampened it. I felt whole, lucid, and most importantly, in control. I rolled over to my knee and reached for my pistol. The other spiders caught up and circled around, but didn't interrupt the life-and-death fight going on in front. Whatever was on the ceiling shooting spikes had stopped as well. I wasn't sure if it was out of respect for the duel or that they couldn't get a clear shot with the spider in the way. Father fought back like a cornered animal in those few seconds I primed my pistol. He hadn't drawn out his knife. The spider kept him too hung up on defense, even to the point of having to tank some hits with his damaged armor. Every bit of his focus was on avoiding those impaling limbs. I lined up my shot, considering where the best target point could be. Even if the creature's body wasn't angled to me, it somehow spotted my movements. The machine reacted, lifting 3 of its legs to protect its core in anticipation. It looked like a lopsided tripod now. Rectangular holographic shielding flared to life across its limbs, lighting up the surroundings in pale blue light. It looked like relic armor shielding, the same color and appearance too, only more permanent. I opened fire, not letting it get a chance to fully close up its legs into one massive shield. The bullets hit the fortified white carapace instead, chipping the ceramic armor, dealing next to no damage, just as the legs locked into place. It lowered one of those legs an inch, a few violet eyes peeking out from between the limbs. The machine looked almost bewildered, as if it had been expecting a hail of bullets or some massive weapon, and couldn't believe such a puny shot was what happened instead. That was a big mistake on its part. Father was not an opponent you could afford to forget about. The man didn't waste the chance, smashing at an exposed leg with a savage kick. He rolled out of the way as the spider lost balance and came crashing forward, its legs flailing about in the air, trying to catch itself as it toppled down. In a split second, it decided to face-plant the ground instead of using those legs to cover exposed parts. Given the man next to it had a loaded weapon and good reason to use it, that turned out a smart choice. Bullets riddled the shielded legs. Shots sought out any exposed mechanical parts from the sloppy last-second defense. White ceramic plating flew off in dusty chips from the attack, but nothing managed to do more damage than that. The spider's armor held. It was no longer smooth and polished, but it still had plenty of life left. The blue shielding undulated like a wave at the furious impacts, no sign of damage behind. In moments, the window of time to hit something important evaporated. The spider had shored up its defense into something more respectable. With a quick duck to avoid a flying spike, Father turned his rifle up next, giving up on damaging the spider. He aimed at whatever was clinging to the ceiling, backtracking blindly, firing single-shot hits each time he had lined up a shot. At least those ceiling targets seemed weak to the weapon. Barnacle-like, with one violet eye peeking deep from their center, they were hooded by the shell. They had no arms or legs, only a turret that tracked after Father. They were a bulky, more conventional-looking weapon. I could take a guess that those were the ones that shot spikes, and a moment later I was proven right. Their aim was good. But a single eye? That seemed like a major weakness. A weakness I could exploit. I lined up the iron sights on the pistol. A bullet shot out, flying true and breaking the violet glow of one of these. They quickly reacted to my presence, but not before I had fired another 3 shots, which managed to blind a second of these creatures. Spikes hurled down into my tunnel, and I avoided them by hugging the sides of the walls, which obscured line of sight. When the spikes stopped raining down, I took a look at the situation. Shots clinked across Father's armor as he continued to backtrack in my direction. He was only able to dodge a handful, even as he saw them coming. But just the same, they couldn't dodge his shots either, and he was doing damage to their population. Like I had done, he was also aiming for their eyes, expertly taking them out with 1 bullet each. I added my own shots into the mix, nailing another 2 as he mowed 6 down with speed. The spider Father had been fighting was still hunched over, covering all its eyes. Its vision seemed blinded in the process, and so it hadn't noticed Father had stopped attacking it as he steadily retreated. 7 more spikes hailed down around and into him as his rifle clicked empty. A few missed him, but others hit hard, finally breaking the relic armor's shield reserves. The next spike would probably penetrate his armor if it hit, and he was still only halfway to the door. I continued to open fire, trying to keep the spike throwers switching up targets to me. They seemed at least smart enough to know attacking the target who could duck into cover wasn't going to come with results. The spider peeked through its legs again when it heard the rifle stop shooting. Immediately it screeched bloody murder. Its prey hadn't been attacking it at all, but instead making a run for it. Bamboozled twice now, the angry monster leapt out to chase after him, fury radiating out. 3 more spikes rained down on Father, 2 of which he avoided. The third flew true, but the old man still had cards left to play. The rifle flipped up sideways, and he turned it into a makeshift shield. The spike ripped to the other side and remained lodged in the brutalized rifle. It wasn't ever going to be shooting another bullet after that, but Father's armor was spared the hit. He continued to use it as a shield, stopping 2 more spikes in their tracks. The spider had caught up right after. Lucky for us, its size and Father's close distance to the tunnel were obscuring the stationary ceiling automatons. I shifted my aim back at the spider, ready to unload the last 3 shots in my pistol. It wouldn't be much, but maybe I could take one of its eyes down at this distance. The spider still didn't take chances, keeping 2 legs up this time, covering the important parts. Looks like it remembered Father was liable to cripple its stance if it stood on only 3 legs. Those energy shields were once more active in anticipation of whatever I had in store, and the other 4 were all used to keep the spider moving after Father. It was in range to attack, but now found itself with no spare limbs to spear him with, unless it was willing to expose something to my pistol. I could hear its frustration through the screeching coming from the creature. Still, it chased after Father, likely planning something different. Father twisted around and gave his full attention to accelerating into the tunnel. He crossed the tunnel territory in seconds, sliding down the incline right through the doorway. The door sealed shut the instant he'd crossed the line, snapping viciously down on an outstretched automaton limb trailing inches behind. The machine limb was severed at the midsection, blue energy shield and all, clearly no match for how strong this door was. Pounding could be heard on the other side, followed by angered screeches, but nothing was coming through that door. We'd made it. Chapter 24. Gift of the Sun. The gloom in the tunnel was illuminated only by our suit lights. Father breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing on the side of the tunnel and sliding down to sit. He took a few steadying breaths, getting his energy back. Winterscar looked outright mutilated, dozens of plates ripped, but otherwise it was still in one piece. I was starting to suspect that relic armor relied a lot more on shields than it did the metal plates. Or everything down here had already been more specialized at ripping apart metal armor. None of the automatons had any rifles so far. Knock on metal, that trend followed. A massive thud resounded from the door at our side, doing the knocking for me already. This was followed by claw sounds and furious screeches. Our our 5-legged friend was not at all happy he hadn't been invited past the door like we had been. That said, can they break through the door? Father motioned me over with his working hand, ignoring the sounds. Then he sat up to kneel by my leg once I scooted by. No, nothing is getting through the door, he said in the darkness as he reached for his boot. His knife was drawn out, humming to life in the tunnel, looking like a brief halo as he spun it around his palm in preparation, providing another source of light besides our own. Once I oriented my chest light to get a better view of my calf, I could see the steel spike had gone straight through without any resistance. It looked horrible, blood staining the entire weave around the wound. Also, it wasn't hurting at all. I knew I should have felt something. Instead, my calf felt stiff and unresponsive, like someone was holding it still. The occult knife was lowered near to the far side of the spike, cutting off the end, leaving the core embedded in my calf. Prepare the field repair kit. I'll pull the rest of the spike, and you'll need to seal both exit wounds right after. I stumbled out the backpack, taking out the field repair and medical kits. Sounds and scraping still came from the door. The automaton on the other side hadn't given up yet. It continued to pound against the door, wailing. Father noticed my attention on the barrier. Those spiders are difficult to kill, but they don't have anything more than legs to fight with. They lack the tools or firepower they'd need to break open a might-made door, and they're not strong enough to pry it open either. So you're 100% sure that thing isn't getting in here? I wouldn't be standing around here if I wasn't sure, he said. More banging came from the door. I knocked back. Sorry, occupied. Go bang on another door. There was a pause, and then the screeching resumed at a higher octave along with slamming. So they can understand English. Hey, buddy, how about we call the whole thing one big misunderstanding and forget all about this? The scratching and screaming told me it wasn't going to forget any time soon. Father tutted. Don't play around, boy. We gain nothing by taunting the creatures. Yeah, but after all the scrap shit these things put us through, I really want to twist the knife into them. Gallows humor, Kidra would call it. Helps me cope with rat shit luck. Father scoffed, shoving my chest back slightly. Rotten luck. We had absurd luck when the door shut as it did. Great luck. These doors were calling to us the whole time, I said, elbowing him back. And what do you think a trap looks like, boy? Have you already forgotten about the lever? Don't think a few minor life-or-death encounters made me forget about the 3 baskets of frost bloom you owe, young man. Did he just crack a joke? Or was he serious? Both? Both. The thing caught me so flat-footed I hardly knew what to say back. "Ah," was the only word that came out. "Ah, indeed," he sighed, glancing at the sealed door, resting his back against the wall. "In this case, you made the best of the options we had. The automaton would have chased us down the tunnels, even if we'd managed to run. That was a poor plan on my part. There'd be no escape. And the cover shots with your pistol gave me the opening I needed." He paused for a moment. "I would have died without it, Keith. You made the right call." Father giving me a compliment was something that seemed alien. I didn't know how to feel about that, so I got busy instead. There was a metal spike embedded into my calf I had forgotten about. It looked like the spike had only punctured through the muscle, at least. From the angle, it would be a sound guess that the spike hadn't gone through bone, which would have been a nightmare to deal with. Another stroke of great luck there. I'd grudgingly add another point on Father's side. No way I'd be stitching this up. Sealant would have to do for now. The kit popped open at my side as I took out the glue gun. He grabbed the remaining end and counted down to 3. Then he yanked the spike out of my calf wholesale. I didn't feel any pain, more like someone had pushed something in my calf from the inside. Blood flowed out almost immediately, and I drowned the hole with a shot of glue at the epicenter. Quickly, I turned my calf around and shot the other side. I couldn't be sure if I had really hit the center of the wound, but the glue was already hardening. I didn't see any more drops of blood leaking out of it. Father glanced over at the work. "Good. You'll need to take a pain suppressor from your med kit once the adrenaline wears off. Try not to use your leg, but don't be afraid to sprint if it'll save your life in the short term. Do you understand?" I gave him a nod and replaced the field repair gun with another syringe from my kit. Father nodded at the work, finding it adequate, then turned to inspect the ruined rifle. The spikes on the weapon had cut clean through, a mirror to my calf. But better the rifle than the battered armor. It was clear this wasn't going to see another fight. The weapon was an old thing, well worn and used. Unlike relic armor, this was something Father maintained himself. It was with a sense of loss that he hovered over it. Even with a full faceless helmet, it was oddly expressive. He was down one of his best weapons, which meant the occult knife, my pistol, and one grenade were the only things we had left to defend ourselves with down here. "I'll need your pistol." No arguments from me. I passed it over without a word. I wasn't particularly attached to guns anyhow. "Will the extra size of the grip be an issue?" I asked him. "Oversized grip won't hinder me. The limited shots and precision are what I'm worried about." A dull pain was starting to come through my leg, a reminder that the adrenaline wasn't going to hang around forever. Better get that painkiller into my system. I'd been building a disturbingly large list of pain points recently, getting shot at, falling down cliffs, smashed into walls and floors, almost suffocating, and now stabbed by metal spikes. I must have really screwed up in a past life to deserve this kind of treatment. I pulled out another vial with the right label, preparing it to the dosage. It was silly to consider just how many precious vials I was running through in a matter of hours, like reserving all your sweets for a whole year only to waste it in one day. But if it got us back home, I was willing to pay the price. And if there was ever a time to use items instead of hoarding them, it would be now. The vial was set and administered with a tiny hiss. Black dust drifted off the Winterscar armor, flowing across down to his hand where Father held the bloody spike pieces. The dust consumed the entire thing, gore and all. Still, the armor remained horribly damaged. He glanced over to the severed automaton limb before a particularly loud bang against the door caught both our attention. I think it had tried to charge into the door. There was still furious screeching, metal limbs scratching against it. The thing was persistent, I'd give it that. Father didn't seem to mind, instead lifting the severed machine limb as if an offering. The dust consumed that just as easily as the spike, and it slowly disintegrated, bit by bit. Relic armors were good at telling what damage would be critical and what could be survivable hit by hit, so they'd use energy shielding with great efficiency. But Winterscar was seriously towing the line in these fights. I didn't know if it always functioned this way, or if the armor knew exactly how bad a situation we were in and was trying its best to stretch out integrity. A massive crack on his chest still remained, parts of the exterior plates knocked right off where the automaton had landed a glancing hit on. For the second time, I got a more detailed look at what existed under these armors. Inside, multiple small, separate metallic plates connected to a mess of wires. Each had incredibly intricate glowing images carved into the plates, the same glow as the occult weapons had on their edge. The chest exterior armor made it hard to tell the inscriptions on these smaller plates. The least obstructed was made up of triangles, massive triangles at first, breaking off into smaller ones. The pattern repeated over and over, growing smaller each time, multiplying in all directions. Other plates also had similar patterns, just different shapes or designs. I could understand wiring and circuit boards, but why all of these? They look like solid chunks of metal with no purpose other than to hold the glyph. Were they signs to point out different sections of the armor? Some sort of language? I discarded those two ideas right out. Why go through all the trouble of carving out such detailed images when a simple label would do? Language couldn't be useful if it took hours to craft one letter. If there was meaning to glean from the visual, then it would have to be simpler. Considering more, the only conclusion that made any amount of sense was a crafter's mark. It could be that each armor had many different forge masters behind its creation, hence all the different plates inside. But what's with the occult glow? I didn't get much more of a look at the internals as the armor's spirit regenerated the upper layer of armor on top. It had greedily devoured through the metal offering until there was nothing left to give. Only white ceramic and strands of black wire fell on the ground. Leftovers. The automaton limb had been all used up. But the armor hadn't been completely fixed, as there were still gashes by the arms and legs. Odd that the armor hadn't consumed the whole limb, leaving parts untouched. Was it a picky eater? He turned to glance at me, and I unpacked my backpack, rifling through the contents for anything we could spare. The life support system had already been cannibalized to repair the earlier damage against screamers, once we'd found a place to hide. Whatever was left was more essential tools, rope, crowbar, and other miscellaneous items that would be needed later on. I looked up and shook my head at him. There wasn't anything inside. He sighed, then turned to look at his rifle. There was a look of almost mourning when he stared down at the busted rifle, though I could have imagined that. When he reached for it, I had a more obvious idea. Why not cut some of the walls here and use that? Father turned to peer in my direction, contemplating something. Then he shrugged, taking out his knife and cutting off a piece of the wall. Holding it out, the black dust drifted around it, circling, and then retreated back into the armor. The shard of rock he'd cut remained unconsumed. Do you understand? Relic armors have certain materials they don't assimilate, he said, tossing the rock shard on the ground. Most well-known of these are other relic armors, anything made by mites and certain clays. He knocked the walls of the tunnel. This looks like rock, but the entirety was made by mites. Even the dirt under you was made by mites. Natural dirt and earth are likely miles under us, under the final level, if I had to guess. Father reached out to the rifle, his mind set. As far as I know, metal is one of the few mite-made materials that could be assimilated, but it has to be melted down first. Organic material can also work in a pinch, but the returns are slim. We'd have to travel and collect plants for some time before the armor could be back to full condition. He glanced down at his old weapon, riddled with those huge spikes. Time, I can't assume we'll get. This rifle isn't going to be repaired with the tools we have here. It's dead weight now. He held out the weapon in offering. The black haze swarmed over, reaching the rifle, consuming it, including the steel spikes that had ended the gun's long-running career. About two-thirds of the way, the black haze retreated back into the relic armor's cracks, satiated. What was left was a rifle-like shape of metal, the interiors exposed and half dissolved. I could see even the clip had been half consumed, showing an empty hollow where the bullets had once been, before he had run empty in the earlier fight. He tossed the remnants of metal on the floor, looking at it for a moment before turning his headlights back down the dark, cramped tunnel. Well, I guess we can keep following the yellow light for now, I said. As if it could hear us, a golden light winked into existence near the end of our light's range. No question, it wanted us to follow. I had no idea where it wanted to lead us, but it saved my life, so it had that going for it. Father grunted, unhappy with the prospect, but finding no other alternative. We weren't going back to the spider automaton death trap. Last I counted, that was the only other option right now. I I couldn't hear any more noise from that door, but I wasn't about to try to open it. "Oars watch over us," Father muttered, and took a step down the tunnel, pistol at the ready. We followed an unspoken agreement to trust it for now. On the first few steps, I could feel blood had pooled in my boot. Despite the patch I'd administered, a good amount had already soaked my socks before. It felt like I'd submerged my foot in water by accident. Walking was already awkward in an environmental suit. Now with my calf growing stiff and unmovable, it was slowing me down. I didn't ask to be carried, and instead tried to put all my attention on keeping a quick pace, limping whenever I could. Both of us had to be ready for a fight. We were going down an unknown tunnel, following an unknown entity with unknown motives. On the other hand, we were walking away from a known death trap, with a known entity and clear motives to murder us. I'll consider this a lucky upgrade. Another point for Father. The first time we encountered a door at the end of a tunnel, it opened as soon as we drew near. Once we slipped past, it closed behind us just as quickly. The process would repeat as we journeyed, each door opening for us without complaint. Father seemed unnerved by that, but he didn't make any more comments, keeping that pistol at the ready the whole time. We didn't run into any danger along the way, blessedly. The gold light had guided us true so far, except that it wasn't leading us closer to the surface. There hadn't been any, if at all, moments where we'd had to climb up. That made me nervous. But since we were exploring a branch tunnel, there were no other lights to guide us. After about an hour of travel, we found ourselves in a dark antechamber. Our headlights surveyed the area, and gray stone lit up at each head turn. The golden light had stopped appearing in this cavern, and the only way was forward. A feeling stirred inside me that we'd reached the destination the light had been leading us to. Deeper inside, I realized this wasn't just a cavern, it was an unplanned crypt. Collapsed on the side of another mite-made wall lay skeletal corpses of dead humans. Father dropped to his knees at the sight once his headlights flashed over all three bodies. Then he brought his hand to his chest, pistol and all, in the most reverent praying posture Exodites knew. "Praise be to Urs. We actually have a chance now," he whispered in awe. I followed his gaze, finding myself going from horrified to similarly awed. The grinning skulls were all undisturbed and in one piece. The sub-zero temperature must have slowed down the rot. Yet the semi-frozen bodies had still decomposed into the bone-white skeletons. They were ancient. Two of the bodies still had scraps of clothing that I couldn't recognize, color and shape long gone. That wasn't the important part. It was the third dead man that had brought Father to his knees in prayer. This was what the gold light had been leading us for. That last body sat contemplatively against a rock, farther away from his two companions in death, calmly cradling an ancient rifle in his lap. A long sword lay propped next to the body, a simple blade with a decorated cross hilt. And one familiar faceless helmet sat by his other side, skeletal fingers resting upon it. As perfectly intact as the relic armor the man had died wearing. Now a burial gift. Masterless and desolate, waiting all this time in the dark. Waiting for its next wielder. Chapter 25. Journey. We walked reverently up to the fallen relic knight. My limp couldn't stop me from getting a closer look. The armor had gold ornaments and designs that mirrored a stylized sun. I recognized that sigil. "An Imperial Crusader," I whispered out, Father confirming it quietly behind me. There wasn't an actual empire, of course. Imperials were a religion that claimed some empire had existed once, and that they were the proud remnants of that empire. These must have been pilgrims, trying to reach the surface to offer alms to their sun goddess. They must have been separated from the usual convoys. I knelt before the dead crusader. The skull bowed slightly down, its final transient prayer now fixed eternally. I wasn't worthy of wielding relic armor, and would be doubly condemned by scavenging from a God's blessed crusader's corpse. Even we scavengers had some limits we wouldn't cross. Taking anything from Imperial pilgrims felt like sacrilege. But relic armor was on a different level, and the crusader hadn't been poor either. An occult long blade leaned at the side, along with what looked to be the hilt of a knife by the boot. Something had led us to this armor for a reason. Survival trumped all. The skull clattered onto the ground when I reached out to touch the armor. A heavy layer of dust was disturbed by the events, floating into the air and lit up by our headlights. Quiet prayers asking forgiveness fell from my mouth in stutters as I carefully removed the plates one at a time. Piece by piece, I extracted the ancient gear while Father remained on the lookout. "Father," I asked, something in the back of my mind, "is the armor sentient, more than just a program?" I heard the metal clinking of his armor as he shrugged behind me. "They all have the same basic AI, so, in a manner of speaking, they are." "Are they smart enough to talk to? Did it guide us here?" "It's limited. You won't find them to be good conversational partners. Winterscar's said nothing more than status reports for as long as I've known the armor. It was built to assist the user, and for no other purpose." "What, it spent years without talking to you unless you talked to it?" "They don't form bonds with people. My armor will not care about where I've gone once Kidra inherits it. I will only be another name on a long text file." I guess I'd find out soon enough myself. There was a feeling in my gut that convinced me that this armor had been the one behind the yellow light, searching for a new wielder. I took out a power cell and jettisoned the long-dead one still held by the base of its belt. This was the critical part. Relic armor was said to be indestructible and could endure any test of time. So long as the spirit remained cohesive enough, the armor would always repair itself. But the armor had remained without power for countless centuries here, with its spirit dormant. Damage could have accumulated over time and broken down the delicate soul while it was helpless to regenerate. I prayed in my mind and slotted the power cell with a click. If Destiny saw me in this armor, then it would light up. Nothing happened, but I could see the power cell draining out into the systems. I held my breath. It awakened. Lights flickered into life on the inside, the armor alive again despite its long sleep in this tomb. Relief hammered through me, almost making me whoop in joy. The armor was still functional. Of course it would be, in hindsight. People had been finding relic armor for generations now, usually abandoned, and each time they worked. I stripped off my environmental suit as quickly as I could, wincing as the glued parts peeled off my skin. The cold assaulted me immediately, of course, but my movements were efficient, and I couldn't break the excitement burning inside me. There were still some parts that the glue was stopping me. I had a high-tech solution to that problem, however. "Mind if I use your knife, Father? I need to cut my way out." He nodded and handed it off, hilt first with the usual spin. He hadn't said a word yet, still processing the ramifications of this moment, his arm moving on autopilot. There was no point in being delicate with the suit. It was broken, cut in places already, and the heating system had long since been stripped off. There was no use for any part of this. The dead Crusader's relic armor would be my new home from here on out. In moments, the suit lay in cut strips, and my skin was exposed to the cold air. I donned the armor, plate by plate, starting with the powered-up chest. Each piece that connected with the chest hummed quietly with power as I slowly brought the armor back to full working condition. It was slightly taller than I was, with a more spacious chest plate. Motes of dust streamed off the powered plates, warping and consuming sections to expand others. They funneled down to the fragments of my old environmental suit, disintegrating parts of that as well, using the extra fuel to assist in reforming into a more form-fitting version. That screamed intelligence to me, or at least it was aware enough to know I had no more use for the ruined environmental suit and that it had no need to ask. With each armor piece, the cold vanished, unable to penetrate past the ancient metal. It felt odd, like a light gust blowing over my skin, under the armor. I could feel the hairs on my arms tingle for a moment before settling back down to normal. I felt oddly refreshed, too, like the sweat and grime that had been accumulating were suddenly gone the moment the plate fixed itself over me. The first parts to fully connect were the gauntlets and arms. I moved them around with dexterity, watching as the plates clinked against one another, moving with both grace and power. They could rip things apart with the hidden strength inside, and yet they seemed so precise. My hands and arms felt as light as a feather, almost as if the armor itself was weightless. There wasn't any empty space, some sort of cushion inflating into the armor's sides and holding it snug against my skin. From the moment I'd hooked enough of the leg pieces, I could tell that moving around was a completely different experience. Even my calf wounds stopped holding me back. Mostly armored now, I reached down and plucked the occult longsword, staring at it. It was a simple double-sided blade with an ornate hilt. A few experimental swings in the air reinforced the feeling that something was different in how this armor moved compared to my environmental suit. I realized why after a few more test swings. The armor was moving my legs and arms for me. It followed my actions like a second set of muscles. Power coursed through, and it made sense now how relic wielders could move so swiftly, or rip apart metal with their hands. They weren't the ones moving the armor moved them. I had hundreds of questions, but most I could figure out on my own. There was a single one that I couldn't quite guess at. I asked a little timidly, how does the waste work? There hadn't been a waste removal system like the environmental suits had, as far as I'd seen. Father tilted his head slightly. Out of everything you could ask, this is what you wish to know first. Scholars have rotted your brain, boy. The armor's spirit consumes organic matter. Add it together. So that means if you have to go, you go. It will keep you clean. Sweat, blood, and even tears are consumed by the armor. I nodded and turned back to the last bit of armor left to don. The ornate, faceless visor stared back, held in my new armored gauntlets, waiting for me to equip it. I let the hilt of the sword go, leaving the occult weapon on the side of the rock it had spent centuries on. Both hands free now, I brought up the relic armor helmet. I never thought I'd wear one of these in my entire life, and now there would be a relic armor whose legacy in the clan would start with me. House Winterscar was a knight retainer caste, but I'd never really identified with that title. Frankly, if I could find a way to disown the Winterscar name, I would have done so a long time ago. Instead, I felt like I'd be the first engineer to don one of these armored suits. The helmet rose and settled down snugly over my head. The interior was dark at first, but it turned fully transparent not even a second after, letting me see a view of everything around, as if no helmet existed at all. My vision was filled with orange lines and text that the armor displayed another half-second after, layering the world in details. This must be the heads-up display. There was a pressurized hiss as the chest-neck piece connected with the helmet, and the last of the cold was chased out. The suit was sealed, supplying me with air through some other means. Something puffy inflated, and padding locked around my face and cheeks, same as it had been everywhere else on my body. The helmet was now completely snug, with no gap of air anywhere except for my face. That tingle of air swept past my cheeks and nose, ridding me of the grime on my skin. A haze of gray on the sides of my vision flickered by as the sub-armor wind passed by. Thinking it through, that must be the armor's spirit, keeping me clean. New user detected. Identify. An ethereal voice sounded in my ears. This must be the armor. Despite being forewarned, the voice still caught me by surprise. It sounded so eloquent. I am Keith Winterscar. Pleased to meet you? I responded back into my helmet, hoping I was doing this right. Registering new user. Winterscar. Keith. Combat suit integrity nominal. Looks like I'd done the right steps so far. What's your name, armor? Last registered designation. Journey. A very imperial name. They always name things after goals or titles. Victory, divinity, endurance, sanctity, etc., etc. Grand-sounding labels like that. In comparison, we Exodites had a simpler tradition on naming. Thankfully, I didn't need to rename this armor after my family house name, since Father's armor was the prime relic armor. All other armors brought in after into the house, well, that was up to the new owner's decision. Not that I planned to rename it. I certainly wasn't going to bring that bad luck on myself. Nope, its last owner had been an Imperial Crusader. I certainly wasn't going to dishonor the previous owner's choice in name. Pilfering from an Imperial already lent to an uneasy feeling. All right, journey it is. Please keep me safe in these dangerous times. Acknowledged, the suit answered back emotionlessly. Even with its different answers, there was still a thrill in knowing this suit of armor was now mine, and I was talking to it. My old environmental suit's backup easily fit over my shoulders, and I was awed at how light it felt now, or its lack of weight. Don't get overconfident, Father said, his voice already sinking into my helmet's speaker. New knights always feel they can defeat the world. I've never seen any of them be right. My survival chances had shot up through the roof, but I could still find myself buried in the snow if I wasn't cautious. I nodded at him, and he continued. Knights need to go through extensive training to make use of an armor's full capabilities. Weeks or months if need be, he said. We don't have that time to spare. I'll teach you the basics, and that will have to do for now. What's the first step? The user interface. You can select things by looking at them and blinking twice, or just call up the name with your voice. I responded affirmatively and then tried it out. The heads-up display was filled with different bits of information. One of them caught my eye, the word biometrics floating off to the far left. Looking directly at it, I blinked twice. A full three-dimensional hologram of my body appeared, projected onto the helmet. It rotated around, highlighting in red my wounded calf. Statistics and details appeared on the side when I glanced at each, showing exactly what was wrong. Apparently, that calf wound was going to be a problem unless I got treatment for it, according to the warnings the armor was shoving into my face. It wasn't fatal, but it could be crippling if not properly cared for. Once I looked away and blinked, the page was closed automatically. I started exploring the other options from the interface, making a shallow check of all the possible items I could work with. There were other stats, including historical data, and a realization that the last wearer had been a woman named Catheda, not a man like I'd originally thought. Given the pose they had all died in, it seemed like they hadn't died in a fight, but rather lack of resources or exposure. Death must have been anticipated. A few logs also remained of her final days from what the armor showed, and as much as I wanted to dive into the history behind this relic armor and find out what they were doing here, I was on a time limit. Those logs weren't going anywhere, but the rescue party certainly was. The helmet color-corrected everything I looked at in the cavern, making it easier to identify items or see items in the distance. Those orange lines and highlights pointed out things I had missed, such as equipment the other two skeleton pilgrims had outlined on the bodies, one of which was marked as Priority 1. Well, that was ominous. Has the armor told you its name? Father asked, breaking my focus. The relic armor's name is Journey. A good name for an old Crusader's armor. We'll run a set of exercises to get you up to speed, and then we need to continue forward. I would celebrate for a day straight, were these different times. But I hadn't been listening. Instead, my gaze was fixed on what I'd just seen a moment ago. Journey had synced with Father's armor Winterscar, and the family armor had sent back a biometric report of Father's current status. His full skeleton, bones and all, were outlined and superimposed over his biometrics. All the fractures, the broken, mismatched seams, everything was on display. And more importantly, what wasn't there at all. His arm hadn't been broken. It was completely missing. Chapter 26. Route Administrator. Father! I stared at the three-dimensional skeleton of his vitals. The entire left arm, almost to his shoulder blade, had been cut clean off. The vitals unhelpfully stated permanent damage, but showed the skin was cleanly cauterized. What happened to your arm? He shrugged, as if it were nothing. I told you already, boy. It's broken. No. Winterscar shows me it's outright missing. You're lying to me. That gave him pause. He muttered something about the armor, then sighed. Fine. If you need to know, I had to deal with machines while you were unconscious. One of these encounters didn't end in my favor. A drake cut through the relic armor and my arm with it. The armor could be repaired eventually, but there wasn't anything I could do for my actual arm. The explanation made sense, but given his track record of avoidance, I couldn't be sure that was the real truth. I didn't understand why he was keeping so many things from me. What was he gaining from doing that? Regardless, however, he lost his arm. It was missing and cauterized. That fact was indisputable. I didn't need to guess at the rest of the issues he faced. The sheer amount of warning and internal injuries Journey pointed out on Father's vitals told the rest of the story. Skull fractures, broken ribs, muscle contusions, subconjunctival hemorrhage on the left eye. It went on and on. The relic armor was even predicting time until total organ failure, down to a matter of days, neatly written in a counting timer on the side. Stimulants, painkillers, and Winterscar itself were the only things keeping him walking and lucid right now.
We've got to get you back on the surface. Maybe we can still fix some of this,
I stuttered out, waving vaguely at, well, everything. He shook his head slowly at that. No, Keith. This will be my last mission as a relic knight, and the last time I wear my armor. When I return to the surface, I'll be an invalid for the rest of my days, with a crutch, if I'm lucky. A wheelchair is more likely. Journey has already summed this up for you, hasn't it? Shock flooded through me, realizing the gravity of the situation. Journey was indeed already writing out a detailed report over the heads-up screen, pointing out where the long-term damage would come from.
But what'll happen to you?
It was a stupid question in hindsight. I'll retire. He shrugged as if it didn't bother him. Kidra will inherit Winterscar, and I'll find another way to serve the clan. I can mentor trainees, help the next generation learn to survive. I'm more than my combat expertise. I still have something to offer. I'm not yet worthless. He looked to the side as he spoke, and a feeling of loss dug down in my guts. Still, he shook me out of it with his next words. We need to survive first before we can worry about what happens after, he said. Do you understand, boy? Survival first. Everything else can come later. Put these thoughts aside for now and focus. I need to get you up to speed on how to make use of the relic armor while I still can. I nodded, my swollen calf feeling like such a minor wound in comparison now. A few steady breaths, and I put everything I could into the back of my mind. There was a plan here, I just needed to do my part in this. Father's condition? We could consider it once we were closer to the surface, when it was possible to even start tackling it. All right, what are the first drills I should do to get myself familiar with relic armor? His voice seemed almost thankful I had dropped the subject. First, we'll have you test the range of motion in your arms and legs. Watch how I move. Father talked me through a set of katas and drills meant to showcase the full range of mobility. We went through the abridged version without issue in an hour. While I couldn't land all the physical moves the armor was capable of, I was doing much better with the suit's more technical abilities. Navigating through the options menu, settings, and other administration was second nature to me, which apparently hadn't been the case for anyone else Father had trained before, including himself. He went quiet after I'd started exploring deeper into the suit's interface, letting me find out more, testing how it moved with different settings. You seem relaxed about this, I said, in between the silence. He'd been sitting down, cleaning off the ancient longsword the Imperial Crusader had once owned. We'd already agreed that it would serve best in his hands while I took on the rifle. Father was an expert with multiple fighting styles, and while Nagareru's longsword and dagger combo wasn't feasible right now, he was certainly no slouch with the more straightforward tetsu, using a one-handed variation. Frankly, I don't think there was any of the three combat schools he wasn't an expert in. Father just understood instinctively how to fight. Relaxed about, he asked, your situation. There was a pause as he likely considered his words. I've been prepared for something like this for some time now, Keith. I only needed to make sure you learned how to take care of yourself first. I wouldn't be able to face your mother if I didn't. I knew that deep down in my gut. Now that you have relic armor of your own, things have changed. He paused, then glanced up away from the sword. I couldn't tell what expression he made under that helmet. Not even Journey's sensors would show that. You know what, boy? I think I'll try to learn something else. Something other than fighting. A dark chuckle came from him, the first time I'd heard him laugh. Perhaps I'll learn how to scribble numbers in the dirt. You seem fond of it. I only need one hand to hold a stick, after all. Are you serious about this, or just kicking the ice till it melts? Serious, he grunted out. I have time. More time than I will know what to do with. I'll need distractions. Man is not built to continue without a purpose. I'd be happy to teach you. I know you would be, boy. I know you would be. He stayed quiet again, inspecting the blade further. Then he looked up sharply, as if he'd remembered something. Your boot has a knife. Draw it out. You've probably already memorized the suit interface. It's time I taught you some quick techniques with the occult weapons. You'll need to know how to use these weapons, and this will be the last time I can teach you by example." The Crusader didn't just have a longsword. She'd also had a knife, strapped right to her boot, same as Father's. How rich was she? I muttered, extending the weapon out of its sheath. Reserve knives are almost always paired with armors. They come up in combat as often as rifles are used. Too many enemies are immune to conventional bullet fire, especially in the lower levels. This Crusader, Catheda, she likely kept it in reserve, in case her longsword was indisposed. Our situation is different, and you'll need to be able to use that weapon standalone. Now draw it out. Kidra had let me investigate her knife before. I'd learned precious little I hadn't already heard stories about. I'd confirmed myself that these weapons had electricity that ran through them, working as a trigger to activate the blade. It didn't need much, so we theorized the current acted more like a real on-off switch than an actual power source. The actual blade was basically just a chunk of metal, enchanted by a warlock, where the knife edge would glow when triggered. That part was up to anyone's guess, because it certainly made no sense to me, and I'd tried quite a lot of tests to figure out what its secrets were. It was all futile, of course. I knew that from the start. If I could find out the secrets to creating occult weapons, the warlocks would have been out of business a long time ago. For this knife, it must have been centuries since it was last used. Could it light up again, or would the power source inside have dried up? The armor needed a refuel to work. I wasn't sure if the knife needed some maintenance of its own. With a shrug, I clicked the trigger. The blade lit up with the traditional blue glow I'd come to associate with the occult. Can't believe it still works. Except I could if I thought about it more. Backup generators could be preserved indefinitely. The only drawback was inefficiency. The blade itself didn't need a strong source of power, so it makes sense if the hilt had been built with that style of power storage. There was no need for efficiency here. All occult weapons were probably made like this. "Fighting with occult weapons as a relic knight is different," Father said from the side, standing back up. "These weapons can cut through anything except another occult weapon or a shield. Power isn't a requirement, speed is. You want to leverage the relic armor's legs and arms to strike as quickly as you can. If you do it right, the armor itself will carry through the rest. Start with the standard Tetsu stance. I'll show you why Aleph's variant is used exclusively by relic knights." Following his orders, I performed a series of training katas and lunges with the dagger. It felt like I could go faster than possible with my actual body, but I couldn't tell exactly how to pull out that extra bit of speed, even with his coaching. The Aleph variant made more use of the body as a whole to shield against attacks. It made more sense now that I was in my own armor. The entire suit was shielded. Using a hand to block an incoming attack wasn't asking to get your hand mangled, but a perfectly viable defense. I continued through the motions, many of the strikes being used more to drill down the range of motion my armor could have. Most of the work and training had already been done a few years ago, so the variants were easy enough to incorporate. Feels just like old times. I had done average, I suppose. Kidra had learned like a sponge, and her skills with knives and longswords were more in the league that Father was. Mine, not so much. "I regret not having been a better teacher," Father said. "Each training session I was failing you further." "Don't think it's you that did the failing. I just don't have that natural talent you and Kidra have." "I wasn't bad," I said. Thoughts of past fights with some of my peers proved I had at least picked up enough to hold my ground. Just not great. I give myself even odds of fighting off a pipe weasel, so long as it's smaller than my hand and doesn't look at me funny. "You misunderstand." He stood, drawing out his own knife and walking to my side. I mirrored his stance. He struck forward a quick lunge, and I followed it. We moved together for the next set of movements, familiar to me through drills and practice. "I know I'm not much of a father, and don't insult me by denying that boy." He cut me off quickly before I could say anything. "The only thing within my skills that I could do for you and Kidra was to teach you how to fight. At least that one thing I thought I could do. That's all I was ever good at. Strike, block, turn, strike." I followed the kata, trying to move as quickly and precisely as I could. Even with relic armor, I could tell my father was still moving only half as fast as he could, slowing himself down for my sake. Normally, there would start to be anger at this point, but instead he continued to talk. It wasn't anger in his voice, it was something different, more like melancholy. Each lesson that I failed to teach you, it made me feel like the one thing that I could do right, the one thing I'm supposed to be able to do right, I couldn't. I grew angry, frustrated at myself, and then I'd take it out on you. We struck out with one last strike, twisting around an imaginary hilt and lunging forward to complete the kata. I stayed quiet, not wanting to interrupt him. You weren't the one failing, Keith. The more I gave it thought, the more I realized Kidra is like me. She simply understood. I didn't need to explain anything to her. I only needed to show by example. I was blaming you for something you couldn't possibly overcome. He turned to watch me. You don't learn like she does. Showing you isn't enough. You need to understand through answers, through words and experiments, trial and error. You never take anything for granted until you can put it personally to the test. He sighed, lifting his dagger, watching it, as if it held answers. I can't explain to you why stance is important, or why you need to strike at certain angles. Cadence, tempo, spacing, instinct. It's all too complicated, and I'm no scholar with sharp enough words for the task. You might be overthinking it, Father, I said. Occam's razor. It's a proverb that's often quoted among the Reachers. Sometimes the simplest answers are the real ones. I'm just not good at fighting, I said. I don't think I could be any better than I am right now. At that, he shook his head. No, you can be. You could do so much more than I can. I know that in my gut. I can't explain it to you why or understand it myself, but I know you could be a great warrior. If you applied that intellect and combined it with... I should have learned how to teach first. And now look at you. You believe you can't fight well. I've crippled you, boy. He reset his stance, and I followed. We continued with another set of strikes, no words between us. He only spoke at the end of the form. I suppose I won't have a choice but to learn how to teach a different way once we're back on the surface. Perhaps there is still some good to come out of all this. He gave another chuckle, and this time it held more life to it. I'll need to be able to explain with words. The Reachers were able to teach you. They could talk to you in ways you could understand. If I learned from them, I could try to teach you again, and succeed this time. He motioned me to lift my knife again, then took a different stance to my side. Once more I stood nearby and mimicked the position. I could introduce you to some of the engineers I know, I said, Anari and Teed coming to mind right away. You might think they're low caste, but they can all be charming. I'm sure they'll grow on you. I never thought they were beneath me, Keith. He paused. You need to understand. I see them as fragile, in need of shelter. I've lived a life where I've been tasked to protect people like them, and I needed you to be the opposite of fragile. Then he shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore now that you have armor. Let's get back to the drills. This much I can do right. I believed him. The training brought an interesting discovery. The suit wasn't just powering my movements or moving like a second skin. It was actively predicting how and where I wanted to move through some sort of connection with my brain, or predictive data, or something of that nature. When I'd asked my armor, it had simply said it was generating solutions through predictive modeling based on a massive data set of previous human motions. I don't think it understood how it functioned, only that it did. This wasn't actually a suit of combat armor, it was a vehicle, tailored to fit the human frame. And I was controlling it all with my mind, more or less. This made me curious about Father's particular circumstances. Relic armor was so intelligent, I wouldn't be surprised if it could practically move on its own if needed. This brought on one glaring question. Journey, why isn't Father's armor moving his left hand for him? Hardwired security measures prevent autonomous locomotion, it said. What? Why is that a security issue? Hostile force may attack the combat suit cybernetically and override the unit's locomotion. All features that require autonomous locomotion are locked, requiring both physical user confirmation and administrator permission. Local administrator permissions are waived only if no local users are active. I couldn't even fathom what sort of weapon could hijack relic armor, but I suppose it could exist out there. The thought of being trapped in your own armor was pretty claustrophobic. Father stood up from his seated position. We'd been taking a breather in the meantime. "What are you asking about, boy?" "Relic armor is too smart," I said. "It moves itself and is constantly predicting your motions. If it can do that, then what's stopping your armor from moving your left hand for you?" "My arm is missing," he scoffed. "Winterscar wouldn't be able to tell how I wanted to move a missing arm." "But that's the thing. Your arm is muscles and nerves. How you choose to move the arm comes from your head, not your arms. So I need to find out if the suit really does have sensors all over to detect muscle movements, or if it's all in the helmet, or if it really is just predicting things within nanoseconds. And the first step to finding that out is to figure out this safety lock." "Journey, is Father the current administrator of his armor?" "Negative." "Ah, that would have been too easy." "Okay, who is?" "No data found." I could understand Father not being an administrator, but no way to find out who was? "Why can't you find anything about the administrator? Another security measure?" "No administrator set." "So, what, you're still running factory settings?" "Affirmative." "Well, worth a shot. I'd like to upgrade my permissions to an administrator account, please." "Administrator override required. Please log in to an administrator account with required permissions for this action." No free meals for the hungry. The old chicken and egg situation, where to become an administrator, you need an already existing administrator to confirm. Which begs the question, who's the first administrator? I'd seen this problem explained exactly once in my life, from my source of all things interesting, books I'd bought. One of these traders had shown up with a pilgrimage and brought with him a bundle of books on Wi-Fi and old third-era tech. I bought the whole set, thinking I'd crack the puzzle. No prize for guessing how that ended. Those books weren't exactly light reading, and also not quite all engineering books either. One of them wasn't even a book, but an instruction manual for a router. And I'd found out the last section of the bundle had been a legal document, some 30 pages dedicated to ownership of a single bit of Wi-Fi software. People from the past eras were nutcases with too much free time on their hands. The vendor had padded the books out with that, in hopes gullible people like me didn't have the time to spot it before buying. It had worked, but in my defense, I was still a tiny kid back then. Nonetheless, these books had been mostly worthless. There was a reason a random trader had those for sale, and back then, I hadn't understood that real information wouldn't be for sale in the first place. But I did find out something interesting about security. Right now, the common tech was mechanical, so there was little need for administrators or permission shenanigans. My old environmental suit and pistol didn't have any users or passwords to deal with, for example. But apparently, in the late Third Era, almost everything could talk to one another, which led to issues. So, how do you set the first administrator account if you need an administrator account to confirm the permissions? Ironically, it was that instruction booklet for routers that mentioned the answer. Everything made had a default administrator account and password burned inside the hardware, one that was supposed to be accessed by its first user and changed immediately after. The password was usually the same as the username and very short. The booklet had made it seem like this was just common practice that everyone knew about. I'd get no better guesses, so it was time to put obscure trivia to the test. Journey, I'd like to log in. Username admin. Password admin. Incorrect login. 2 attempts remaining, Journey replied immediately. The tone remained completely colorless, yet I could swear it almost felt patronizing anyhow, as if the armor had figuratively rolled its eyes at me. Welp, here I thought I'd been so clever. Only 2 more chances to get it right. The Third Era was a few centuries before the godly lost tech era of these armors. But everything was built on top of everything else. So my theory was that somewhere buried deep were the building blocks that the Third Era left behind. If the way to handle administrator default settings had worked without issues back then, I didn't see why they'd change that up later. How often were these things updated anyhow? Still, better be sure I wasn't going to mess something up. Journey, what happens if I fail the last 2 attempts? User will be logged out of login attempts for the next 24 hours. Okay, not that bad. If I survived all this, of course, I'd be able to spend time back home and go through all the books I had to make a more educated guess at this. Got a user manual by chance? If Journey had one, I might be able to find the keys to the kingdom. Would be a cheeky win if it worked. This whole plan did come from a Wi-Fi manual after all.
Data not found.
I tutted, annoyed but not surprised. I'd burn through the low-hanging fruit right now, just in case one worked. Better to have tried. If I found out I'd been sitting on the right answer the whole time and not used it out of misguided fear, I think I'd die of shame. Admin was the one that the router manual had pointed out, but there were mentions on others. I gave them a shot. Root.
Incorrect login. 1 attempt remaining.
User. Password.
Incorrect login. System locked.
Wretched. They had changed it up since the Third Era. No great loss. I hadn't seriously expected that to work. I didn't have any other clues on hand with what I had here. I metaphorically shrugged my shoulders and grabbed my knife, preparing for the next set of training drills. This can be revisited later. Well, can't blame me for trying.
Root administrator remote override accepted. Guest user Winterscar Keith upgraded to administrator account.
Chapter 27. Predictive Modeling.
I did it? Wait, how did I do it? I ran out of password attempts. I'm an administrator now? Affirmative,
Journey answered, voice still monotone. Father spoke up. What are you talking about? I'm getting more control over Journey. Funnily enough, it worked completely out of my control. I've unlocked something, though I'm not quite sure how. That seemed to make him worried, for good reason. He stood and walked over. Unlocked what? Administrator rights. And what does that mean? It means a lot, but most importantly, there might be a way to fix your arm. This all raised some serious questions I had to solve, and I didn't mean getting an arm to move. Except right now, we had to get to the surface. And the best way to do that was to get Father's left arm back into working condition. Here goes nothing. Journey, ask Winterscar to move Father's left hand for him. No idea if that was the right way to request things from relic armor. My guess was that the suit would know what I was after. They seemed more like butlers and servants.
Current administrator for combat suit call sign Winterscar cannot be reached.
Can't be reached because there isn't one yet, by chance?
Unknown.
Okay. The question was if my luck would hold twice, because guessing random passwords clearly hadn't been what did the trick. But it might have put me on the map to something or someone else. Would it work for him? Or was the root administrator that helped me out just now only able to do that for Journey? Father, repeat this word for word to your suit. Winterscar, upgrade my account to administrator. And when it asks for a username and password, say, user, password. For a moment, I thought he was about to rebuke me for wasting time again. Instead, he nodded and followed directions without complaint. Once done, he turned back to me curiously. It told me my account was upgraded to an administrator? Ho, 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 we are cooking with fire now. The override for Journey came from a root administrator and was considered remote. That meant the real administrator was at a distance. It was possible it was notified of my attempts to brute force the armor on failure, and when it looked into my situation, it decided to throw me a bone. Given that Winterscar requested the same, and likely failed to unlock Administrator the exact same way as well, my theory was that Winterscar also sent out a ping just like Journey had, to the same root Administrator, who already had decided to help out. Ergo, that would explain why Father only tried to unlock it once, while I had to go through all failures. More troubling, this root administrator had the permissions to 2 different relic armors, one of which had been sitting in a cave for the past few centuries, so they probably had access to all the relic armors, or a huge chunk of them. There were 5 possibilities I could think of that would live that long. A deathless, a group of people passing down knowledge, a machine of some kind, the creator of the relic armors themselves, or the armors acting on their own, possibly bending their own programming logic in order to help us out the most. A group of people would certainly try to get leverage from us in some way first. There are no free meals. Additionally, if there was more than one person who knew about administrator accounts and how to unlock them, I'd have heard rumors by now. You can't keep simple information like that secret for centuries. Complicated information was one thing, but something simple to tell over a few sentences and a drink would inevitably leak. That left a machine, the Forge Master, or the armors themselves. The machine theory could be tossed out because they'd never help a human like so. These armors hadn't come from nowhere. Someone had made them. And given there weren't many differences between them all, the armors might have been all forged around the same time. Whoever created these armors might have some kind of immortality like the Deathless did. I couldn't rule that theory out, but I certainly couldn't prove any of it either. It was all wild speculation based on gut hunches, after all. The armors themselves might have tried looking for wiggle room in their programming to assist us in more creative ways, except that this theory could be disproven easily. If the armors were that altruistic, more people would have unlocked the administrator accounts already. If Journey tossed me the keys when it was just me, that means it was primed to do the same for any other human. I couldn't have been the first person to poke my nose into this. Although Father wasn't tech literate, and he would not know what administrator account meant, aside from the literal definition of administrator. He'd spend his focus on what he excelled at. Tech stuff wasn't his theater. I knew only soldiers like him would wear these armors, and they wouldn't see much downtime for an engineer to sniff around. The problem with all this was that even if I really had been the first engineer with access to one of these relic armors, the Undersiders had more armors than we did. It only took one city that allowed engineers to either wear or simply maintain the armor for this secret to leak out. They'd surely have also discovered the administrator accounts at some point, and the Pilgrims would have carried that knowledge up eventually. A Deathless was currently the most possible solution as far as I could tell. It wasn't a perfect fit and had its own holes, but at this point, I was now either wrong on all 5 guesses, or there was information I didn't know yet that affected the options. Focus on the task at hand first. I could come up with more answers later. Turning my head around, I glanced at Father. Ask Winterscar to move your hand for you. See what happens. There was a hesitation to his stance, but he quickly moved past it and asked the suit to move his hand. Things went quiet again. Winterscar must be saying something to him. I couldn't overhear what it was saying, but Father replied, "Confirm, override." Excitement followed behind, as we both waited with bated breath to see what happened next. Nothing. The arm stayed limp. "Keith," Father said, I'm not sure what the armor is asking me now. Translate for me." More troubleshooting? "All right. Journey," I said, "can you patch me into Father's armor?" A similar but deeper ethereal voice answered instead of Journey. "Connection established. Voice pitch modified to identify combat suits vocally." "So you must be our house armor Winterscar then, right?" "Affirmative." Goosebumps ran down my spine as I realized I was speaking to the Winterscar armor itself. Despite the number of times I'd seen it, this old armor was still an outright legendary relic handed down in our house for generations. Pleased to meet you for the first time." It didn't answer back. These suits really weren't much for small talk. Father had hit the target when he said they didn't befriend anyone. All right, let's get to the real meat. "Winterscar, can you repeat what you asked Father?" "Please select between motion options, an autonomous combat subprogram, or predictive modeling based on 120,449 hours of logged operational use for user Winterscar Tennyson." Holy rat shit, that was a lot of hours. "Which would be better?" "Option 2 is estimated to be more effective. Enough data logged to make simulation accurate to 99.9986%. An additional 16.7% power draw is estimated for single-arm simulation." If this was what I thought it was, the way these suits moved was far too eerie and accurate. And Journey had only known me for less than an hour. So what could they do after spending a full lifetime of watching? The number of hours Father had spent inside that armor was mind-boggling, but it made sense if accounting for the years of daily use. "Please select option 2, Winterscar." "Remote override rejected. Insufficient permissions. Local user permissions required for any control override using general administrator permissions," Winterscar chimed out. "What the... Oh. Had to be actually wearing the suit before it would take any orders. I couldn't control Winterscar remotely. Made sense. Even with the new administrator account, the suit wanted confirmation from the current user as well. I wondered if that same safety feature prevented our elusive patron from messing with the suits while we were inside them. It most certainly prevented the enemy from messing with us if our own friend couldn't. I turned to Father. Ask it for the predictive option. I think the suit can only take that sort of order from you. He still seemed mostly confused about what was going on, but he shrugged and asked Winterscar for the second option. As soon as he had said his order, the armor responded. Releasing safety locks. Loading predictive modeling. Isolating model to left brachium. Partial cognitive engram. Online. A beat passed. Winterscar said nothing else. Is it done? I asked the armor. Affirmative. Partial cognitive engram is currently online and functioning within nominal range. Well, that was great to hear. Father's arm still wasn't moving. Scrap shit. What was wrong this time? Father turned his gaze to me, an almost confused look to his posture. Is there another step to take? He asked, moving his arms in a minor shrug. Moving. Both arms. He seemed to realize this at the same time I did. Immediately, his left arm raised up and his head snapped down to observe. The hand flexed its fingers, opening and closing, twisting the wrists, while Father gazed down at it, enchanted. How is this possible? Father asked, lifting the whole arm up, amazed as the hand continued to move. I know it's not my arm. I can't feel anything, and yet it moves, as if it can read my thoughts, as if it is my own. The left arm continued to wave and move, fingers opening and closing as he gazed in awe. He kneeled down and drew out his boot's knife, spinning it around in his hand and then tossed it to his left. The left hand snatched the midair hilt of the knife as if natural. Right hand free, he reached out for the occult longsword. Then he stood up into a full Nagareru stance. The result looked like the man had nothing wrong, both arms working in perfect sync with one another. He swung a few experimental moves, testing the waters. The strikes flew fast, growing more complex with each second. They flowed into each other like water woven into a stream. He mixed in ducks, feints, twirls, and even weapon swaps. The ghost limb acted without flaw, matching his movements perfectly. Both the weapons lit up as he moved, surrounding him in an afterglow of blue following the path his weapons took. He looked less like a man and more a force of nature, a whirlwind of glowing azure made manifest. I'd seen him once move like this when he fought and reclaimed his title as Lord Atius's right hand. His flow of moves ended with a full-body twist, extending his left hand at the optimal moment to throw his knife directly ahead, where the blade sank into the rock wall down to the hilt, aimed perfectly level to his arm. He turned to me, chest breathing in and out quickly at the exertion. This is amazing. Keith, my arm is back. Look, it's even moving when I speak. It had indeed been moving exactly like anyone would unconsciously move their hands. Father jogged forward to recover the knife, then sheathed the weapons. Next, he balled up his right fist and brought it down to the palm of his left hand. It had moved perfectly up to catch the fist. He pushed against it, and the hand let itself be pushed slightly back. Then it overpowered his fist back. He continued this tug-of-war alternating speed and power. It feels like my left arm is still there, only numb. But it moves like it's connected to my mind. How is this possible? Predictive modeling, from what I can guess, I answered back. It's a long story, but basically, Winterscar has spent so many hours watching how you move and think, it can predict what you do next. That's why it's got predictive in the title. And a model is a more technical term to say something like an engine, in this case. Father nodded, still in awe over the moving arm. He began a series of katas, like I had been doing, testing how reliable the arm really was. It was night and day different to my own outright clumsy attempts at those same katas. This was how it was truly supposed to look. I joined in with him again, and we went through the katas together. It was downright eerie how well the arm moved. Since I couldn't see the inside of the arm, it simply looked like my father was moving normally. I'd done good. I'd definitely done good. The next item on the to-do list was the other weapon the Crusader had left behind. My scrapper gun had a massive handle, which made it usable for my environmental suit, but more than awkward for my new relic armor. Fortunately, Catheda had owned a rifle as well, and it had been cradled in her lap before I donned her armor. The ancient rifle left by the dead Crusader was a lot more straightforward to work with. No permission issues here. I wasn't surprised to find its ammunition was different from the scavenger pistol we currently had. I'd have to make do with the leftover reserves on the Crusader's belt. The design of the weapons hadn't changed, however. Ammunition magazine into the rifle, lock and load, and press the trigger to shoot. Preferably while aiming at something disreputable. Different era, same humans. Don't fix what's not broken and all that. I found where all the bells and whistles were, went through the motions, and took an experimental aim. Nothing happened when I pressed the trigger. Rats. The weapon's been too damaged by time. They don't need to be well maintained, but some maintenance is still needed. Father spoke from the side, making his way to my partially dissolved and ripped apart environmental suit. You'll have to make do with your scav pistol for now. I looked down on the ancient weapon with an odd sense of loss, and then frustration. The relic armor could disintegrate metals and organic matter to rebuild itself from thin air. This raw power that could just magic things out of thin air was literally centimeters away from the broken weapon. Could it really just be restricted to itself? Journey, is there any way you can fix the rifle? I asked.
Scanning. Corrosion detected. Possible to disintegrate corrosion. Please keep the weapon near the armor.
I brought the old weapon by my chest, and the familiar haze of black particles streamed from my suit and flowed down into the rifle. There they slipped inside. The process took only a minute before the particles streamed back out.
Repair complete.
Journey chimed in my helmet. I primed the weapon once more, took aim, and pressed the trigger. The weapon worked exactly as expected, bullets barking out straight and true. Father quirked his head to the side. I hadn't thought to ask Winterscar to assist in maintaining my own rifle. That's a novel use of the armor.
Calibrating targeting reticle.
The relic armor spoke, and then a more pronounced orange circle with tick marks appeared. It moved as I moved my aim. I can't believe Undersiders have hundreds of these, I breathed out. The sheer amount of things relic armor can do. Scrapping bent metal pricks keeping us in the dark. They had to know about all this. Wait, did they? Journey still had the default settings. No administrator accounts set up. The same as Father's suit. I can understand Winterscar might be untested. It had spent most of its life up on the surface, as far as our history went for it. But Journey? That was an armor owned by Undersiders, a Crusader even. If her armor still had the default settings enabled, then maybe the Undersiders also didn't know about the accounts, or the root administrator didn't hand out the keys like candy. How the scrap were they supposed to have been using hundreds of these armors? They'd have to have figured out a way to create more. To create more. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I'd seen the armor repair itself from nothing but scrap and power cells. I should have thought of this immediately. Journey, can you create another armor?
Negative,
the suit replied, dashing my hopes instantly again. That really would have been a bit too broken. But again, I was not out of the running just yet. I'd wiggled out a few wins already from Journey, so it was time to dig into this. It was pretty clear the armor didn't do anything creatively on its own. Why can't you make another suit?
Gray goo protocol prohibits the creation of non-colony nanites.
I have no idea what any of that meant.
Specify query.
Journey chimed back. Okay, first, what's Gray Goo Protocol?
A protocol set in place to prevent hypothetical global catastrophic scenario involving molecular nanotechnology in which out-of-control self-replicating machines consume all biomass on Earth while building more of themselves.
I paused and looked around. The entire cavern had been sculpted by mad mites who had left untold centuries ago to do the same somewhere else. I think the protocol failed a long time ago, buddy. Journey remained quiet. See, since the protocol failed, why not give it a shot now?
Negative. This unit is physically incapable of breaching the Grey Goo Protocol.
Physically unable to? I find that hard to believe.
This unit's nanite colony was hardwired to be unable to create any nanite not connected to the colony.
Fine. What are these nanites? Is that nanotechnology? What's nanotechnology?
Nanites are an application of nanotechnology. Affirmative. Nanotechnology is the use of matter on an atomic, molecular, and supramolecular scale for industrial purposes.
This was making my head spin. All these words didn't mean anything to me. I had to get some footing in the real world about them. Can you give me an example?
This unit used nanotechnology to repair the rifle.
Oh, nanotechnology is the lost tech term for the armor spirit. So you can't create another black cloud unless it's part of your own black cloud.
Affirmative.
There had to be a way to twist this to my advantage. I could feel there was wiggle room here to tear in. I sat down and started to brainstorm ideas. Father broke me out of my thoughts a few minutes later, working with specific knife forms that relied on swapping hands on the knife mid-fight. "We'll need to go soon," he said, putting the knife back into his boot with satisfaction. "Staying for too long in one area attracts automatons. You'll have to get used to the suit on the move." "Sure, let me see if the pilgrims had anything on them." I took a few hesitant steps toward the dead bodies. I didn't feel too comfortable with the idea of desecrating the dead bodies even more than I already had. As a scavenger, that was an odd thing to feel, since part of our nature was to loot anything that wasn't bolted down. But these were pilgrims. There was a sense of desecration when I thought about trying to find anything else to pick from their corpse. Journey's old owner, Catheda, well, she had died protecting these two. It looked like Father had the same thoughts as his left arm shot out quick, stopping me in my tracks. "That will bring down omens on us, boy. I understand your pragmatism, however. The relic armor and weapons are enough. I'll not take more chances by bringing down the ire of the gods on our heads," Father said. I found myself agreeing with Father's words easily. Rather, I was hoping someone would tell me not to do this. We both started to take a few steps, while I gave the pilgrims one last look. Journey highlighted the items they had without prompt, pinging something in the ground the moment it entered my sight. One skeletal hand lay clutching what looked like a black brick with a carrying handle. The armor was highlighting that item, insistent on its importance, a halo of orange surrounding it. "Hold on. Journey's trying to get my attention about that item," I said, pointing at it. Father glanced down, following my finger. I could almost see the gears running in his head. "I don't recognize this," he said. "I've seen and escorted plenty of pilgrims and pilgrimages, and I've never seen this before." He didn't stop me as I approached the item, kneeling to inspect it. It was a black brick with a handle on it, a skeletal hand wrapped around the grip. The glowing halo of orange from Journey's heads-up display labeled it Priority 1. "What's this?" I asked. No answer came. Right, I needed to get more used to these armor's quirks about talking. There's been a pattern I'd noticed. The armor stays real quiet unless it's obvious I'm talking to it. "Journey," I said, using its name to be as unambiguous as possible. "What is this thing?" The armor chimed in my speaker. "Priority 1. Yes, I could read that. The HUD was making it abundantly clear. Can you tell me more about it, Journey?" "No data found," it answered back curtly. "But you're highlighting it in on my visor. Why?" "Item designated as Priority 1 by user Lang, Catheda." Chapter 28. Reunion. The Crusader had set this as something important to guard. I couldn't know her motives until I could read the logs. Since this was her armor, I could at least try to protect whatever she'd marked as important as a sign of respect. Reaching down, I pried it out of a long, dead hand. At first glance, it looked like a file storage device of some sort. It didn't have any seams that showed it could open, except at the edges. Whatever this was, it was mechanical. That guess about it being a file storage got thrown out of the airlock once I noticed no ways to connect the brick to any power supply. That meant it had an internal supply, if it was even electric in the first place. I started looking for openings. What I found instead were buttons on the handle, possible on-off switches. Flicking these did nothing. The item was probably out of power. Unlike occult knives, this device probably didn't store power like backup generators did, so there would be a finite life cycle. Searching further, I found what I'd been looking for. On its right side was a small valve and inscribed sigil for power. Jackpot. All I knew about this item so far was that Catheda died protecting it, and that power was required. Fortunately, we did have plenty of power to spare. I shuffled over and grabbed one of the 3 spare power cells we had in stock, graciously donated by less than reasonable folks. A quick twist on the valve opened it up, and power flowed freely as I dropped a small trickle of liquid, charging up the device in a few seconds. Since the brick was small, it didn't take much out of the power cell before capacity was reached. Now I flicked the power switch back to what was probably the activation. The brick lit up, a few stylized runes in dim blue on its flat surface, but nothing else besides that. I rotated the device, looking for points of egress, and found that there were a few seams that were now more visible with the dim lighting, where the thing would probably open. All 4 corners and right under the handle. That part opened with a tug, showing the plate had protected 2 buttons. One was labeled Capture and the other Connect. I pressed the Connect button, but the box just flashed red and the switch flipped back. I guess that was a dead end for now, or required something more. I toggled the Capture button next and saw a telescopic tube shoot out of the front, followed by the sound of air being sucked. Looks like it was a mini vacuum cleaner. This could be a science kit designed to study small samples of material, at least from my first thoughts. I flipped the switch off, and the tube retracted smoothly. The vacuum turned off. I'd have to dig into the logs to find out more about what this thing was. "Keith," Father said at my side. A quick glance and I could tell what was on his mind without more words. We had to go. We'd been here for too long. "I need to take this with me," I said, hooking the black brick to my belt. It fit snugly, clearly made for this. Father shook his head to himself. "What's your reason this time, boy?" "The armor's owner. She's marked this as priority 1. I don't think this was a pilgrimage, Father. I think they were on a mission. And maybe I might be able to help complete that mission once we're back on the surface." That seemed to convince him. "Fair enough. And now I suppose you will ask to follow the gold light farther down into the depths? Got a better idea?" "No," he sighed. "All my instincts are calling me a fool for following the unknown, but it led us to relic armor. It has proven trustworthy. I only don't agree with the direction we're going." If that light wanted to kill us, leading us to a second armor was the polar opposite of that plan. I didn't know the destination or the exact goal the light had, but I could make a good case it wanted us alive and able to stay that way. We hadn't ascended at all, but until we found the lit tunnels again, we'd have no way of knowing where we were going besides that light. We turned to the only tunnel leading out that still had that golden light active. One quick thing to check before we continued forward. "Journey, are you the one causing that?" I asked again, pointing. I didn't expect a yes.
"Query must be specified further."
"The yellow light there. We followed it to get here. Was that you?"
"Negative."
"Do you know who did?"
"Negative."
It hadn't even known about the lights in the first place. In hindsight, this made a lot of sense. Journey had been dead to the world, powerless. From its perspective, Catheda had just died a few hours ago, and power had run out. The next thing it knew, a new user was taking over, and it had been a few centuries in the intermediate time. The AI was taking it well in stride, all things considered, or it truly wasn't capable of caring. It certainly gave off the impression that this was business as usual. Maybe Catheda really was just another name on a long text file somewhere in its memory banks, as far as Journey cared. "Prepared?" Father asked from the side, knife tucked securely to his boot and rifle in a relaxed carry. I'd been left with my scavenger pistol and Catheda's occult knife. "As much as I'll ever be. I suppose this will double as running practice." "Aye. Keep up, but don't be a fool, and push yourself over the edge either. Your calf muscle is still wounded."
"I don't think I'll forget about that any time soon," I chuckled.
"You might. The painkillers will make it seem as if nothing is wrong. Keep it in your mind." He turned and jogged off, following the yellow light. I made my way behind him, Journey matching my movements smoothly and letting me keep up. The suit had about 7 hours per power cell, and we had just about 3 left. We'd be cutting it close, but we should have enough to make whatever side detour the gold light wanted. We moved after it, vaulting over obstacles and leaping chasms and rivers as we crossed through the tunnels. The first few times were a little nerve-wracking. Journey made the whole process easy, and soon I was moving around like the armor wasn't there at all. Since we'd be on the run for some time now, I might as well do some investigating. Maybe I could find out more about that black box. Journey, open up the last logs of Catheta, please.
Input password.
Bend me over metal, not this again. I sighed. I'm an administrator, right? I should have full access to everything. It's in the title.
Affirmative. Negative. Logs were user locked. A password is required. Password hint has been attached.
A hint? What hint? What I next heard was a woman's voice. It sounded like an old voice, with the telltale signs of age, where each breath and word had a crinkle to it. Not ancient, but certainly on her way. Catheta might have been an old woman. I hadn't expected that. My name is Catheta Lang, a crusader of the 5th Dran. I fear that I and the 2 disciples I'm charged to protect will soon be dead in this cavern. I've encrypted all my logs with Journey, my armor, and set the password as the 5th vow. If you are Imperial, I command you to bring these logs straight to the nearest cardinal. They will know what to do with the information. If you are not Imperial, I pray to the goddess that you might do the right thing anyway. Indulge in old woman's last wishes, and take care of Journey for me, whoever you are. He can be a capricious child. She cackled, then returned to a somber tone an instant later. Solaris Imperium, stranger. Do better than we did. The recording ended abruptly, leaving me alone in my thoughts again. A lot to unpack in that. More especially was the lack of things to unpack. She didn't mention anything about the priority 1 item, and kept things vague, likely on purpose. I hardly knew the first 4 vows of the Crusaders, and I had no clue there was a 5th vow. Welp, nothing to do about it now. The black box had been attached to my hip easily, clearly made to be snapped to a belt like this. Whatever that box and logs were, we could worry about them later, once I was back on my bed. Getting her logs to the nearest cardinal would be my next task once I got back home. High chance that the mission's data had long ago become irrelevant, but this wasn't about that. It was the principle of the thing. Also, getting haunted by the ghost of an Imperial was not on my to-do list. It was an hour in that a notification on Journey's heads-up display showed up blinking on the right. New connection established, it read. Lord Attius's voice burst into my helmet.
Tennyson, is that you? Gods above, do you hear me?
It sounded crackled, filled with static, but understandable. It was the best thing I'd heard in my life. We'd done it. Comms were in range to the expedition. We both quickly skidded to a stop, and Father answered straight away, not even pausing to celebrate. Aye, I hear you. We survived the fall, and have been making our way back up to the surface since. I'm relieved to hear your voice, my lord.
I swear, Tennyson,
Attius laughed.
You're practically deathless already, you tenacious old bastard.
My sister's voice cut in right after.
Father, where's Keith? His comm signal isn't showing up with you.
Kidra? Father replied in disbelief. How are you Never mind, I'll ask later. He's with me, and doing fine. We discarded his environmental suit a while back, and replaced it with a new relic armor that we found. The comms went dead quiet as everybody processed through the implication.
You found a relic armor down there?
Lord Attius spoke through the silence. Aye. The armor's name is Journey, an old Crusader's relic. Keith is currently its owner now.
Gods above, I'll buy you the first round myself.
Another voice piped in, slightly higher pitch. I recognized it as the Shadow Song Prime, a prim and proper accent to his words. With respect, my lord, he stopped drinking years ago.
Slipped my mind in the moment, Icus. I'm getting old these days, you know.
He laughed through the comms, joy in his voice.
Well, damned, get him something else, details for later. And how's the young whelp? Is he on comms yet?
Yep, I read you all loud and clear, I answered. Journey showed the icons on the top right were working correctly, and mine lit up as I spoke.
Switching your tracker signal over to the new ping,
Kidra said, dealing with the administration issues right off the bat.
I'm really happy to hear your voice, Keith.
My lord, Father asked carefully before I could answer back.
Question?
No disrespect intended. Why is my daughter among the search team? He might have sworn no disrespect, but there was an edge in his voice when he asked about his family. However, while Father was seething in his armor, there was only laughter over the comms from the other relic knights.
"She's, let's say, extremely persuasive,"
Attius sheepishly answered.
"Kidra made a clear and unambiguous vow that she'd come down no matter if we barred her way or not. Somehow, Anka and Calum both backed her up. While I'm heartened to see a show of camaraderie this early in their careers, they all disobeyed direct orders from myself. I couldn't afford to send any of my knights to drag the three back to the convoy and lock them down. Time was essential. So it was a choice of either bringing them with us or having the three fall behind alone and on foot. I had enough knights to carry them around, so it wasn't a hard question to answer."
Either she'd get a low chance to survive accompanied by relic users, or absolutely no chance by getting left behind on foot. Attius had decided the former was better. Though, given his massive lifespan, I wondered just how much he valued a single life. "I see," Father answered bluntly, unsatisfied but unable to argue further. It made sense to me. Retainers literally had sacrifice in our vow of duty. All three were honoring the call. I'd spent my life making fun of that vow, believing it to be misplaced idealism at best. In hindsight, that hadn't been fair to the vow of duty retainers took. My selfless and stubborn sister was going after me no matter what, and her worst enemy had set aside their own agendas to honor their vow. Couldn't exactly have a dim view on that anymore, when I clearly saw the nobility it could inspire in people. More likely, thinking critically, I'd probably attach the Winterscar name to that vow over time without noticing. And I really didn't want to be a Winterscar. That's likely where all my animosity was coming from.
"Make no mistake, Winterscar. Your daughter is going to see all kinds of storms once we're back with the clans. Ikis, that goes for your own whelp, too, and her friend. Disobeying a direct order from me does not go unpunished. God save me, this is the part I wish surface clan culture didn't venerate duty so much."
"Understood, my lord. You will, of course, see no argument from me," Father answered back, mirroring the Shadow Song Prime's own answer.
"I knew the risks I took," Kidra said coldly, "and I would pay that price again if I had to."
"We'll deal with your insubordination later," Father said, with even more ice. "For what it's worth," another knight added in, "if she had more equipment to work with, I wouldn't be surprised if she really could handle herself alone down here. I don't think your daughter is capable of missing a shot, Winterscar. She's able to nail them even after they've adapted and started dodging. She's got more kills than Ironreach." It seemed the knights had their own sense of humor, their voices cutting in. "By one, and I was about to destroy it too." "She doesn't have relic armor," a different voice noted. I thought that was likely the Windrunner Prime. I'd heard his voice before. "She's Tennyson's goddamn daughter, a mini-monster on her own. You can't—"
"Cut down on the chatter, and let's focus on getting them home,"
Attius cut in, all business now.
"Winterscar, full report. Inventory first."
3 magazines of ammunition left, 1 working rifle, 2 occult knives and a longsword, 1 grenade and 1 pistol. Enough rations for 3 more days. Water is low, but we can resupply en route once we find a stream. Power can last us a day and a half at current reserves for us both." He paused here for a moment, but continued. "I took a booster 4 hours ago, estimating 16 to 20 hours before permanent damage sets in," Father answered back.
"Copy. Critical situations like yours are exactly when they're supposed to be used. We'll get you out before psychosis sets in. From the scanner, it looks like you're about 3 clicks away from us. Confirmed distance."
Journey brought out a 3-dimensional map of the tunnels we'd explored so far, along with a glowing light farther away in unknown territory, slightly higher than we were. Distance showed 3.2 miles. I noticed it had also shown the territory we'd traveled before I donned the armor. "Confirmed distance," Father said. "Have additional items to report, besides inventory." Then he launched into the details. "We've recovered an Imperial artifact that needs to be returned to the Pilgrims. Additionally, Keith discovered information I'm noting as Priority 1.
It's a sensitive topic that needs to be discussed face to face.
Too sensitive for comms?
Aye. It could change everything we know about relic armor.
Understood. Any other item to discuss?
We were guided to the new relic armor by yellow gold lights that opened doors for us. We've been following since. We don't know who or what is behind the lights.
Get me the path history.
A notification blinked on the top right that Journey had sent out the data package. The armors were listening in to the conversation, assisting automatically when they could. It was uncanny how smart these things were, given how limited their personality had been. Lord Attius paused, then spoke up.
It looks like your path is taking you away from us. However, it's leading you in roughly the same direction as the original mission coordinates.
Orders, sir? A pause followed, as Lord Attius considered the best plan of action forward.
While following the yellow light might seem like a safe idea, it's directly opposed to the main goal of reuniting as fast as possible. Additionally, you're on a timer, Winterscar. Set a course to meet up. Once we're all grouped up, our chances of survival increase significantly. We can knock you out of commission safely at that point. The earlier we knock you out, the faster your recovery will be. We'll bring you back for medical attention first. The airspeeder has a dialysis machine we can use. I can lead another team back down to track the yellow light at a later time, and without non-relic knights in tow. Our objective hasn't been disturbed in centuries. I doubt a few more hours will change that.
Understood.
Get moving. 3 clicks should be less than a half hour, but the winding tunnels could increase the time. After that, it'll be another 3 hours of travel to reach the airspeeder. Attius out!
The comms clicked off. Father glanced at me and nodded. He started jogging down the tunnel, the one distinctly not lit by the yellow light. The gold flashed quickly at the side, but we'd been ordered to ignore it for now.
Sorry, we'll come back in a bit,
I muttered, and turned to join my father, following the doors that weren't lit in the general direction of Attius. The light followed us, appearing at the next few rooms, always insistently pointing in one general direction while we continued to move on course to meet with the rescue party. It never stopped with that intensity, as if pleading us to continue behind it. Soon, using Attius's coordinates as a guide, we'd reached the green-lit tunnels once more. After that, our underground tour would reach its end. As far as adventures went, I couldn't complain considering the loot. A holy mission, relic armor, an occult longsword, and a companion knife. We were hauling some real treasure. Chapter 29. The real treasure was the friends we made along the way. The upper reaches were more disheveled than previous sites. Now outright rock cave-ins blocked many of the tunnels forward. I didn't know if the farther up we went, the fewer mites would travel around to repair damage, but it certainly looked like time had done a number on this place. Large scratches and gouges above the rock cave-ins pointed to a picture of older fights that must have once raged around here. I even spotted a few metal spikes, the same kind that those barnacle turrets had fired out from the ceiling. These obstacles slowed down our progress greatly, often forcing us to backtrack once we'd reached dead ends. We stopped only once on the run for a break. The initial flask of water I'd split between us hours ago had run dry. Fortunately, we found a river in one of the tunnels we jogged through. I peered at the slowly flowing water. Under the ice layer, lights showed, illuminating the whole trickle with a pale, almost magical, dim teal glow. Father punched the protective cap of ice on the river, cracking off a chunk. Then he dipped his water reservoir into it, filling the item up quickly. I unhooked Cathita's old flask reservoir and followed suit, filling up after Father had gotten his own done. It was extremely cool to drink and made for a good refreshment compared to the stale water I'd been carrying all this time.
I almost can't believe we're close to the end of all this,
I exhaled, sitting by the stream. The scanner showed only 1.2 clicks left. The winding tunnels and frequent cave-ins would stretch that out, but soon it would be all said and done. Keep your wits about you, boy. We're not out yet.
Of course, Father. I'm not about to drop my guard after all we've been through.
I took another long drink from the straw. Then we stood and continued on our way.
The pace we set was brisk, and could be maintained for a long time, even with my calf being wounded as is. There was still something on my mind. I'd been pushing it back, but that was no way to handle issues. What did Attius mean by psychosis?
It is no longer anything to concern yourself with. We're hours away from reaching the rescue party, he said, continuing his pace and not looking back.
Don't lie to me. Not after all this. He paused, as if considering whether to let me in the loop or not.
As the booster continues its effects, my mind will break down, in a matter of speaking. Again, there isn't a cause for concern. Once we reach the rescue party, they'll induce a coma to put a stopgap halt in the effects. I'll have my blood manually cleared using that dialysis machine. All airspeeders have one. The recovery process can take a week.
What sort of breakdown are we talking about, in specifics? I asked testily.
Lucidity starts to fade in the early stages. At that point, I'll become erratic. Hallucinations come next after several more hours, usually a mix of auditory and visual. Paranoia and aggression set in after. Near the end stages, I'll stop being able to recognize people. At that point, I become a danger to you or anyone around me. I was prepared to handle it when the first symptoms started showing. I know how much time I have before effects become more than my will alone can handle.
This would have been handy to know. Oh, hey son, by the way, in a few hours, I might go berserk and murder you in under a second. Rage instantly churned inside, lit by panic. Why did you keep this from me? I yelled. This wasn't the first time either so far. Again and again, you hold off on information until you have no choice but to tell me. The same with your arm. What's going on? Why are you like this?
Father ground out. It was for the best.
The best? What goddamn reason do you have?
I don't have to explain anything to you, boy.
There was that note of anger in his voice matching my own. Seemed to run in the family. It's you and me down here, and we've both got relic armor. I'm not some charge you have to escort anymore, I said. We need to work together, and this whole cloak and dagger scrap shit isn't helping anything.
Fine. You want my reason?
He turned to stare me down, the jog completely forgotten.
You're a boy.
His finger jabbed out against my armor plate, pressing the point.
Placed in a situation that would break most men. You needed to feel that someone was in control, that there was some hope for survival. Do you get that? Or do I have to spell it out for you?
Maybe you missed the cue, I shot back, pushing his hand away. I fucking grew up while you were passed out on vodka each day, father.
The moment I'd said that, regret hit me hard. But the venom had already been speared out. If he was hurt by the comment, he made no mention of it. I've seen others break down for less, he said. And they were adults, trained for situations like this one, soldiers. The more I told you about the reality of our situation, the more hopeless it would all seem. That could break you.
It didn't. Look at me. I'm still fine after hearing all of it. Unless there's even more rat shit you're keeping from me again.
You're fine now, only after getting the relic armor. This was what truly gave us a chance. Everything seems possible now because of that armor. You would have broken down otherwise.
You can't know that. Father snarled, rounding on me. Hands shot out for my collar on reflex, but instead his gauntlets simply collided with my own armor. Journey remained fixed in position, utterly unmoving against the grab. We both stared at each other in confusion. The roles and rules between us had been changed now that we both had armor. I was a relic knight. He would never again be able to just grab and slam me on the ground. I think he realized this chapter of our lives had come to an end at just the same moment I had. He took a step back, turning around to continue down the path. I heard him over comms, his voice soft this time, all fire gone.
It broke me, Keith. I didn't believe you would live. And if it made me give in, what would it have done to you? Understand, damn you.
That couldn't be true. My mind reeled away from the implication. But you kept fighting, I said. I didn't see you give up. You never gave up. There's no way someone like Father just broke. He chuckled at that, a deep, throaty thing.
It was easy to keep going with no future in sight. I'm well practiced.
Then he stopped in his tracks, turning to look at me again.
Keith, what are the virtues of the gods?
Urs, Talon, Suya. Resolve, tenacity, resilience, I said. They're our gods for a reason. We were exiled from the underground just as the gods were exiled from the surface. Do you see? These are the values they represent because they are us. They struggle like we do each day. Even if I give up, I still fight to the end, as all Exodites should. Even if that end comes at the tip of my own weapon. This is even more important to a Relic Knight above all. We swore a vow to our house, to our clan. You need to accept what we are. He turned and continued down the cavern, and I followed behind. We were quiet for a long time after, jogging through the unending tunnels, chasing after something we didn't quite understand. I don't get it, I finally said. Why pick now of all times to grow a heart? Why go out of your way to protect me like this? If you knew trying to keep me alive was doomed to fail, then the next priority would have been to return home yourself. I was ordered to keep you safe. Cut the scrap shit. If duty and honor mattered to him that strongly, it would matter over family for sure. The armor can't be lost down here. Duty would compel you to take the strongest possible measures to reach the surface alive, or at least alive enough to return that armor for House Winterscar to continue, even if that meant leaving me behind. One life is meaningless compared to Winterscar. So why did you come back for me? You knew I'd be dead weight at best. From a purely numbers point of view, outright losing an entire house was less painful than losing an armor. Winterscar could be folded into another house. It was his duty to make sure that armor made it back home. Father sputtered. It wouldn't be... He grew quieter. It was the right thing to do. He didn't sound convinced himself, as if this answer was just as much a lie to me as it was a lie to himself, and he knew it. Sacrifice had a lot of meanings, not all of them about losing your life. He busied himself instead by making his way to the end of the tunnel, rather than give me a straighter answer. A familiar whistling sound struck the rocks just above us as we passed by the entrance, cutting off whatever his next answer could have been. In hindsight, I should have considered something about these green-lit tunnels, these predictable green-lit tunnels. We didn't realize we'd walked into an ambush until it was far too late to do anything about it. Inside this pocket, we found ourselves on the wall of a chasm. Concrete bridges spanned across the chasm gap, long in the distance, but here there was only one thin bridge possible. The metal spike whistled above, striking the entryway we'd come from. I spun around, only to witness the trap spring shut. The path caved in. Exactly like all the other cave-ins that had blocked our path, the entry had been whittled away previously, unstable enough that one hit would send it all crashing. With the way behind us blocked, the only way forward was across a narrow bridge. Worse still, our side of the chasm had been meticulously cleared of any rock cover possible. We'd been funneled into a trap. Our friend here didn't know where we'd gone, but it knew we were going up. While we had been spending time with the dead Imperials or yelling at one another, it hadn't forgotten, and it had been busy planning out revenge. One single automaton hung from the ceiling, missing one leg, armor riddled with bullets, with a barnacle turret jury-rigged onto its shell. The spider cackled darkly, and then the barnacle turret simply turned and opened fire. Father's reaction speed was impressive, but the spider's was even quicker. It already lifted its front legs, blue shield activating and protecting the vulnerable barnacle, as Father traded weapon fires with the turret. The bullets had no effect on the spider's shield, but the spike certainly did on the relic armor. His shield flared out, taking the hit. Father halted fire, not wanting to waste bullets on a target that was clearly invulnerable. "Keith, sprint for the tunnel!" he shouted, and began his own mad dash across the bridge. Without any means of dealing damage at range, the spider could just whittle us to pieces over time. We had to get out. That plan was quickly cut short as the spider dropped right on the center, guarding the way out against Father's charge. Two limbs shot out at the incoming Relic Knight, forcing him to dive away and backtrack. Another spike flew at him and struck him on the chest, forcing him farther back in a spark of blue shielding. It was clear we weren't going to be able to make it past the automaton without a fight. "Any other ideas?" I shot out at him. "Just one," he growled, drawing out his knife with his left hand, flipping the blade hilt down while he unsheathed the imperial longsword in his main hand. He ducked another spike and rose back up in a full makiskeru stance, using the variation that maximized the reach of a longsword with the close quarter ability of a knife, a stance that required both arms to work in perfect unity. His left arm took to the stance with a perfect pose. He waited for the next spike to fly at him, twisting around and charging forward the moment it sailed by. I reached down and drew out my own knife, then followed behind wordlessly, the relic armor transferring my movements smoothly. Father raced ahead and slid down, an attacking limb missing over his head. The creature didn't let that failure discourage it. It struck back violently with more limbs, keeping Father busy. In seconds, I had made my own way into range, and then promptly got sent flying from the creature's first swing. The thing struck as fast as a pipe snake. My reactions couldn't keep up. One moment I was about to reach it, and the next moment a massive limb obscured my whole vision. Father, on the other hand, was in a completely different league of skill compared to mine, and this time he had no disadvantages to deal with. He dodged and twirled against those lightning hits. Attacks were weaved with each dodge, and all were vicious. After a roll and a half, I slid to a stop on my knees, thankfully away from the edge of the chasm. As if to add insult, I was hit by a metal spike as a parting gift the moment I lifted my head back up. Journey's shields flared hard, holding fast against the direct hit. The blow still knocked my head backward and threw me onto my back. I could see it already lining up the next shot from the corner of my eye. The barnacle couldn't target Father easily since the madman was far too close, so it went after the next best target, me. Chapter 30. No plan survives contact with the enemy. I rose to my feet, only to get shoved backward as another metal spike struck the center of my chest. I could see the blinding flicker of blue as Journey's ancient shields flared to life, breaking the blow's bite. Still, the force carried me back to the floor with no mercy.
"Warning, shields low,"
Journey chimed in my ear. Scrap shit. These things were too goddamn fast to react against. How the scrap does Father do it? Unless he doesn't. If they were too fast to react against, maybe what he was doing was predicting them ahead of time. Given Journey's shields, I wouldn't be able to tank that many more direct hits, so it was all or nothing. Once more I stood back up, and this time I twisted to the side blindly. Whistling passed right by my helmet's side. Scraps! I had dodged a shot. I took a few steps and dove to the side erratically. The spike still struck home, though clearly off-center as my shoulder jerked backward. Journey didn't flare its shield for that one, letting the armor take the glancing hit. Parts of the gold ornaments broke off, but the damage was otherwise superficial. The turret remained eerily leveled, the long barrel stabilized despite the wild movements of the spider under it. And it was clear the spider was having a fight for its life with the amount of motion going on. I was onto something, only I didn't have the ability to pull it off like Father did. Except I didn't need Father's agility. I had an intelligent armor that could move for me. Time to cheat and put my thumb on the scale. "Journey, a little help here?"
"Specify query,"
Journey said, as I threw myself flat on the floor again to avoid another spike. My impromptu dodge worked this time, with the spike flying above my head. The intervals between fires seemed consistent. "Anything you could do to make me fight better in close range or help me dodge those things automatically?" I said, rolling to the right, exiting into a sideways sprint.
"Options available. Combat system can auto-correct movements. Warning, user may be injured. Administrator override required."
Another spike sailed by as I changed directions mid-sprint, using my gut to tell me when the shots were coming. "Yeah, that's fine, just do it!"
Administrator override confirmed. Lowering priority to emergency only. Releasing safety locks. Loading module. Combat module online.
I didn't feel any different. That was up until another spike flew right at me while I was distracted. The suit instantly twisted my shoulders sideways for me, narrowly avoiding the shot across my breastplate. I could swear I even saw the few fractions of a second that the spike flew by the chest plate, small sparks flying off. It felt like someone had grabbed my entire back, neck, and shoulders, then twisted everything violently to the left. There wasn't any pain, probably because of the pain inhibitor drug that was still pumping through my system, but I certainly felt my muscles stretch hard against the shift. Just as fast as the override had come, I was free again. Disoriented, but free. I took the cue and charged forward again with more confidence this time, knife in hand, though keeping it off. I didn't want to stab myself by accident if I got sent out for more flying lessons. Father and the spider had been focused on each other in the meantime, stuck in a deadly duel. Small cuts had started to form around the automaton's legs. Battle damage accumulated from the fray. The occult knife would bite down on the ceramic limbs, cutting straight for important sections with unerring accuracy. Limbs that seemed to have escaped the reach of the knife would be sliced by a longsword with surprising range. Each attack could have easily severed the whole limb if the automaton had not been reacting as fast as Father was moving. It was barely keeping pace, however, always pulling the limb away seconds before those blades could find something important. And in seconds, I'd be among the fight, breaking that delicate balance of power. I dove into the spider's range of attack, preparing for the creature to try and throw me back again. The creature lashed out as I expected, a quick, panicked response to clearing me out of the way as fast as it could before Father overwhelmed it. I tried to duck and slide under the hit like Father had done on his initial approach. A second later, I realized my attempt would fail. The creature had remembered and learned from this already. The sweeping attack it sent out was lower, and the spider had already corrected itself to strike even lower. Before I could even think about my possible recovery options, Journey twisted my legs back into a crouch, stopping all my forward motion onto the heels of my boots. It leaped upwards immediately after, bleeding the built-up rotational energy into a mid-air roll. The attacking swipe flew right under me. Journey had made the right call. Again, it felt like an unstoppable force had seized every part of my legs and forced me to move like a puppet. My chest and arms were locked in the correct pose for the leap, which brought a sense of claustrophobia, followed quickly by disorientation as the unexpected jump didn't sync with my running rhythm. I hit the ground and fumbled, turning it into another roll from sheer training reflex. I came out of that roll disoriented and attacking like a rabid animal, no plan other than to strike. The knife in my hand lit up with a bright blue edge, and I slashed out almost blindly at the nearest limb, only getting an inch of the blade into the target. The limb withdrew with quick, jerky motions. I hounded after it, brandishing my knife, slashing into the air. Each time it moved its limbs away from my range. Was this effective? Not in the least. That wasn't the point. I wasn't aiming for a solid hit. My own skills were on a far lower level than this thing. Instead, each time it had to defend itself against me, I'd force it to divert attention away from the true threat. I wasn't a soldier. My job was support, and by the gods, I'd do my part. A low hissing started to come from the creature. Its behavior seemed to change from one of smug triumph to fear. I think the full predicament it had placed itself into was dawning on it. It remembered the first lesson it had learned. Father was not an opponent you could afford to forget about. And here I was, a gnat in the proverbial house, forcing it to commit one of its 5 limbs to hold me back, lest I start cutting important bits, leaving it with only 3 to hold itself up and 1 to hold off Father. If it still had 6 arms, it might have been able to do more, but with 5, resources were limited, and it hadn't anticipated the upgrades we'd acquired. I sliced my knife through thin air, but overswung. Another limb speared out, attempting to skewer me through my armor, but Journey twisted me again with a violent last-second jerk. The stab skidded across my breastplate, the blue shielding flaring up and deflecting the blow away. I could hear a deep set of cracks, but it didn't come from the armor. It sounded too muted, like it had come from within me.
"Alert,"
Journey said.
"Rib cage fractures detected."
Ah, this was what Journey meant by damage. The armor could easily break my bones or tear a muscle if it moved counter to my own motions at the wrong moment. And given how frantic combat was, there'd be too many chances to roll snake eyes. Suya, save me. Was this what Relic Knights had to deal with? These fights were too fast to follow. At least we were making progress. That attempt to skewer me had cost the machine. A lifelong discipline of war, Father was absolutely relentless. He gave the creature no quarter, each move methodical and practiced. The slice of blades always followed each dodge without fail. The spider's attacks failed, again and again. Each swing would cost it. Each stab would be narrowly missed. Each feint countered. Father moved mechanically, as if victory was a foregone conclusion, that the only thing left was executing the right number of strikes and dodges until the spider made an error that it couldn't recover from. So the creature made the only rational choice left. It gave up on the dream to murder us and tried to run instead. The machine screamed in rage and slammed its full body down hard on the bridge, causing cracks and fissures to snap out as the concrete shattered. Parts of its own ceramic armor had snapped from the hit, but the damage was done. Father didn't have time to yell out a warning as the bridge crumbled apart, taking all of us down with it. I lost track of our target in the falling rubble, too disoriented in the fall. The void yawned below us, easily fitting all the broken chunks of the bridge. My headlights quickly caught a glance at what lay at the bottom. A massive river of water, churning even more as the first sections of the broken bridge collapsed into the water. I braced myself, not knowing what to expect next, preparing for cold and pain. I didn't feel anything, as the armor plunged into the water. Belatedly, I remembered relic armor was vacuum-sealed. The river picked us up and threw us into the churn. I was spun, slammed around into the rocks, and all I could see were bubbles and illuminated darkness. Occasionally, rocks passed by my view, the headlights showing details only for a moment before they were gone. Up or down lost meaning. My balance had been completely shot. The only thing on my mind was to clench my right hand as hard as I could. I can't afford to lose the knife in this turmoil. Panic welled up inside until I heard Father's clear voice in my helmet. "Stay calm, boy. Relic armor is airtight and shielded. You won't drown, and a few impacts won't damage the armor." I flailed around out of control, but he was right that I wasn't dying or being hurt by any of the impacts against the rock walls. "Stabilize yourself. The armor will sink us to the bottom soon enough. We'll find a place to regroup." The ground hit my left shoulder blade, and I found myself rolling on the riverbed as the water continued to force me forward. With a bit more control, I twisted myself so that my feet followed the direction of the current, the heels grinding 2 trails into the loose sand. Ahead, a dim headlight illuminated the underwater stream. Father's. He must have gone farther downstream than I did. "I see you, boy," he said over the comms. "Hang on." The light in the depths turned and then grew nearer. A surge threw me off my feet, rolling me over on my back and putting me into a lopsided spin. I almost overshot him. His hand whipped out, catching my own outstretched arm in a death grip. I returned the favor, holding tight to him too. The current continued to drag us, but now I was getting a much better sense of the river bottom, my feet touching down sporadically. We were still going in one direction, but at least there wasn't that disorientation. "We'll be fine," Father said, already taking perfect bouncing steps to keep himself both upright and in control against a tumble. "Take deep breaths." "The spider!" I gasped out. "It's out here too!" "If it followed us here, the river will be a disadvantage to it. The turret would be useless and its own attacks slowed. We, on the other hand, don't need to strike hard or fast. The blades will cut through the creature no matter the speed. The monster knows that. I would guess it has burrowed into the riverbed while we were swept downstream." The stream continued to yank us wildly, but now, with Father's help, I was getting the hang of those large floating steps we were taking. Right up until a set of rocks blocked our path. We hit those hard, and Father's hand pushed my chest down into the riverbed, reducing the surface area and giving me more control again. The water continued to surge over us, but our feet were planted firmly on the lip of the rock bed, with our backs down against the riverbed. We were finally stopped and had a moment to breathe. I could hear panting over the comms. Couldn't be sure if they were my own or Father's. Probably both of us.
"God, I didn't think that thing would chase after us," I said.
His headlights illuminated the water, moving back and forth.
"Neither did I," Father said.
All the fire teams I've been on, we've never retreated from a nest before. This is the first time I've seen what happens in a draw.
Think it'll keep chasing us?
I don't know everything, boy. What I know is that their behavior was always greedy, often fighting among themselves if a target was exposed or vulnerable. In a fight, they are defense-focused, skittish almost. When we fought it, the other spiders didn't interfere. They clustered around to watch me fight.
I'm not sure if they have some sort of code or if that creature has marked us as property. It isn't out of the possibilities that it still continues to chase after us even knowing we outmatch it. I took a moment to think, trying to put myself in the creature's shoes. Think like it would. Find out hints to see what it might do next. The rock cave-ins. The trap. The way it had cleared off the sides of the bridge so that we'd have no cover ahead of time. It had even thought to bring a turret on its back. Not to mention it had considered a backup plan, like weakening the bridge ahead of time in case it needed to retreat. This thing was smart. What had been its full plan? The spikes wouldn't have slowed Father for long, so they were meant for me. With just my environmental suit and the lack of cover, I'd have been killed like a goat within the first few seconds of the fight. From there, it likely had assumed it could batter past Father's defense, since the last time the creature had seen us, Father's left arm was out of commission. The plan it had come up with was solid, and only failed because it had been based on outdated information, something it couldn't have guessed ahead of time. The creature was smart. It knew it couldn't beat us in a straight fight anymore. Whatever plan it came up with next, it would be built on current information. "You said they are greedy, right?" I asked. The headlights shook in confirmation. "As far as I've seen how they behave outside of combat, I've never seen them out of their nests and into the wild like this," he said. "Then we should assume the little monster will chase after us, and it'll have to come up with a better plan for the next round. This time around it found us because it knew we were going up. Do these creatures have other ways of tracking us down?" "If I knew how they find us, we'd be planning ahead for those tactics from the very start," Father said flatly. "Oh, duh. If we didn't know exactly how the creature could find us, then maybe we could take a guess at it." I had to think through how this creature would view the situation. If it were me, knowing I couldn't defeat my enemies anymore with firepower, then I'd fall back on the second best plan, use the environment. If it can't beat us in a straight fight, my guess is that it will try to separate us somehow, or lay a trap to do the work for it. "Aye, we will need vigilance. It is possible the machine's programming only allows it to leave a certain range of the nest, or that it will only attempt to give chase once, but we can't rely on that." "Yeah, but before all that, we need to find a way out of this chasm." At that, Father stood up in the darkness, water again trying to force him downstream. "That part won't be an issue. There are underground lakes everywhere, so this river must lead to one. Keep an eye for the shoreline. Are you ready?" I stood up after him, and together we jumped off the bedrock, letting the water carry us farther down. We'd been washed downstream for possibly 10 more minutes before shoreline started to populate the sides. By then, the stream had died down from a torrent to more of a mellow ride, which ended with a waterfall into a far more tranquil lake. My stomach lurched as we fell off the waterfall into the lake, the relic armor absorbing the impact with no issues. We sank like rocks down into the depths of the lake. On hitting the bottom, Father and I began to march our way back up the banks onto the shoreline. The relic armor ripped through the water, powerful enough that even the murky depths weren't doing much to slow our march. In moments, water streamed off my armor as we emerged from the lake onto what felt like rocky sand. We found ourselves still underground, of course, and with an interesting view. Half of the cave wall on the other side simply wasn't there, instead showing a full view over the pseudo-city we'd left hours ago. This was a cliff cut into the mountains of sorts, and clearly naturally. The cut seemed like a straight line right through, as if the city had a massive invisible cube that cut the surrounding mountains. It caught me speechless. Lights twinkled across the empty city like stars in the sky. Old, broken-down, mite-built buildings lined the area around us, right up to the edge of the cliff. The architecture of these buildings was starkly different, more like welded metal put together in more circular shapes than the square concrete of the abandoned city. No mites were anywhere here. This must have been a previous city that existed before the teal mites had moved in. I could see lights still working in these new buildings. Not the artificial mite ones, real honest-to-the-gods light bulb lighting. Cloth and tapestries draped around these buildings, tent-like for some, almost as if this had been somewhere people lived. Father surfaced after me, water crashing off the frame of his armor.
He didn't gawk around like I did. Instead, he checked his supplies to verify everything had made it. The soldier to the bone, his priorities had sightseeing dead last. "Status," he barked out at me. I checked through my own supplies to confirm I hadn't lost anything in the crash. This would have been a disaster if I were still in my environmental suit. Those absolutely weren't made to be submerged underwater. If I hadn't drowned in the river, I'd be dead of hypothermia soon enough. Everything on my belt had survived, even the first aid kit. A check inside showed all the contents perfectly dry. Those kits were a lot more airtight than I had thought. "Journey, how far off course did we go?" I asked.
Additional 3 miles have been added between the current location and expedition search party,
the armor chimed in response. "Rat shit." "Could be worse," Father said gruffly. "Winterscar to search party, come in." The comms crackled for a moment, but then a voice blessedly answered back.
"This is Attius. Report."
"Had a run-in with an automaton that knocked us off a bridge. We've been set back."
"Copy. We've run into a few of our own, but are still making good progress. Can you still make it to the meeting point?"
"This area of the city might have an elevator. We're going to investigate to see if there's a way to return to the same level. If so, we'll be able to continue our path in your general direction."
"Time box it to 30 minutes, and then we'll reconsider options."
"Understood. Winterscar out." The comms clicked shut. Father strode up to one of these buildings. He stayed quiet for a moment, hanging by the walls. "It was your first combat encounter as a knight. You did good this fight," he said. "Your skills have massively improved. I haven't seen someone master armor this fast, quick enough to dodge attacks from a spider with only a few hours of experience." On reflex, I tried to scratch the back of my head sheepishly. The armor made that a moot point. About that. Not exactly my skills, per se. I had Journey take over dodging for me. "Relic armors can do that?" he said, stunned for a moment. Then his left hand opened and closed a few times as he rose it up, glancing down to it. A small chuckle escaped his lips. "Of course they can. You are full of surprises, boy." "It's the good old time-honored tradition of our house, finding any way to cheat. I only got more creative and applied it to combat." He walked by, patting my shoulder gruffly. "Whichever manner you've chosen to apply your skills, it helped turn the tide of that battle. Don't ignore that. Had the creature not had a plan to escape, it would be dead at our feet." It was a moment of awkwardness between us. I didn't know what to say, and he clearly didn't either. Instead, he drew his hand back and continued to examine the surroundings, as if this moment hadn't happened. "I recognize this building's architecture," he said. "The last city that had this also had mechanical infrastructure. A lot of it." "Those elevators you mentioned?" "Aye. And since there are lights here, then this part of the city has power." He gazed over the lake, where more of the city lay. Unlike the concrete one, this metal city looked like a complete mess of buildings stacked against each other in any way that fit, with wide and winding streets. If there were elevators in that metal jungle, I didn't know if I'd trust them. "Journey, know anything about this area?"
"Negative. All logged maps are out of date and no longer match the landscape."
"Any way to scan around for it? Might speed us up. If we can get our hands on some map, we'd go through here faster. Last time we'd found a terminal that held a map. Maybe we could make do without that?" Father shook his head. "Active scanning is a last resort option. It lights a torch in the dark. Everyone around will see you." Ah, and we weren't out of danger yet, not by a long shot. And not with a possibly angry spider plotting vengeance somewhere behind us. Chapter 31. Redemption. The mission was simple so far. Find an elevator, join up with the rescue party, and get to the airspeeder. Walking around this part of the underground, knowing the surface was just above us, lent to an eerie feeling. So close to escape, and still a possible stretch of danger to go through. That spider might catch up to us. Except for this time, the tables had turned. It only had a window of a few hours at most to ambush us again before we met up with the search party. A party that had 5 relic knights, one of which was a goddamn deathless. No amount of firepower could contend against that. The best part in all this was that the critter had no idea either, so it wouldn't know to rush its plan. It would be ironic to have it plan out something meticulous to counter the new relic armor and weapons we'd obtained, only to find us with a small army of relic knights at our back. I find it cathartic, that's for sure. I'd also be perfectly okay to completely skip any encounter with the evil, murder-obsessed spider. Let's just forget about each other, Mr. Spider. No need to reopen old wounds. It was clear that this welded city had only partway escaped the ravage of time and its neighboring might-active city. We found plenty of it still active and working, and we also found that near the cliffside, some of these buildings were outright cut in half, as if the ground had been level here once, and then the teal mites from the concrete city next door moved in. The entire cliff was sheared off in a perfectly straight line. Anything past was a vast distance down. I was walking just above the square mountain face I'd seen while we were escaping the fake city. This welded city had a far more organic feel to it, as if built from hundreds of different scavenged scraps. We even saw what looked like the hull of an airspeeder used as part of a longhouse. We hadn't been exploring around for more than 10 minutes before the comms crackled to life.
"Search party to Winterscar."
"I copy," Father said.
"We've run into an issue up here. We triggered a wave by accident and had to seal shut a few doors behind us. We'll need to plot a new way back to the surface once we've met up."
"No losses?"
"Negative. We're all safe so far."
"Additional updates?"
"Nothing from our side besides route backtracking being off the menu."
"Copy. Keith and I are still looking for an entry shaft up. If there are no other updates, Winterscar out." I hadn't heard the term wave being used. From the cues I could get, it was either a new type of automaton or just a large number grouped up. But it must have been something strong to force 5 relic users to flee and seal the way behind, including Lord Attius himself. "Is a wave a new machine or just a group of machines?" I asked, wanting to get the definite answer rather than keep guessing. "A group," he said. "Machines don't usually travel alone down here. Drakes are one exception. There are more unique machines that don't fit the mold as well. Those could travel alone. A wave would be multiple groups that happen to be moving together." In a way, machines were starting to sound almost like social creatures. Despite the different kinds, they still flocked together in the dark. If they have the way back blocked because of the wave, will that be a problem? I asked him, tapping my head so he'd get what I was referring to. We were on a time limit before that booster started causing issues. No, I still have hours left before the first symptoms appear. It will only cost us a few more hours to reach the surface. "And you're not lying to me this time?" He sighed, then shook his head. "No, I have nothing to hide. They will knock me unconscious if we go over time, you will see. Kidra will take over my armor, and Attius himself will likely coach her on its use. I'll be given whatever parts of her environmental suit can fit my size to keep me warm enough, and then carried out. Once we reach closer to the surface, or close enough to be mostly safe from machines, we can have a more fitting suit be brought down." That seems pretty well thought out. "Always maximize the use of relic armor. If I'm not making use of it, then someone else must. If we hadn't found Journey, I would have made sure it was you walking out of here with my armor when my time was up." Unlike the fake concrete city, the pathways here were wide. They looked more built to allow vehicles to pass by. Given how the city was almost built from vehicle parts, it seemed to fit the theme. This was quickly confirmed when we did run into the first elevator. The hole was massive. A black, square, vertical tunnel that led both ways, down and up. It was clearly built to fit some sort of tank and ferry it up or down. Right now, the elevator platform was somewhere else, leaving the whole shaft exposed. Father yanked a switch, and the world shook. Rumbling from deep under sounded out. "It looks like everything's still in shape," Father breathed out. "And if the lift is broken?" "Then we scale the shaft up. It would not be difficult or much of a setback. Trust the armor, and don't look down." That didn't sound like a fun time. Journey would make this a lot easier, like he said, but still, one slip and you'd tumble half a mile down. Relic armor or no, that's not something anyone could pick themselves up from after the big splat. "Winterscar to search party. We found an elevator platform. We'll be able to climb back up to the upper sublevels." The crackle popped in.
"Confirmed. We'll try to approach and meet up near your current position at our current elevation. Search party out."
We waited as the platform slowly ascended. Soon it ground to a shuddering stop at our feet. "This thing is safe, right? Did we read the small print on the warranty?" I asked hesitantly. "No, but it's safer than climbing. If we end up dying from a broken elevator, I'm coming back as a pissed-off ghost. Stay close to the walls in case it gives out on you," Father answered, taking a step into the massive platform. "If you're fast enough with your hands, you should be safe." It had once been made to carry vehicles. That much was obvious from the size. I just wasn't sure if it could actually carry that weight anymore, or if it had only been made to look the part. The mites that built this could be either amazing engineers or horribly clever artists. We stepped onto the iron slab at our feet. I took it as a good sign that the lift didn't immediately break down with our weight added onto it. Father flipped a switch on the inner wall and the platform shuddered, then started to move up. At first, we rose into darkness, the shaft completely enclosed. But up ahead, I could see light again. Not the small electronic lights, but more like the end of a tunnel. I got my answer in minutes. The elevator was open air part way up, held by the spine. The view from here took my breath away. Father walked to the edge, sitting down and letting his feet dangle into the open air, using the handlebar holds at the floor edge to keep steady. I sat down with a bit more hesitation at his side. "Things will be different now," he said. I gave him a questioning look. "The armor. You are a relic knight, Keith. One of us. As dangerous as the underground is, you belong here now." He waved an arm forward, motioning to it all. We were only half a mile up from all our walking, and the fake city sprawled ahead of us. I couldn't tell where the sunlight came from, considering the dome that stretched above, but the world was still well lit enough that I could see the details. "I don't feel in any great hurry to come back down here, after all that we've been through," I said. "I think I'm more interested in finding my bed and hiding under it for a week, and then spending the next week in a hot bath." "You think your curiosity won't drag you back down here? I know you better, boy." That was a good point. Was I going to come back down here myself, or just lone out journey and live like a fat king up on the surface? If I were smart, I'd take the second option and live in luxury for the rest of my days. Everything I'd seen flashed through my mind, and everything I still wanted to know gazed back like a void in my mind. I stayed silent, watching the view as we slowly rose. It was a peaceful moment. Was the underground terrifying? Yes. Was it going to keep filing away?